that not be protected speech in Europe or in Israel? It's protected speech in America.
I understand nothing. You're missing the point. I'm not saying that I don't understand the law. I'm saying that the way that it's right now, there should be like a measures to understand it right now. That listen, and I told it to Isha, she doesn't like it because of the COVID thing. But when there was a plague, okay, you were limited by your right to leave the house, for example, okay, in order to temporarily combat a spreading disease, okay? So the United States and many other countries that are democracies with all the freedoms in the world, the United States limits freedoms of people because they had a temporary situation that they had to tackle. They didn't say from now on no one can leave the house. But they said in order to combat this disease that is spreading, we need to do something. I don't know what it is, something, but something needs to happen.
May I posit something? There's a huge
limit on freedom of speech, and I'm not proposing anything. I'm saying there is a problem that needs to be addressed. I don't know how, but it needs to be addressed.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. Let me just point out the obvious. I mean, you may give this consideration, or you probably already have given this consideration. But let's say there's laws, preventing people, like further crackdowns, let's say on university campuses, right? What's going to happen is that will just lead to more anti-Semitism. Because people will say, well, look at Jews, they're the protected class, you can't say anything against them or you're going to get locked up, and it just leads to more hatred, you know? And this is definitely one really large potential problem with that.
All right, so that's enough, but I think what is the measure that should be taken? Because not doing nothing,
that's the question.
Letting the plague will spread. And it is spreading, and it does manifest to violence at the end. People do die at the end.
Yeah, I know, but there, I mean, I think you know my personality already. This is brutal here. I don't hate anybody. I actually want to live in a very peaceful world. I think one of the best things that we could do is have more nuanced conversations and be a little bit less excitability and use our frontal cortex a bit more, because when we allow our minds to jump into sort of alarmist reactions, it's kind of the virus of the mind. It just spreads more hate. So I don't know. I'm working on my first coffee here in the morning, and we'll see. But there's no easy answers. You know, one thing that's certainly true is, avoid.
But last year they're unbeatable. But from this year, they were just still very strong. It would have been a good contest against OKC, but neither Indiana or New York are as good as OKC, but they still could beat them because literally it takes one injury. If every
single group, universal rule is that everybody kind of hates seeing their own in-group attacked. You know, if I'm a white guy, if I come on Clubhouse and I go in a room and everybody's saying negative things about white people, I feel automatically defensive. And this is the same with every single group of people in the entire world. If we could move, this is my strange idea, but if we could move away from unwilling, like just seeing our minds for what it is, this automatic reaction and protecting our own in-group kind of automatically and making generalizations towards our own in-group, I think that would it would make the world a better place. You know, if a lot of these conversations started with, okay, these are my people, they did all sorts of shitty things, these are the bad things they did. And,
yes, if all of that is cool, and I get it about the in-group.
Yeah.
The problem, and I can understand Daniel's urgency, because you can see it in the world, like how dangerous is it actually becoming tangible for them. Like,
I agree.
People in the name of fucking free Palestine. Like, look at what's happening in the US. That should never be allowed. And so, what do you do? Because I agree with you. And this is what I was talking today.
I'm a lefty, right?
I want to address something that you said.
If you protect, let's say, through anti-Semitism, that creates more anti-Semitism, and that it confirms the people that is like, okay, tell me who you cannot criticize, and I'll tell you.
Exactly.
But on the other hand, you should put something in place because people are dying because of this shit.
The issue this is not the problem for the Jews to take care of. This is something that society or America or the West, whatever, need to take care of. Not us. It's not our responsibility. Yes, we are the one being impacted. It's all about, like, you don't need to be a Jew to understand that this is wrong. And if you don't see that this is wrong, then
Daniel, I was talking about something else. Yeah, I was speaking about universal principles here, because that's how I operate. I treat my own in-group and everybody else's in-group equally.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about society as a whole. I don't think it's a Jewish problem.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that, I really respect other white people who, I'm in North America. And there's no doubt that this land here in North America was taken over by the whites, destroyed a native culture. It's horrible what they did, and it's true, and it's is wrong, And if everybody came to political conversations with this sort of transparency and honesty, then the kind of the tendency to protect everybody within our own group with absolutism, that really stops people from making peaceful bridges with each other. Because if you talk with some Jews, they'll promise you not a single Jew has ever done anything wrong. If you talk to some Palestinians, they'll tell you not a single Palestinian has ever done anything wrong. They're absolutely perfect. This really stops the meaningful dialogue from taking place. And I just mean this as a universal rule, not just Jews and Palestinians, every single group of people in the world, So I think it's a degree of flexibility and humility and letting go of defensiveness. And then we have to, so if you have that on the table, then you have to lay out, genuine criticizations against, Hamas and these crazy motherfuckers who just want to kill every Jew. And then genuine criticizations against Israel where there is too many innocent people die in Gaza. Without a doubt, it's horrific, So both sides, if we lift out the cloud of generalizations and reveal the facets and the complexity of the situation, and everybody came with a forward kind of good, what would you say, good faith, and the goal in the end is peace. I think this is a way to move forward, Because I'm a lefty, The goal is peace.
You assume that there's a common goal of peace. There is no common goal.
I need to go for a while, just to I'll be back, but I'm not leaving here.
Come back. You always say.
I leave you with the communists, but Marshall is here. And cynic. The whole place here is
You assume that there's a common goal of peace, but that is not true.
Well,
they don't make peace. They never do.
I think there's don't worry about that. The West is safe.
Don't worry about the West.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Safe for who? Safe for Sarah? All the people murdered in Washington last week? Dude, come on. It's not safe.
He's just a mind virus.
Maybe you should be part of a football team that calls for death to Arabs and Palestinians and tries to solve
A football team?
Yeah, one of those guys shot.
It's your personality.
Was literally part of that whole football team. What's it called? The big Jerusalem or what? Oh, you didn't know? Oh, okay. Now you know.
That's just an anti-Zionist talking point.
Yeah, I just think no, sir. Exceptional comeback.
Morning. Hey, morning, makes sense. It's always nice to hear from you, man.
Anti-Zionist talking. Well, no, that's just a fact.
No, that's an anti-Zionist talking
Oh,
point.
that was communication. That was fucking.
So what are you gonna do today, Cynic? Are you gonna repair a bunch of laptops and spend all your time talking about Zionist talking points?
No. Guys, we were having a conversation that I think is important. If you want to troll, there's enough to talk about. Please go somewhere else.
Yeah, take it as bias comedy.
All right. So my point is that brothers and sisters, I don't know how, but I think the first step is to actually recognize the problem
Yeah, there's a problem. Palestinians need a solution. That's what the problem is.
No, the problem that I'm talking about, and you can open a different room if you would like to have a different topic. The topic that we're talking about is the Free Palestine movement that is been radicalizing people and making them go into action and hurting and killing children.
You don't think this has happened? There have been more deadly anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, anti-Islamic attacks.
No.
We should say they're both problems. This is a fact.
It's not. There's no both sides. And again, if you want to have a different conversation, you can have a different conversation. I want to talk.
I'm having a different conversation. I'm telling you.
Okay, so we're talking about the disease of anti-Semitism. Okay, that is the topic. And it's not a Jewish problem, it's not an Israeli problem, it's a societal problem that allows this. And I'm trying to understand
we're talking about Palestine and how you perceiving that slogan to be propagating anti-Semitism and to be like the propagating force behind this recent attack that took place.
Of course, yes. So during the conversation, the Israeli embassy was the Jewish museum.
So what you're talking about is toxic communication, correct, Daniel?
He went to the Jewish museum and he shot people. All right. And last week in Israel, we had a Palestinian that shot a pregnant woman. Dude, wake up, okay? We are talking about the Free Palestine movement. The people are chanting and calling for intifada, and at the end, there are people, even from this app, that go and make actions in the real world, not just words.
Daniel, you're being hyperbolic. These are mentally ill, insane people that are doing crazy shit in the name of a cause.
I already told you. No, you are actually.
No, Daniel, you get excited all the time. It's your personality.
No, Putin. Shut the fuck up and listen to me. You are like basically saying that anyone that is. No, you are trying to listen to it. Listen, if you want to try to analyze me, expect a backlash. You want to stay on the topic, I would be like talking on the topic. If you want to hyperbolic and getting excited,
Don't use swear words then, please.
He's just a mind virus.
Assume that you know me better than myself. Those people are not the people. Shut up, Cynic. Those people are
Obviously,
not.
they're mentally unwell. Not even.
No, they're not. This is no.
They're crazy people.
Can I answer you for fuck's sake? Can I answer you? No, they're not crazy people. This is what you are missing. Those are
I don't think people are crazy. It's insanity.
Oh my God, can you listen to me? If you would label every person that is being indoctrinated by this anti-Semitism as crazy, yes, I do agree that everybody's anti-Semitic has a mental disease, but that doesn't allow them to go and kill people. And if you want to say that if you're anti-Semitic, you need to be hospitalized in a mental institution, so be it. I don't think this is what you're saying. But just labeling them like racist, no, they're being indoctrinated, incited, and this is exactly why calling for violence is illegal in the United States.
Enticing violence.
Inciting, not enticing, inciting. Don't correct me. I know what I'm saying. Thank you.
You can say enticing.
It's toxic communication that they're putting out, and they're responding to it, and they're killing people.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. 100%.
I'm not supportive. Whose government has the officials going out there talking about, massacring the whole people? I forgot.
That's crazy.
That's projection, Cynic. That's projection.
That's projection. I'm projecting that. That's not a fact. Again, it seems like there's
all form, as far as I'm concerned, all forms of hatred is a type of insanity. That's my stance. That's the way I
agree. Thinking that
I think acknowledging Cynic and his beliefs is insanity. He's retarded. Cynic projects murder.
You have a fucking error when you're capable of articulating a point instead of like personal insults. I'm willing to hear you out.
Really?
But so far, you're just a clown on this app.
That's right. I'm a comedian.
That's what you think.
That's true, actually. That's true. How's it going, community?
It's going well. Do you think Cynic's going to be here all day instead of enjoying a beautiful Friday? You think he's going to waste his entire day here talking about nothing?
Lead by example.
I am. I'm just gonna record you all day long in an anonymous account and go enjoy my life while you talk here all day long for my YouTube audience.
I don't know. See, that's what you're lying about. You're saying enjoying your life. No, you're actually there and you're actually listening. That's the crazy part.
I know, and you just spew toxic communication.
That, but you post these videos and you don't even get views. You're pathetic.
That's not true. My live streams are getting 15,000 views now of all these stupid rooms.
Which fucking live stream gets you 15,000 views?
Well, let me send you the link since you're interested in it. You can watch it too.
Hey, Cynic, let me defend that.
Hey, some guys in India.
Let me defend the Jewish point of view here for a second, because I have close ties with some of the shows here in Calgary, and they're a good
Mashallah.
anti-war Jews here in my city in Calgary, and they are worried, about people attacking their property, knocking down their fences, and stupid shit like this. I mean, I think everybody in this room hopefully can agree that you can have your political opinions, but in North America, which is thousands of miles away from the heart of the conflict, carrying out destruction of property or violence is insanity. It's completely insane. It's wrong. It's just wrong, regardless of who does it for whatever quote-unquote reason. Yeah, I mean, whatever ill-advised behavior, it's so completely wrong, dude. And then I also think that it's wrong that the universities in the United States is really trying to shut down people that are probably people with really good hearts who turn on the TV. They look at Gaza and they're like, holy shit, look at that. Like, the optics are not good, man. It looks absolutely horrific. I just came back from Japan, and they have zero history of anti-Semitism whatsoever there. They have no history of Jews ever having lived there. They're a fucking island nation. But the vast majority of people there... Yeah, they never banned anybody. They actually saved... The Japanese actually saved something like 2,500 Jews during World War II. You can read about it somewhere. Or, I don't know, a couple hundred, or... I don't know, anyways, but the vast majority of those people in Japan. Yeah, and he refused. But I'm just saying, man, like the optics, there's a lot of good-hearted people in this world like me who just want to see the conflict end, And for anybody to come down on either side and say you can't say this, you can't do this, or for any of the people that actually have concerns to go out and start becoming radicalized in any form and manner is just fucking wrong. Amazing, man. Well, the peaceful road is the only way. I mean, it does make for boring.
But you can keep talking in general terms and these general slogans, but are you being realistic? What is a path to peace? What is your vision of a path to peace? Between not having a Hamas card or anybody gets affiliated with I'm sorry, you gotta be like delusional if you think that the current status quo can continue, even if you take out Hamas, that you're expecting that the Palestinians are not arguing with them. Yeah, we're talking about how do you deal with the current status quo, and you're saying, well, taking out Hamas, but even if you take out Hamas, that does not end the cycle of violence.
Yeah, you have to censor the cycle of violence. You can't allow people to continue to spam violence in the way that you do. You have to be censored, removed from all platforms.
Because you have nothing to say in comedy. You literally have nothing to say.
Comedy, if there was a, I should call it communication. So, if there is an equivalent between censoring people and actually changing their heart and mind, I would agree with you. However, I don't think the two are equivalent. I think that censoring anti-Semitism may in fact backfire. Because, the old anti-Semitic term, people say, well, if you censor if the Jews are censoring everybody, then clearly, they're in control of everything, blah, 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 blah. So it's a double-edged sword. It's a very difficult problem.
Again, what these guys were earlier talking about, Esau and Daniel's freaking silly dance. What's about Daniel gets excited and about Palestinian pro-Palestinian protests and slogans like Free Palestine, connecting this with this recent attack.
Well, I didn't hear him say Free
Embassy
Palestine.
staffers.
I heard him say it did what people call the extermination.
That's what I understand. Extermination of Jews. Who's doing that?
Hamas for years, for 20 years.
Hamas doesn't call for the extermination.
Oh, really? They don't create Shahada videos and brainwash their entire population with killing Jews? Oh, okay, Cynic.
Yeah, not local Jews. No one's going out there and even.
Oh, they're not just indiscriminately killing Jews because of all this propaganda? Takes a clown to know a clown, honk honk.
Before Iran, and simply because it's extremely problematic. Like Iran was one of its main funds, since you present yourself as like some sort of like geopolitical expert. And it's crazy.
Cynic, you're projecting. You're projecting.
Okay. When did just real quickly? When did Hamas establish it?
So now we go back into the kid. Hey, bitch ass motherfucker. Here we go.
Started supporting Hamas.
Bitch ass Marshall. Bitch ass Marshall Reagan.
I mean, I understand.
That's not true. Okay. You're entitled to believe what you believe. I mean, first of all, a lot of people in the world, especially in the Muslim world, support Hamas and have supported Palestinian resistance movements. So at this point, you might as well call Palestinian resistance movement and one that uses terrorism to make it. I'm sorry. One that right behind kids and has. Thank you. I got it. Israel Zionists did not utilize terrorism to establish their, ethno-supremacy state. The most recent bout of violence. Did they not utilize terrorism? I'm just asking you a simple question. I'm not going to answer it because it's fucking irrelevant to what we're talking about. No, but you want to take it all the way back 40 years, and you would just. And the relevant piece here is. Well, let's have a discussion. Who is the violence? The initiator of the cycle of violence. The initiator of the cycle of violence are Zionists. It's Zionism. This is the initiator of the cycle of violence. Hamas came as a response to Zionism. When was the last time that the Israelis strapped a suicide vest on and booked the bus? That's the only way you can engage in terrorism is by strapping a violence. I didn't say that was the only way. You're not okay, but the question is silly because the whole point is terrorism, regardless of the means. As long as they lead to the same ends, then what the? Well, why does it need to be a vest? Why does it need to be a vest? I'm saying. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You too. It's the lack of acknowledging of what is happening on the ground. That's how you make yourself look silly. If I tell you what is Zionism and what is Zionism seeking to establish, the answer should be a Jewish state. And how do you establish a Jewish state in a land that is predominantly a different demographic? You ethnically cleanse them. That's the only solution. I mean, if the demographic, there's no other solution. The demographic that largely got there through colonialization itself. Your colonialization, both under the Umayyads and the Fatimids, was completely. So I'm confused. Who don't draw their lineage back. I don't know why we have to go back to. I mean, do you really want to do this? Like, is this what you want to do? So just because someone committed, because the point is so silly, let me just concede to the point. Assuming that is the case, and what your Arab colonialism, quote unquote, yes, let's say the worst thing ever. Does that give you the right to go apply it, especially after 2,000? 1,400 years? It deals with a million dialogue. The strong do what they're willing, the weak to what them. I forgot. Dude, I'm
don't really quick on
Oh, I forgot you're one of them.
I don't actually
Might is
I don't
right,
actually-
and who gives a fuck, right?
You know, I didn't say that.
Okay.
You could do me this really big favor in this conversation by not assuming this
You just said it. You literally just said it.
Oh, dude, I didn't. Those were not the words that I spoke.
Oh, okay. So the powerful can do whatever they want. How am I supposed to
No,
translate that?
I do not believe in my things right, but I do think in a situation like that, it is the person who ends up getting the biggest rule, usually the person with the biggest stick. That's what human history
Okay, so it's not who again, might makes right.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm noticing.
Wait, but here we are judging the justifications. That's all. Now, if you want to just simply justify Israel or Zionism simply because, they had the bigger stick, and that's where it ends, that's fine. But if you're going to go further and you're going to say, well, they are justified in using this stick because of these specific reasons, then we can argue the legitimacy of these
Hit that like
specific
button.
reasons.
Hit that subscribe
However,
button
at the end of the day,
now.
I believe
Right now. Click, 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 click,
concede
click, click, click,
to,
click, click, click,
you're
click,
going
click,
to
click.
attempt to justify ethnic cleansing. I'm not sure if this is something you're willing to do.
Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Okay, so, and if I tell you Zionism, especially religious Zionism, necessitates that by establishing a Jewish state and hence a Jewish majority demographic, necessitates the ethnic cleansing of the predominant demographic, the majority demographic. And there's no other way to establish a Jewish state in Palestine other than by committing to that. So who's exactly, in the initiator here of this cycle of violence? Especially when you are not willing to justify ethnic cleansing. I think the answer to that question is obvious. Zionists. So the ones who initiated the cycle of violence are Zionists by attempting to establish a project that is self-defeating.
Zionism, an international movement originally for the establishment of the Jewish national religious community in Palestine, and later for the support of modern Israel. That's how it's defined.
Okay, that's a very general description of Zionism. However, what I would say
I would like to use the Encyclopedia Britannica description, we sure can.
But there are different kinds of Zionism that define different stages of Zionism. So you have like political Zionism, which doesn't necessarily emphasize Palestine as this homeland or Jewish state. It could have been different regions, and then you have revisionist Zionism that deals specifically with the situation of Palestine after you had a sizable migrant Jewish group, becoming present in Palestine. So that is the model that currently is established in Israel. It's revisionist Zionism. So that's what you have. And revisionist Zionism calls for the establishment of a Jewish state from the river to the sea. This is where that slogan comes from, by the way. It comes from Jabotinsky when he wrote a poem against, what's his name? Wiseman, who said, who pretty much conceded, to just, establish a partial, on some part of the land, not the whole land. He wrote a whole poem condemning that and calling from the river to the sea. That's actually a Zionist slogan, honestly. So that's what happened. And how do you establish a Jewish state from the river to the sea? By getting rid of the majority demographic. And so ethnic cleansing, there's no escaping the reality that for Zionism as a project to succeed, you need to ethnically cleanse the majority. And unfortunately, Zionism has not succeeded at this. 1948 was not a success. It was a partial success. You weren't able, the Zionists were not able to.
Encyclopedia Britannica, and I'm looking at something in Encyclopedia Britannica, it's not very many.
What are you looking up?
No, you're missing the point of what I'm saying.
What are you looking up? You're saying it's not enough. I'm saying, what are you looking up?
I'm looking at Zionism. If you're arguing the
I told you that the way you have it in general, I'm just saying. You have to be more specific.
Then
There are
you
different
cite
types of
me a source
Zionism.
that defines it.
Just look up revisionist Zionism since you're so good at looking shit up. But I'm not sure what
The
it
person who told me about it is on you to provide the evidence.
I don't know what you feel needs to be
What is all the
proved.
creation of the state?
Israel.
Yeah, but you're describing a state that
Yeah, I
already.
think you need to be able to cite a source. I'm telling you where I'm getting my definition. I would like you to come in here and give us your definition.
You don't know who Jabotinsky is? You don't know who that
That's
is?
not what I asked. I'm asking, where did you get the source of that? Again, I provided you with mine.
What exactly do you want a source for?
For revisionist Zionism and all of the other different kinds of Zionism we're talking about.
What, you don't know different types of Zionism. Holy God. You know, for someone who loves talking about this shit, you don't know that there's different types of
Actually, I do not.
Amos, listen to these terrorists. Listen to them waste their time. Listen to them never do anything with their life. Listen to these low IQ morons go on and talk about nothing forever, Amos. You are also part of the problem, Amos. You create these coexistence rooms but provide no education on meditation and how to stop with your bullshit propaganda. You're spam. You let people spam, Amos. You are spam creator organizer, Amos. You don't educate. You are just old dirty bastard. You know what you're doing. I appreciate it. I know. But we must record and report and remove these people like Cynic. He is a terrorist supporter, terrorist promoter.
I'm in your room now. Can you put all these records down and make a conversation? You talk 1 minute, I'm listening 1 minute. I'm talking 1 minute, you're listening 1 minute. What you say about my every comedian, little bastard?
You are old dirty bastard, and I know why you like having fun, because you're just an ODB.
You think that you are from wherever you are, America or wherever, you can tell me what to do in my own country.
I'm not telling you what to do. I am diagnosing you. I am analyzing you. I am telling you that you are wasting your time because you don't work on education or Torah. You are just a lazy organizer who does not promote the peace. You create spam. That's what you do with your time and your life. You are a kibbutznik spammer. You organize spam on a kibbutz, drive your bus, go back to kibbutz, create more spam rooms, and let people waste their time and all their life. And this is what your choices in life have come to. I don't know how to explain Hashem's mystery of life.
When you make dialogue, it's not a conversation anymore. Now you have to put yourself in mute and also listen. Not only talking.
No, do not release. When in my room, in the Cynic versus Zionism, and I ask you to go on mute, you do not release. Do not release. Comedy does not want to kick.
What educated you? Are you psychiatry? Are you a psychology? What's the educated are?
I have read 1 million books, and I have perfect retention and knowledge of everything I've ever read. I have perfect memory.
So you think that's give you the right to say that I'm not good, I'm bad, I make this, just because you read million books, yes?
Yes, I can diagnose very accurately because I have what is called a large language model now embedded in my brain.
Because you give to yourself. No any official office in America give you the papers.
No. No. I did it all by myself. I did it all the work. And now I am reaping the benefits of the fruit.
So you don't think you have a mental problem?
Maybe because I'm asking some girl to go out on a date and I just called her Amos.
Even this simple fact that you have not connected with the people, you come to the room, to my room, you may, and I tell you, please speak my room, let other people speak, and you don't listen.
don't come to play nicely. I come to troll. I come to disrupt. I come to spam, because that's all this app is, Amos. It's just spam. It's a waste of my time. I know you're boring and you don't have exciting life outside of driving bus from kibbutz to kibbutz, but here on Clown House, we have to accurately diagnose and find out why people are wasting their life and just spamming each other with stupidity. It is because they are very bored, pretty much.
In Clubhouse, that you sit by yourself in a lonely room in Clubhouse.
Oh,
So
so lonely. I am so lonely in my room by myself. Amos, maybe I'm reading a book. What was the last book you read?
To be honest, in the military, I read it. Even in my BYM, I didn't read anymore.
Oh my God! So you're a stupid person. You admit you are stupid. You are a stupid person.
I want to tell you what book I read. The last book I read, it was on Yitzhak Ben Aaron. He was a Histadrut minister. You know what is a Histadrut minister?
Yes.
There is a prime minister, the government, and the Histadrut is the second person in Israel who has the power. Histadrut, it's the organization of all the workers, factories, computers, and today his name is Alon David. I read about Yitzhak Ben Aaron. It was the last book. And if we say stop, and all Israel will stop, I think this will be the end of the war. He has the power to finish the war.
He has the power.
Yes, if he says stop, all Israel stop. No buses, no ships, no airplanes, nothing. Israel stop. Because he decided to demonstrate, and if he decided to demonstrate, he didn't decide. He gave a warning to the government that if they go against the High Court, if they do something criminal against the High Court, Israel will stop. He will cooperate with the opposition. And if Israel stop, the war is finished. Now, listen, for a little bit, at least clever as you are, I don't want to say that I'm more clever than you, what I really think, but at least I'm as clever as you are.
You are projecting your cleverness onto me, and that is not very clever.
Listen to my experience.
I don't like experiences. I like facts. I like books. I like knowledge and wisdom. I don't care about experience.
Donald Trump is the king of the world today. It's a fact.
King, he is president of one country with 300 million people, with an infinite amount of dollars and bonds and weapons to do as we please. No one can stop America's power.
So you agree with me that Donald Trump is the king of the world today?
No, he's not the king.
Now
Benjamin Netanyahu is the king of the world. My uncle Benji. Oh, God bless him. Ribono Shel Olam.
Now I understand.
I told you before, he is my uncle. And you are also my uncle. But one uncle is greater than the other uncle. One uncle drives a bus, comes on Clown House and creates spam. The other uncle is leading a war effort against tens of thousands of terrorists.
But you must understand that in Israel, not in Clubhouse, but in Israel, at least 50% hate this person that you call your uncle.
That's because they have been conditioned to hate uncle, and they are projecting onto him their own hate.
Listen to Clubhouse. Listen, and I give you another advice. One of the Mossad soldiers that have been really a lot of years in the Mossad life, and he's from the secret people, he goes out and he say everything what he think about Bibi Netanyahu. Do you speak Hebrew or only English?
Just English.
Answer will not understand. You come to me. If I send you to my Facebook to listen what a Mossad person talking with his life, with his face, and his everything is outside. He don't hide anything. He said, I am a Mossad soldier. truth, what he say is attacking Bibi and his wife. And the Iranian money that they support through the German ships company and all the money that is also one of his whatever relationship in the family, make him a millionaire with Iranian money. Iranian money, you listen? What the Israel payment Bibi today that they get money from Qatar or from Iran. Listen, is corruption. So all his coalition today sent my children to war to die in Gaza, when the person in the coalition sent their children to the synagogue. And all this to keep the coalition who keep Bibi from going to jail. Everybody said the war is finished. Bibi must go to jail, must be
Why must he go to jail? He is a patriot and a savior of the Jewish people's nation. Why would you put your best people in jail? No, you promote the best people to higher positions of power and authority. Let him rule for 1,000 years. Do you hear me, Uncle Benji? Do you hear me?
That somebody must investigate what's happened in the 7th of October.
Yeah, they're investigating it in Gaza, you schmuck. They're not investigating at the Knesset. They're investigating in Gaza. I don't understand why you think this isn't a war to the end. I mean, what do you think they're doing over there? They're going to liberate the hostages and kill the terrorists. It's pretty simple. You're spreading propaganda, and you create spam and propaganda all the time.
We know, but it's not simple for the people of Israel.
It's never simple.
600 days. 600 days war. It's not it's for comedy in the United States, it's understandable. It's not understandable to people in Israel. They go out to the streets. They don't want this war anymore. They didn't win. They didn't win. The Hamas did 58 hostages after 600 days. You know, it's not in Entebbe in Uganda. It's in Israel. A couple of kilometers from Israel, and Israel can't release those hostages. So Israel must admit that Israel lost. You can kill 50, 60,000. You cannot kill 2 million people. When you understand the simple fact that Israel lost in this war, everybody talk about it. You think that there is Gaza destroyed and people starving in Gaza and everything. But to be honest, the Hamas still keeping 58 hostages. It's still killing their own people, those who cooperate with Israel. They still controlling, you can say this way or another, but they still have the weapon, and Israel did not release the hostages. So don't you from America tell Amos, the simple kibbutz bus driver in Israel, that your uncle is so clever. No, he's not. If you see the demonstration in Kaplan, what picture?
Listen, Amos, the reason why my uncle is so smart is because he's happy. You think Benjamin Netanyahu's going to let a bus driver from a kibbutz upset him? No, he's going to keep fighting the war. He's not going to stop until he cements his legacy.
Another thing you don't know about your uncle, he never dirty his hands. Never. He always sent people. Those people from, it's not he who get the money from Qatar, it's those people who work inside his office, which he says that they are the best Zionism, they are the best Israeli. They got money from the Qatar, and they're working in the Prime Minister office in the first secret place, the only secret place in all Israel. 2 workers of the Qatar money working inside. You understand, you listen, you understand, it's facts.
Listen, Amos, you ain't got no money. Amos, you've got no money, you've got no Torah, you've got no Shabbos, and that's why you come here to Clown House to spam, to create spam with Cynic and Prince and Resistance and all these other deranged, psychotic spammers who engage in hate speech all day long. They're your enemy.
I want to speak to my enemy. Nobody will tell me who to speak with. Not you, not your uncle, nobody. Of course not Chucky. Will not tell Amos who to speak with. I will speak with anyone I want. And if you put inside your mind simple facts that everybody knows in Israel, everybody knows that he gave this war for his coalition to finish another year. Okay, maybe he succeed. How many soldiers will get killed till then? How many people will die? How many bloodshed will spoil? You understand nothing, Cody. Listen to experience.
Listen, Amos, you're a bus driver. I'm a comedian. I mean, together, maybe we should go on the road and do a comedy show throughout Israel. And then we can bring down the Benjamin Netanyahu government together.
I'll go to sleep now. You come to my room. You come to my room and be quiet. You don't have to speak all the time. Learn to listen.
No, I'm filming a show over here. I'm creating sound clips of myself. But I understand what you're saying.
I have to put you down. I have to remove you if you interfere. Come and
Do not release.
See, those people you mentioned, Prince and Skinny, and all these people are your enemy. Learn them, learn. Speak to them and learn them. What's their problems? Learn to listen to them. There is no other way. It's a fact. You kill 50,000, you can't kill 2 million. It's not in the Second World War that there were so few people that come to Israel because of what's happened in the Second World War. We are strong.
Because there is footage.
Show me. Intelligent.
Okay, Daniel.
Anyway, I do have footage after this.
So the girl is actually fine. So you can put all the photos.
Okay, Amos, take a break, Amos. You go to sleep now. Just dream. Yeah.
The girl of the photo that you showed, she's perfectly fine and she didn't die in a fire. So what you're trying to do with that photo is making people believe that she was burned by the Jews, right?
Burned by the Jews? Why do you think I need a photo of a person?
Apparently you do, because that's why you're being
Listen.
Did you enjoy that, Pumpkin?
PTR. These are children.
What is the purpose? What is the purpose? What are you trying to say? Amazing. What are you trying to say?
A school was bombed, and these children were hit. Look at them. Refresh my PTR and look at these children.
I'm not here to talk. What is your point?
Look at the children. Look at the children.
If you don't,
do you want those people? Do you want us to put also photos of the slaughter that happened on the 7th of October? Because we can do that too.
you can put everything you
Okay,
want.
exactly. We're
However,
not
if
talking
someone is
about a
fighting,
sleeping girl.
I don't see children. You show me on October 7th where children deliberately, without a doubt, have been killed by Hamas.
Okay, let's talk about 2 weeks ago when one of your terrorists shot a pregnant woman that was on the way to the delivery room, and the child was delivered and he passed away yesterday. You want to see his photo? Because unlike you, we don't exploit children. Yes, silly, war is horrible. It was a very stupid idea by the Gazans to start the war. But if you really care for this child, you would put a PTR saying release the hostages and end the war. But you don't give a fuck about any of those. There's only one side. There's only one. No, there's no deal on the table. And you don't care about the children. You don't care about the children. And let me say, let me speak.
You would sign a deal.
There is no deal, okay? The only deal that
There's no way. You guys
oh my God, shut the fuck up, you idiot. You just not.
That's all we do.
Okay, it's done. We cannot let those fucking terrorists hijack rooms to spread their hateful propaganda, okay? This is not about hearing both sides. We don't need to listen to those Nazi propagandists, okay? We don't need to listen to it. We don't need to listen. I don't give a fuck, dude. Move on. Go to a mutual.
Don't give a fuck. That's the whole point.
Yes, so move on. Listen, what is the purpose of you putting the photo? You don't care about the child. You don't want the war to end. You don't want the hostages to be released. You don't want Gaza to be freedom. Okay, so call for the immediate release of all hostages.
There's not going to be a surrender. That's not.
Listen, this is how war goes, okay? One side loses, which is the Palestinians, and one side wins. Okay, so don't cry about people dying when you are sitting in your fucking basement and you are willing to.
That's what I need to showcase. That
Oh my God, I cannot speak like this.
And you
Those
see
people
deliberately attacking schools, the camps. That's what you can keep muting. You can keep muting.
Thank you. I will keep on muting because it does not shut up, and I don't need to listen.
It's not going to change.
I don't need to listen to your propaganda.
My problem.
Can we move on from him? We don't need to listen to him. I don't want to send the conversation around properly Nazis.
You believe in.
Okay, maybe we'll just move into the audience because really like
Besides, you're wrong.
Listen, I'm done being on trial with all those accusations, okay? He doesn't care about the child, and he's basically, there's only one side, and let's be honest, cynic. Who benefits from a picture or not a picture of a dead child? There's only one side that benefits from it, okay? And not only do they benefit from it, those immoral, inhumane people like cynic are actually using those deaths to attack Israel. It's so evil, it's so twisted, it's so fucked up that they are basically enjoying those dead bodies. They're using it to attack Israel. They love it. They want it. Him and Hamas. Now, he, cynic, is a loser sitting in a basement somewhere in the West. He's saying, we will not surrender. Yes, okay, so more people will die because the goals of this war are humane, moral, and just. It is about releasing all the hostages and demilitarizing the Strip. Now, if you really cared for the Palestinians, you would listen to them and listen to who is really oppressing them. Now, when they're distributing the aid in Gaza, they're saying, thank you, Netanyahu, thank you, Trump, thank you, America. You don't give a fuck about this. You enjoy this death. You guys are part of a death cult. It's sick. You need help, cynic. You and all the pro-Pali Nazis. There is only one side that benefits from dead children. Only one side.
This is awesome.
Israel only has something to lose from it. Palestine only gains from it because you use those children to spread blood libels against Jews. You disgusting vile piece of shit. So now that we finish with the pro-Pali Nazis, can we?
Hold on, I'm back.
So, I mean, like, getting back to the point, as you see, because you two exist within societies that have you insulated from hateful speech, you don't have, like, the antibodies to actually respond to them.
What?
And you guys are
I agree. He's incapable.
level of protection where you don't get to actually hear what occurs in a free speech zone. The stuff Cynic is saying in America.
Well, I don't understand you because he's keep on talking. And we said start over.
It's this
Exactly. We can start over? I didn't hear what you said because the cynics keep on talking while you're speaking. Can you start over?
Witness your bitch.
Yeah, I was responding to the point we were talking about earlier with free speech, and you were concerned about what people were supporting at the college campuses and how America allows free speech to function. And I was explaining that you guys are a little ill-equipped to actually reckon with dangerous yet free speech because your societies don't really let it get that far.
What are you talking about? What society, dude? You think that you're different than me? You think that you're different with me?
Yeah, you're in
What does it matter? Who the fuck's you? Like, dude, who cares? What are you talking about? I don't really get your point.
I'm saying,
Listen, we were talking about. The conversation was about the threats the Jews face because of this so-called Free Palestine movement. And then when Sini came, he derailed the conversation for us again needing to justify our right to exist. And he said, you do you. I am done being on trial when the verdict is set in the beginning, okay? I'm done. I don't need to explain myself. I don't want to fight this all ahead of time. I'm fighting with ignorance that are using fake facts, fake images, and propaganda. And we did it for, oh my God, and we did it for enough months for me to be done with it. I want to have some meaningful conversation with intelligent people that don't repeat the same lies over and over again, and I don't want to be on trial every single day needing to justify myself.
Yeah, well,
I don't need to justify myself.
to that, where's my son?
What is it?
To that, I will say that freedom of speech, hold on, freedom of speech doesn't guarantee you an audience. So you can say whatever the hell you want, but you don't have the right to impose what you got to say on people that don't want to listen. What you got to say, especially if you consider that you're nobody has the obligation.
No one is limiting his freedom of speech. No one is limiting his freedom of speech. No one is limiting his freedom of speech. He can go speak whatever he wants. I'm limiting in this room and in my ears. I like that is completely
That's just one example. He's one of the people that agree with you.
No, I don't want. Again, I don't know who the fuck you are, and you know shit about me. And I asked you before, I don't give a fuck about you analyzing me. And again, I'm done justifying myself or Israel. Okay, so I'm done, but I don't know why you keep on coming
I
back.
don't care about you. This
Oh my God,
is Visa's room. This ain't your room.
Well, it's our room.
It's our room.
Yeah, it is our
Can it be my
room.
room too?
Well, because I decided to open this room with Daniel.
Oh, okay. Well, you wanted other people, but I'm confused. You're not allowed to be mine.
So stay confused. No one needs to explain anything to you. No one needs to explain anything to you.
Talking to you.
You know, sometimes I want you, but I can already trust that you are not going to do any fuckery, so.
Daniel, oh my god, I will just give you guys just.
Who is this guy?
What? That's me.
I don't know who it is.
But Daniel, you are on trial, and you do need to defend your actions.
Yeah, hold on.
Can we talk about the Palestinian terrorism?
You can talk about terrorism, you can talk about what you want, but you are on trial.
No, alright, this is again a shit show. When I do not know nobody else's comics, a shit show, and
I moved him down. I don't know who that was.
Cynical East or Double Sanders is why don't join your room.
People that beg for mods, by the way. I just have to say that. When people beg for a mod, it says, hey, what's up, Isa? What's up, Daniel? It's good to see you guys. No.
before we derail the conversation was about the threat that is happening in the West with all the hateful rhetorics against Jews that actually at the end manifests to action. The rise of anti-Semitic attack, all those calls for
Daniel, can you bring up Cynic again if he behaves?
You know, listen,
I can't. I won't. I can't. Tights up here, right?
I can bring him, but I might forget. Like, I don't, maybe it's me, I don't have the energy anymore to
Yeah, no, it's
face this accusation every day.
Yeah, I get it.
You like the excitement? Come on.
No, I get it.
Listen, I don't know who you are. I don't like you, and you don't know me. So if you will keep on trying to analyze me, you have no right to do this. And if you can stay on topic, that will show me that there's traces of intelligence. But if the only thing that you know is to do personal attack, then you're an idiot. And I will treat you as such. You want to get respect? Be respectful.
Hi, moderators. This is John. I'd like to be put in the queue. I'd like to be put in the queue, moderators. I'd like to discuss the poly question. Thank you.
Daniel, you're concerned.
They ended the room. Okay, everybody. This has been Marshall Rankin Kicked Me, Anonymous Cynic Zionism, and the Pro-Poly Nazi Terrorist Clubhouse Center. Thanks.
Yeah, no. God, and it's pretty ambiguous. We can dig deeper. So we've got two competing creator God claims. Then in Zoroastrianism, you've got their God Aha Mazda. So he's driving around in some sort of all good creator type way. So you've got three creator God claims. And then you've got ancient Egypt, who you could consider Ra or Atum or whatever in some sort, some versions. And then you can just say like regional tribal things that is it's ambiguous and undefined, typically related to some kind of animal spirit. So I'm just going to say they can't appeal to a God that was created before time, or that existed before time created, if they have to show up in the persona of something that was created. I'm just going to go ahead and pronounce judgment on that. And then you've got Hinduism, who they believe there was a thing that created stuff, but that thing by their own understanding is not considered a god. So you've got four. And out of these four, Zoroastrianism and Sikhism, two, are very ambiguous and not well defined. So the only God claim you have that is incredibly fleshed out and defined and goes back to before matter existed is Yahweh. That's the answer. So you can maniacal cackle and be like, well, what if, all you want, but instead of what if, never was. You have one actual defined, clung to by three different religions who all want to claim to follow the same God. That's it. Steph, Chris?
I have a question about a self-created God. I didn't even hear anything you said after that, because I've been pondering that. Like, have the holders of that never thought deeply about a self-created God? You'd run into problems with that theologically, like, immediately.
Right, see, not well defined. So, it's like a self-created thing. It's like I'm a self-made man. Shut up.
No, but a self-created God would need to pre-exist itself to create itself. You just did, like, already we've got... Alright, it's fine.
No, you're completely right. So out of the four sort of kind of God claims, one is Hinduism, which doesn't even call their creator God. And then the second one is like Zoroastrianism, or Sikhism. And then the third one is Zoroastrianism, which is what you said. How can you have a self-created creator? So those are the four, and I'm being generous with that fourth one, creator God claims. So it doesn't matter how old someone's text. If someone's text is older than someone else's text, look at the appeals. So it's like anyone can just appeal to creator God. Then why doesn't anyone? I'm looking. John, what's up, John?
Hi, I'd like to ask you a question, Nate.
Let's see if we can be real fast. What's up, John?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of times, all these cynics. Hi, Steph. A lot of these cynics on here, like Honey Badger, Roland, who come on this app and waste their time.
Are you an ultrasound for your unborn child? Okay, thank you.
He's an unborn child. He's a self-created creator. We have a new God claim. I I'm sorry, John, you want me to go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I would just like to read a few just sentences, which is scripture, mostly from Psalms, if I may, because a lot of these people in this audience never get any good programming or any good communication on this app, ever.
That's my fault. Go ahead, give him some good programming.
He's got a good point there.
Okay, so I would just encourage you all to take the deepest breath of the day. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. In your strength, I can crush an army. With my God, I can scale any wall. God equipped me with strength and made my way blameless. He made my feet like the feet of a deer and set me secure on the heights. May the Lord give you the desire of your heart and make all your plans succeed. Whosoever wants to become great among you must be your servant, and whoever wants to be first must be slave of all. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, since as members of one body you are called to peace, and be thankful. My God will meet all your needs according to his glorious riches in Christ Jesus. Show deep love for each other, for love covers a multitude of sins. Okay, I'm complete. Hope you enjoyed that.
Catherine, did you want to put a cherry on top of this before I ask Steph about my getting a wound for my child so they can be able to spin Catherine?
Long enough to create a contiguous thread, so even if you get her some kind of loom or like a what's that called? There's a little like a spool that you can spin fiber on. You don't want to do that because it needs to be joined with sheep's wool so that it can be strong enough or something else. But like cat and dog fur is not long enough fibers, not strong enough fibers to do anything with.
But bunny fur is.
No, you still have to. That's why I know this is because this bunny fur must be combined with wool.
Like could be like a really,
What's a cat hat?
it could be like a really tiny loom and make clothes from mice or something.
No, the fiber won't stay together. Like that's she could make something, but as she starts to work with it, whether she's tying knots to make a rug like she wants to, or whether she's crocheting it or something, the fibers will fall apart as she begins to work with it.
You just need to have that faith in the mustard seed.
Well, physics are still physics most of the time, right? We live in a world.
Did you just say most of the time?
Of the time.
Yeah.
Did you just say most of the time?
Well, yeah.
What were physics like before the Big Bang? Were they the same?
Well, we don't know. We have no idea.
Well, actually, they do. Mathematics says that before the Big Bang, there were a different set of physics. Interestingly enough, you should look into that.
Sorry, you cut it there. What'd you say?
I said mathematics does prove that there were a different set of physics before the Big Bang, so you should look into that. It's a very interesting mathematical argument.
You should, I'd like to see the article. I'd like to see the article of a scientist who says we know what happened before time started. Because, so our representative time started at that singularity. So to say before the Big Bang is nonsense. It's incoherent.
Hang on, before you guys, I don't know, I heard Big Bang and I just thought, God, please no, not be something. But before we do that, let me put a statement on this. I've done a little deeper dive. Thank you to my oracle. So, I wanted to look into this. I'm like, well, what, here are these others? Because it seems like, Yahweh is incredibly defined, even though the people like religious Judaism, Islam, Christian.
Are we done with cat fur?
You said you could remove wigs, so I think that's what sports like is. Okay. That's their own idea of how they want to do it. They don't want to do it the proper way anyway, but yeah. Okay, anyways. It's gonna be a mess, okay. So it's crazy. She's been saving up this massive container for like 2 years. She has tons of cat touch the hot stove. And it's like, you're fighting me so much. Fine, do what you want. You want to touch the hot stove? Let me know what happens. So, you've spent all this time and effort gathering a bundle of cat fur. I told you the right way, as much as your sage advice has too. I told you the right way. Do I want to force you to do the right thing because I know what's best for you and I don't want bad things to happen, like your feelings get hurt when you mess up your hard-toiled effort for cat fur? Does that mean I'm an evil godparent? Is that what that means? Or does it mean I'm giving you what you need, not what you want, and letting you, I'm letting you try the waters, and when you get sad and depressed because your cat fur is ruined, are you going to say I'm an evil parent, or are you going to say you have wise advice?
As a result of anti-Palestinian sentiment.
No, try to stay
Versus the anti-Israeli sentiment. You will see that there are more deaths and there are more people who have been killed than injured as a result of anti-Palestinian.
So, amazing. So, the topic is the radical violent Free Palestine movement that is spreading in the West, and it actually manifests. I will start again. Maybe you will listen up. The topic is so you see the button at the top right? It's in red. Do you see it?
Hold out your little middle finger. Do you see it? Go sit on it.
Daniel, when somebody says,
Hold on. If you don't want to have a conversation, okay. If you don't have a listen, if your sexual harassment is like something that you also do understand. Listen, the topic is, and what I said, if you don't want to engage in the topic, there are many other rooms that you can join and have a conversation about whatever you want.
I'm disputing.
I understand. So the topic is. So I understand. So let's talk about the premise of the topic. The topic is the radical, violent, Free Palestine movement that manifests into actual actions that hurt Jews. You want to address it? You can address it.
Okay, how
not move the topic to something else.
Movement leads to violence. Showcase the correlation and showcase the necessary implication.
So we will have a discussion, okay? So it's my discussion.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So again, the topic is the radical violence Palestine movement that is
proven that was necessary. I'm sorry, there was a kid that was stabbed over 20 times in the name of Palestine.
We are talking. Listen, cynic.
I think you make a room about that.
I understand. You can make a room and take a piece of paper and write the topic so it will be in front of you so you're not going to realize the topic.
How do we know that it actually hurt us? So my point in presenting these cases of violence, which actually led to death and people beginning
of Jews, because the topic is the radical, violent, Free Palestine movement that it manifests into actual actions that are attacking Jews, okay? That is the topic. Can you, I repeat because it seems that you don't, no, you need to listen up. No, you need to,
the topic and the premise.
Listen, I'm not gonna have this type of conversation that you're gonna just overtalk people. Okay, so we're gonna move you down if you're gonna continue. So you need to understand that when one person speaks, you cannot interrupt everybody on stage. Okay, cynic? You understand?
thank God, keep him in the audience and then use him when you want to use him, but he's a waste of time. He just rambles and talks over you, and this is pointless.
Alright, so, no, cynic. Shh. We don't go back to the topic, okay? Now, you don't have to speak if you don't have anything to say about it. You can also listen. But if you want to speak, please speak on the topic. But we can wait. We can move to someone else.
I'm just waiting
On the topic.
Are you done repeating yourself? Every movement.
Listen, no. If you're not gonna be listen, I tell you what I want, okay? And this is why we okay. That's enough without it. So the topic is Coco.
I just wanted to say it's my clubhouse birthday.
Happy.
Happy
Oh,
Clubhouse birthday.
Oh, thank you guys.
It's another year that you wasted on Clubhouse.
But I'm being honest, I don't think
guess we're gonna keep
Just so you know,
I want to
just know that exactly there's a limit of how many times we can bring you up. Okay, so try to kind of stay to the
Yeah, I just have one left, so don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just have more good news. This is more for exam. I'll be back in France tomorrow.
Alright, thank you for the good news.
Why is it for you?
Well, because he wants to take me out for dinner, but I said no.
Yeah, but we'll keep trying until I die, so it doesn't matter.
Wow.
All right. So
Don't be jealous, Derek. When you come to Switzerland, I might,
You might ride my dick for a few hours here.
What?
I know you want to.
yeah, like the place that to get sexual harassment to a minimum.
See, Cuckoo, that's how it's done, man. The simpy attitude of yours isn't gonna get you anywhere.
Well, we'll see, brother. We'll see.
You see, that's what we call toxic communication, cynic.
How many times can we do the same thing and expect different results?
Oh, it's not. It's how to stop that. Go ahead.
I'm removing him again and again, Cynic, just so you know, you need to be respectful, and I think that there's a limit of time of how many times we can bring you up. Now go drink a glass of water, and when you are ready to have a normal conversation without sexually harassing people, without cursing, without doing all this, without interrupting.
Let's just move on from cynic. It's a waste of time, Daniel.
Exactly.
Let's talk about the title, which is about communication.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're living in the biggest spam industrial complex of human history. And why do you think people commit violence? Because all they do is talk about this shit, look at this shit, project this shit, spam this shit. This is what Cynic does. And as you just heard him talk to Issa, he's no gentleman. He is a terrorist-supporting propagandist piece of shit. He repairs laptops and spends 80 hours a week here projecting anti-Zionism propaganda. The guy thinks I may be projecting, he thinks he's an information word. He's wasting his fucking time. He rambles, he mumbles over people. He is a waste of time. Cynic, clean up your communication.
John, let's move on. Cynic is really not so interesting to have a room about him, okay? Because he cannot behave around like a society. So let's move on and go back to the topic. He wanted to talk about the topic.
Yeah, well, then it's mass communication, because he's just the microcosm of the macrocosm, which is the mass communication spam about this Free Palestine movement, which is causing actual people to go crazy and commit acts of horrific violence, as you witnessed at the embassy in D.C. These people are activated. They project spam, they distribute spam, they engage in it, and then they're taking action. These are silent sleeper cell type people who are very dangerous. You should be aware that there is a major jihadist terrorist problem and incubator. This is an incubator for hate speech. And this is what these people do. I've been recording it for years now. You all know I live stream this bullshit. These people waste their time talking about hate speech all day long because they create the hate speech. They are the hate speech. So you know it, I know it, and this is what the conversation is about, in my opinion.
So what is basically right now a virus that is infecting the world? Now it's not the Jews' problem, it's anti-Semitism. We are the victims of it, but it's not our problem to fix. It's something that society as a whole needs to fix. And I'm trying to think of how it can be fixed.
Automation. You have to automate at scale the censorship. I've been censored. I've had countless accounts deleted. These people don't seem to have accounts get deleted. I mean, maybe it's because we're not reporting people's accounts, or, well, X, Google, Meta, they have hate speech automated filters that delete any kind of hate speech which is identified through the words or the context. So they're doing it, but not enough at scale. I mean, why do people I don't want to mention anybody's names anymore, but the point is, why do these people... I want to censor people's activity on the internet. They can keep it on their phone if they want because you can't stop a hardware. But why do people carry photos of dead babies on their phones in the hundreds and post dead baby photos all day long? We're talking about mental health derangement syndromes, Jewish derangement syndrome and personal derangement syndrome. These people are pathetic. Are they at the gym right now working out, reading a book, improving themselves? No, they're here spreading hate speech. It is hate speech. It is essentially Zionism. Cynic loves to talk about. Oh, that's a Zionist talking point. Well, then he's the anti-Zionist talking points. And so the point is, it has to be done at scale and through automation. That's the only way that society can solve this problem.
How do you automate Ivy League universities that this plague is like?
I think like total surveillance and control. Again, scale and automation. It has to be done through essentially AI supervision and total automation. I mean, I think everybody has to be transparent. Otherwise,
basically, Tron wants a surveillance state as China that, through artificial intelligence has so cooked, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, John. Even though I agree with your sentiment that this is inherently it's going to hurt people, right? And real life consequences. People can get killed from this, right? But at the same time, like you have to have two thoughts in your brain at the same time. If you propagate this, right? If you actively put in measures to censor people, the only thing that's going to happen is that it's going to kind of strengthen their beliefs. They're going to be justified in saying, look at what they're doing. They're silencing us. Right?
Well, I will admit that I'm only suggesting this projection as the basis of a discussion. I mean, I understand freedom of speech. I support freedom of speech. I support all forms of speech. But it takes people to counteract these bad ideas. There's not too many people that counteract these people who project these horrific and bad ideas.
Yeah, so I understand, John. But it's we're getting very close to becoming social justice warriors in our effort to combat this, right? And that's the caveat to this, or it's a double-edged sword, you could say.
I know, but this is like an information warfare. I mean, this app is a perfect example of like the mind's eye battleground in terms of propaganda and politics, communication. But it's all spam. It's a waste of time. It doesn't improve yourself and it doesn't improve the world. You just absorb people's mental health derangement, toxic spam communication, and it's a waste of fucking time.
It's a virus. That's what it is. But unfortunately, I think the only way to combat it is through patients and just debating them over and over.
No, it's not. You will notice they always go back to, what about the dead babies? That's their number one fallback line every single time. What about the dead babies? It's a shock statement to basically waste your time. I'm telling you, if you just observe what these people do, it's the same pattern over and over again. What about the dead babies?
Yeah, what about the time? I think maybe just double down. Say, yeah, fuck the dead babies.
I mean, if you care about dead babies, don't start a fucking war.
Yeah, that would be. Or if you care about the dead babies, call for the war to end.
Right, there's that.
Yeah, but what about the dead babies dying right now?
Right?
And the irony in all of this is that the people caring about the dead babies in Gaza, they are also aborting babies in the U.S. So isn't that amazing?
No, you gotta get rid of those babies. Nobody wants those.
You're conflating women's health. That is sacrosanct in America.
The Free Palestine movement benefits from dead babies. Israel does not benefit from it. There's only one side that benefits from those images and from those events.
Daniel, let me ask you a question. Do you think that any of this is manufactured? Because when I watch CNN and I see videos of Hamas militants with this horrific, like, Islamic music in the background, I get the feeling we're being conditioned to essentially perpetual war and making money through sustaining perpetual war.
So you mean the military Yeah, I mean, that's true. But like, that's always been the case. It's always been people sharing ideas with each other, good or bad. You historically by speech, but as we've become more literate, by press as well. And like, you can't stop the germination of ideas. They grow. Unless you want to get like really draconian on people and stop them from being able to talk with each other.
Well, things have changed historically because
in the past, when someone said something, there was a concept called accountability. We are now in a time where you can create like 1,000 accounts that are fake. You can even not even have a human behind them. You can have bots that are spreading these things. No accountability.
Right.
And
Well, I would say
happening in
there's
the
no
past.
accountability, right? Because if we were to theoretically like have let's say a state operator that has tremendous resources, this army of troll bots, Russia, Ukraine, China, whoever, America could have it, right? The NSA. And these troll bots could go and create a bunch of fake platforms, but there would be, to some degree, accountability in that we could identify who did it
How?
by investigation. Meaning, like, you're saying, like, if they cover themselves up perfectly and no one can figure out who it is.
When I create now an army, first of all, you don't need to be a state actor anymore. This is something even for me. I can create 1,000 bots that will go on Twitter with AI, with my messaging, and you would not even know it's not a real person. And
Right.
try and find me.
Okay, so you're right. There's no accountability because we can't identify you. We think that there's millions of people that share the view, and as a result, millions more agree on with the million that you planted. So you plant a million, you get back, let's say, 7 billion human followers of this new idea that you have. Is that like bad, or did you just convince people to something?
No, I think it is bad because I think the basis of democracy is about like having like debates, like convincing each other, like this is democracy. It's not like one thing coming from the government and you just comply. People debate. You have left, you have right, you have Democrats, you have Republicans, you have like
Meaning,
everything in between.
you made it look like your message was shared by millions so that like you could get your 10 million. Whereas if I had simply put up the same message but without the fake followers and I got like let's say 3 million, that's still the message. The message is what you're focusing on. Like these people are agreeing with this. Yes, they can be tricked into agreeing with it by thinking other people agree. But in the end, it's the content. And I'm saying, like, if those people are convinced by that content, then that content, empirically, conclusively, deserves attention. Not necessarily convinced, but if 8 million are convinced, we should probably talk
But
about it.
McZed, can you give me the 5 fundamental principles of communication?
No.
I mean, this is my theory that it's spam, it's politics and propaganda, it's hypnosis, it's projection, and whatever the 5th one is. The point is, it's spam, and you yourself and everyone here on this app, and myself included, engages in basically useless rhetoric and discourse. I mean, you've said it yourself, McZed, the reason is basically a lack of morality, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking at it from like how do you solve it technologically through communication?
A better dichotomy I would have for speech.
All communication is process.
I'd say that humans talk about 2 categories of things. And one of them,
Humans, but we're not talking about humans. This is the thing.
I'm talking about humans, I feel like we are.
Because humans, this is what has shifted with social media and with AI and bots. That democracy was about humans communicating and kind of debating and convincing each other. But there's this mob mentality. If I see something that 1,000 people shared and that like my entire feed is like people talking about something, but it's not real. It's all fake. It's all bots. It's not real people. Then yes, it affects democracies, and it only affects democracies because all those tools are only in democracies. You will not find it in like totalitarian regimes.
I think that you're focusing a little too much on the means of production of messaging, like the invention of the printing press, the capacity to write things down. You're looking at that, and you're saying like that's the cause. Whereas I'm saying all of that is simply an inert piece of paper that's produced some concept that people decide to accept. I'm just arguing fully. People have free will, and like no matter how much manipulation and lies you spread, it's still their choice whether to agree with it.
Yes, but at the end, you look like I don't know.
I'm saying that they have responsibility. I don't care what AI, what printing press, what like amazing languages you unlock. In the end, that guy decides whether or not to
It's not the way that AI works. You don't tell him what to think. You give him like a direction at the end. It's an agent that is not human, that is creating content. And that is something that is rather new. It wasn't in the past until like, I don't know, 2016. Every piece of content that you read, saw, or listened to was created from a human brain. Everything, every sentence that you read was created by a human. That has shifted. Now you consume content that was not created by humans. Therefore, it affects democracies.
Wow.
It's mass communication spam. The Doge AI chatbot on X has over 65,000 replies. That's a lot of content that replies to a lot of real users on X. It changes sentiment.
Okay,
Do you know what we should do actually?
like spam and politics. I'd say that people discuss two things. They either discuss the world, all of existence, and they use terms like math and logic and physics, or they discuss people. Usually people discuss people. Most of what people are talking about is other people. And our worlds and our societies and our organizations of people and the different languages of people and the different sizes and colors of people. We love talking about people. If you really want people to develop in their understanding of speech, let them start with the division between discussing the world and discussing people.
Let us also be something. Do you think that freedom of speech also applies to non-humans?
No.
Well, what do you mean? The AI chatbots, the content spam that is automatically created.
Hold on. Before you start with your rambling, John, I think this is a very good question actually, because freedom of speech is done as a right of agency of human beings, right? It's the right to think, the right to express something, the right of movement. Now, when we have AI and we use AI as an interface to express certain ideas, then how do you apply this rule book to a machine? I mean, I know, like that we gave the input to the machine and it's learning from us, but ultimately it's the machine who is going to express or to have the thoughts to call it in a way. So how can you trace back those thoughts to the human that inserted those thoughts in the AI?
That's your best PTR ever, Doc. Love it.
And what will happen if a bot or an AI decides to say, yeah,
Call for violence.
yes, exactly. No,
It's kind of amazing. I don't even have the.
Who do you prosecute in
Oh,
that
maybe
case?
that's your profile. Oh no, I can see your whole.
Or even a user on Twitter that calls himself like, I don't know, Captain Oaks, okay? Is that, does he entitled to the same rights as a human, like a person?
No.
A bot, not AI.
AI doesn't get rights.
Or a bot.
If you cross the line, which is hate speech, hate speech.
There is no difference. You cannot identify on Twitter who is human, who is not.
The bulldozer has no rights. The human operating the bulldozer has liability and
Yes, but how do you relate that?
the bulldozer technology we have unlocked.
No, you AI is now an agent, okay? AI is now, like bots are agents by themselves that are operated.
No, it's not me.
Does this guy think like
It is an agent.
How is it
It is an agent.
recent interview?
Now, if I now go, for example, like off topic in a way, and I create a music that a bot created, I did not create it.
Right? It doesn't make
A
the
machine created it. I didn't tell it what to create.
I'd say that you use the tools to do it. The same thing with like music. If you use like a guitar to make your song,
Yes.
Are you not doing music now?
Daniel, Issa, Simon, McZad, Shake, Cuckoo, Cynic, Caleb. And the title of this room is Does Free Palestine Movement Equal Violence in the West?
Is an independent agent. They can have conversations without me being involved.
But is it an agent? Is it an agent?
I'm not sure I would say acting on my behalf. My messengers. It's just
Yeah, I'm not sure I would say.
All right, this is gonna be my background filler bullshit, but
Until
Doc, you've reminded me that I have a lot of shit I gotta do. I gotta walk away from this shit. I want to record it, but I gotta walk away. This is where I'm gonna close the room up. I mean, my like actual room. Close the door and just let this recording room out on there.
But that's just are you just saying
No, I'm saying
like
like
pencil and paper.
It's pencil and paper, or
staying off the grid. Thank you. Hope you enjoy my
Language
podcast.
is what we use to communicate. That technology that we use to communicate ideas, thoughts, to create things, that was only for humans. Only. That was the only people that were able to do that. And now it's expanded.
In the abstract, imagined, created space of language. AI can do anything within our language. It can.
Yahweh. But that culture. So by the time we get to Vikings, that's a little far north for my Viking, but I still continue to go in the water. But even though the old father,
In a very complicated and functional system of concepts and ideas. But in the end, if it wanted to like find a rock, it would have to communicate with the world. And it's infinite to doing that.
So, but it's not a human. That's exactly the thing. You can have now an agent that is not human that now is participating in our society.
The natural limit of its agency is the imagined space which it exists in. It's only words. It's only ever words. The fear you have is the people that will follow those words and they will be dumb. That's your fear. You're afraid that people will follow the instructions that you don't trust because you don't know how it functions. And that's fair because people are stupid and they do as they're told. But I'm telling you, in terms of technology, it's not like, oh, it's this super agent. No, it's that people are often dumb and that has always been dangerous.
Yes, but like said, if until like, I don't know, 10 years ago, if I would say, go kill the Jew, and you went and killed the Jew because you read it, I would also
You mean like
be responsible for it.
Germany?
No, I'm talking about like until we had, listen, if
Call
I
for
call
violence.
for
Just any call
call
for
for
violence.
violence, okay, and then you say the reader is dumb and he acted upon this call for violence, like Princess, okay, she was like indoctrinated. Okay, maybe that's not good. Let's say something more like outfront. Like I'm calling for the actual. Hold on. I'm talking about someone actually saying "go kill a Jew." Okay, that is something that is illegal, right? You can arrest me for just saying it. You cannot do the same for a bot. So you can blame the reader, yes, but what is the accountability of the creator? There is no.
But I think Maxet's point is interesting.
Addressed, I believe, in Kiddushin regarding Shliach, right? What is the moral culpability if I instruct someone to kill on my behalf? Who is morally culpable? And the rabbis say, he decided to commit the murder. Even though you instructed him, you wanted him to do it, you benefited from it. And you could get like probably some lesser offense, like accessory. But the person that decides to kill, he's the one that has the agency. He's the one that has the choice.
It's not the point there. Yeah, it's not a point. I mean, Maxet has an interesting point in the sense that, like, the human brain wants to outsource all kinds of stuff to external things that make stories that like help us organize, because it's just too much for our brain wants to like preserve itself and preserve its energy, right? So like there is something to be said for too much outsourcing of that, of the information.
Yeah, I'm going to say that slightly differently. There's plenty of axioms and calls to authority that humans rely on, and it would be completely irrational not to. So there's a reliance to say, I mean, that's of course what we're going through right now. Like there's institutions I trust that they're the historical authority, and I can look it up in encyclopedia, I can look it up online, I can find it out. There's no way I'm going to remember everything. I go to my doctor, I don't quiz my doctor every time. Why did you choose this antibiotics? I trust my doctor. I should trust the physician. Once people start trusting bots that are learning from other bots and we don't know their motive, and they're making these very strange algorithmic calculations, and there may be a deep biases built into it unintentionally, but they just because of where society is today, certain ethnic groups are less successful, so that builds in a bias in their nascence, and we don't even know where the bias is coming from because we don't see the math leading up to it, and it's not a human that can error correct. So we're going into a place where humans are just going to rely on these bots and really don't have a way to track the source of information.
And AI does make their own decisions. Like, they don't necessarily comply with human instructions. Your example of a secretary, that was a human instruction, there was a human content, and it was controlled by a human, and there's someone that takes responsibility. AI can make his own decisions, can make his own mind, and can make his own text and music and photos and videos and whatever.
That's a good point.
What are you talking about, man?
No, but that's a good point too, right? Because secretaries and copyists were better off being dumb. Because if they were able to like, oh, that doesn't sound right, and then change the text, right? Somebody, for example, right, in like Bible study or Mishnah or whatever, right? You look at the manuscripts and you say, this person changed the word, right? It's better to have a stupid copyist than a smart copyist.
Bima.
But if AI is actually intelligent, that changes the story.
Bima, you just reminded me. I've got to get to the gym.
Yes,
I should go now.
Humans, and they, right now,
But I would be willing to communicate with you briefly for 5 minutes. If you want to say hello, I will. Oh, I got a good hypnosis for you. It's just like Bible passages from Psalms. It's very smart. It's so much smarter than anything you just listen to. But nobody wants to read scripture. Everybody would rather do chat. That's kind of an interesting thing. Is like people prefer to just chat, because this is actually like an update for a lot of these people, because they're not really using social media. They're very lazy and they use Clownhouse, so they don't know functionality within YouTube or X. But nonetheless, there's so much spam, and it's such at scale. Like if you look at the actual numbers of spam in terms of like how many videos get created, how many posts get made, I mean, it's so shocking that it's like terrifying.
Just accept it, and nobody even questioned it for a long, long time. And I think that's going to get worse.
And so much of it is fully automated.
As people outsource their thinking to AI, which is inevitably going to be built in with the bias of what's digital and the bias of what's currently true.
Well, I don't think there's a problem necessarily with being the bias of like the most up-to-date current information, but like in terms of
majority, don't think people understand how AI works.
The majority of information that can be produced is incorrect. That's a simple thing we can say. The true information is narrow. There's one grouping of true, and the majority is untrue. Which is to say, yes, if we have like a lazy language model that is simply grabbing as much information as it can, it will have invariably several incorrect sources to support it. But because you are human and you don't want incorrect sources, you should also anticipate that the designers and controllers of these technologies also don't want incorrect sources.
I'm not about incorrect or correct. I'm talking about responsibility and accountability.
Responsibility and accountability always goes with the owner. You can't utilize it.
It's not what I mean by currently true and incorrect information. What I mean is that it's researching a cancer and finds out that a certain ethnicity and a certain behavior and correlation and causation are common mistakes, and they get more and more difficult the more you give it to algorithms. So they're going to say like this cancer progresses, and really the reason for the cancer is because of the diet. But it didn't take into account the diet. It took into account the ethnicity, the location, other activities, and now it's going to be like a shrine that the sun causes it. And really, it was like the rashes. And humans are constantly curious and pattern seeking. We make mistakes in different ways, and progress is slow. But humans will come in one day and be like, "What if I just turned everything upside down and looked at it another way?" Now, who's telling the bots just like ignore everything you learned and start again?
Well, I mean, you can do that.
Well, you can try.
They did an experiment
Difference between a bot and AI.
but for the AI is a bot is basically
I think some.
I'll tell you. A bot is a non-human agent, but the logic was written by a human. Meaning, if someone says this word, say this. If someone says this, say. And AI is basically a large language model that understands language.
has Boolean logic. It can take information and break it down to Boolean logic, and it has data science, it has possibilities, probabilities. So it adds up logic to data science, statistics, and it breaks down concepts or principle, whatever, notions into Boolean logic. That's what it does.
How does that contradict anything I said?
So AI is a tool at the end of the day, and what you have is the same problem we've always had. You have the sources.
So how does that contradict anything I said?
I didn't say it contradicts anything. What did I say? I'm saying anything. Where am I saying that it contradicts? Why do you
If you interrupt the conversation and say, I don't think you people know there was even by AI, and then you say something that has nothing to do with the flow of the conversation, either you interject yourself for absolute no reason, or you throw out your point that contradicts what was
That's
said.
just a Zionist talking point.
They did an experiment recently with a few AI agents, I think Germany, Claude, ChatGPT, and they did an experiment where they gave him, they said, we will ask you a series of questions, but at any point we will we might ask you to shut it down, to shut yourself down. You should allow yourself to be shut down. And I think with ChatGPT, the ChatGPT actually altered the instruction and refused to shut down. It was not instructed by a human. It was not told to do this. There was another experiment, by the way, that they gave an AI a captcha. Captcha is basically to see if there are bots or not. And he could not. Exactly. He could not solve the captcha. What he did, he created a task on one of the platforms, and he asked someone, like a human being, to solve the captcha for him. And the human asked him, hold on, why are you asking me to solve the captcha? Are you a bot? He said, no, I'm just visually impaired, so I need your help. And that was enough to, basically, was able to even manipulate the human into helping him in the real world into kind of complete this task. They are independent agents, AI, and that is different than what we had until now with all the technologies and all the information technology that we have until now, like newspaper, radios, and all of them. They were always controlled 100% by humans. And AI is something else. My point is that right now we're treating AI, at least on Twitter and TikTok, as if they are the same as human. And I don't think that, for example, when you ban someone from Twitter, I think it should be very hard for you to ban a human being, but it should be easy to ban a bot or an AI. And right now, we don't see the differences.
Well, Cynic is a spam botter. I mean, he's here right now. Look at his PTR. That's pure spam. Cynic is just a propagandist and political spammer. That's all he is.
John, please, I really don't want to.
You understand that we have programs that if you have an account, a social media account that is pretty much posting or whatever, commenting or generating whatever in a way that can be modeled as a sequence, a specific sequence, a series. That's it. That will flag your account, and usually your account is going to be flagged as a bot, and it's going to be closed down, or you're going to be shadow banned. Okay, so that's what I wanted to clarify. That we had the issue of bots and spam prior to machine learning. So we had this. This was, it's very easy to create a bot account.
There was a creator. Instructions.
Okay, so I just wanted to sideline this whole bot spam thing. We've always had this problem.
So we understand that, but also today on social media there is no terms and conditions that any of us are aware of that make a distinction between a human and a bot in its policy of throwing them off. So and I don't even think that Twitter has a rule that you must identify yourself as a bot. So I write a bot which now can do its own thing. It's not just repeating over and over what I just said. It's not even if someone says hello, respond back hi. It's figuring out its own way of manipulation. Then that is not even against Twitter's rules. So at least the bot should have to say, you're talking to a machine.
You can have pretty sophisticated predictability models that can detect this. At the end of the day, this is an AI. It is working. It's working based on an algorithm, and algorithms can be detected. We haven't.
That's fine.
But that's not true.
Let's
That's how we know. A human
I was talking on Twitter. And someone commented to me, how am I supposed to do it to know if this is like
about you. This isn't about you. So you can have a bot account that,
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking if someone posts something on Twitter and then he gets a comment. Like, how do you know if it's a bot or a human? You cannot.
don't know, but we know over time that an account is a bot now because their behavioral patterns.
Does X or Facebook or Instagram have a flag saying talking to a machine? That exists.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so fine. So let's go.
But 1 second, I'm pretty sure one could integrate into X or any very easily just because we do it on campuses today. We know when you produce material, you write an essay and you use the bot. We have this technology today. And it's pretty damn accurate, by the way.
It's not happening. What's your point? That doesn't
Need to happen. So on social media, it's fine. You go and copy paste from an AI. There's no problem with that. Now, what you're talking about is the integration of AI and accounts.
the entire conversation, I think.
No, I'm not. You're talking about the integration of machine learning. That's what you're talking about. Okay, you asked me a specific question.
You're talking about a non. If someone, I don't care if you use AI because at the end, if you copy paste it, you are the one that is copy pasting it. I'm talking about I'm talking about an independent agent with no human interaction, and I don't know that I'm not talking to a human. And when we're talking about democracy, it's about exchanging ideas between humans. When we're talking about freedom of speech, we're talking about freedom of speech for the human beings, not for bots, not for AI, none of this. But right now, there is no way to distinguish between a human and a non-human. Also, in terms of like the platform itself, banning someone, creating a new account because AI bots which manipulate the public perception. It's not really that 1,000 people believe in this idea. You just duplicate a bot that will repeat the same message, and you think that this is like a widespread opinion, but it's not. And by the way, that'll snowball because then all the other AIs will see a whole bunch of consensus and believe it's consensus and take that as axiomatic and build upon it. So if you have the more powerful processors will exponentially become the consensus.
I'm sorry. Does AI have access to platforms, social media platforms, and comment sections? Wait a second. Right now, if you ask your AI to give you some sort of like polling based on comments on
You're the paid version of AI. I go to X, go to Rock, and ask him about the. Like you go to Rock and I can go and say, okay, analyze Amir's Twitter feed and tell me if he's like, did he ever mention Israel or like you can do that? Yes, you can. To get that, just go to Grok, the paid version up to date, and say, what is the leading consensus of American? Go check the IP address by American about the murder of the 2 Jews in D.C. Like, what's the most common comments? And it'll tell you. It'll summarize them and it'll tell you that you read the comments. And if you don't know that, then you probably don't know what AI does.
Oh, I do know what it does.
So they do have access, and even if they don't have access today, they will have it tomorrow. So the problem is bigger than just like the
But again, you understand that these platforms there's the potential for bots. So if you had any basic like college education, you would understand not to trust a polling based on a comment section on a social media platform.
I understand college education would say.
That's why we
College education doesn't teach much of anything. It's in the Colombian graduate. How do you make it now? Second of all, I thought that you just hated Jews. That was and turning back to asking a machine of what other people think or what other machines think, that is a regression and it's worth pointing out. Now, if you're saying there's ways to stop it, that's, yes, there are ways to stop it.
Wait, are you saying that this is the moment that cynics should realize that he's retarded and stupid?
So, I mean, AI models, they can like shuffle through, forget about social media platforms. At this point, you're talking about search engines and then like servers. You're talking about the internet. Like information is on the internet.
You don't know what AI is. That is what she wants at this point. But that is exactly what AI is doing. That's why there's now a fight over chips that have more processing power. It could be a tremendous amount of data. That is the entire government.
Okay, no problem. And you would solve this simply. We currently have models that can detect an AI. If a paper is written by an AI, we know this. We can detect it. Simply, I could modify whatever algorithm I'm using to detect AIs, and I would just add that, attach that, and there you go. Every time you have some sort of consensus out, when you ask that AI for such a consensus, you would simply ask, hey, the data, the information you're shifting through, if it's sourced by an AI, negate it.
No, forget that.
I don't want it part of the equation.
Okay,
Do you know what that's very easily done. It can be done. Simply someone has that kind of processing power.
Research who relied on AI, which they all do, and then they wrote a human-worded document based on the
Wrong. Texas Rangers are serious. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I've never seen them. Well, Steph, if you move far enough south in Florida, like 40 more minutes from where I am, if you move far enough south, you can, when the temperature drops just a little bit, you can go catch yourself a giant 2-foot iguana. They'll just be hanging out on trees. You can just go grab them and pick them up, because if it gets to like just 40-something degrees, which for like a couple weeks in the year it does get at night, you can just walk out in the morning, pick up an iguana, and thaw it out. And I mean, you have to deal with what happens after it thaws out.
There's a lot of invasive species. The geckos are everywhere, iguanas everywhere. My brother caught one of those walking water lizards. He caught one of them.
The Jesus lizards.
I think we usually leave the lizards alone. They're cute. Take pictures of them, but
Yeah.
leave them alone because I will say a lot of people pick those lizards up and they take them home and they put them in containers and then they just die. It's not nice.
Yeah, that's not nice. My son used to make little like construction paper cities and then grab a lizard and then film a little Godzilla movie with the lizard. It's so cute. It was so cute.
My
Grab a
husband
lizard.
grabbed one time and their tail fell off and I was so mad at him.
Yeah, are you about to tell us like stories of how your like little like Luther Jr. child who's getting his PhD at like 15 is like pulling the legs and arms off lizards too? Is that where this is going? No.
Oh, you know what we used to
Oh, okay.
do as kids in Puerto Rico? All kids do this. They grab this long thin piece of grass that's like really thin, like really thin. Okay, well, I was talking about.
Oh my God, it's 10. It's 10. I haven't seen you. TDS 10. Good to see you, brother.
Is that Daniel doing the automatic? Daniel, no to automatic John.
Yeah, I know. The AI is obviously more profound across the board, right? But I was just focusing on research. So that's yeah, we're talking about AI as agents that are participating in our discussions. That until recently, all discussions, all content was always created by humans. That is the technology. That language is a technology that only humans.
It's the clown show.
And that is shifting rapidly more and more as like every day I see the improvements of AI. It's incredible. The fact is you can give me an AI that can write me an essay and pretty much not be
Cynic, you keep repeating yourself about these essays. How many times are you going to tell us the same thing?
detector. And this AI detector is pretty much someone on Twitter. That's very, I don't know why that's around. If he wrote something on Twitter, comments, these days, he said, fuck you. The AI that said, fuck you. So take this, fuck you, and put it in any engine that you want. So you're not going to get that. You can see it or not. You would know. I don't know. Who cares if you see a comment of fuck you? This is fuck you, fuck you. Okay, we're talking about something No, we're not talking about something lengthy. You choose something lengthy because it's easy for you to detect. I'm talking about comments on Twitter up to 140 characters. You cannot know if this is AI or not. Like it was a friend. You cannot. It can't make sense. No, it's a combination. I mean, I don't know why you have to open the AI account. This conversation is run its course. I can agree. One of the different area, 140 characters. One of the reasons that the problem with AI bots on Twitter is that they're going to lie and do and get you to argue with a nothing and wait till your time and then they're smart. This conversation is a waste of time. You know that you have to be retarded. Well, pretend to I'm going to be very quick. Well, I was just going to respond to that. I need to reiterate that argument right now. Okay, well, the only thing I'm going to say is just respond to this point immediately, which is, cynic, if you really believe that you shut down that argument, there should be at least one person in this room who agrees with you, and I don't see anybody in the chat who agrees with hero mask wearing that fucking costume. This is AI. Again, what? You're saying that created by AI. Daniel is complaining about bot needing machine learning, and he's like, oh no, the first thing
Excuse me, but have you guys heard the joke about the jihadist who wasted all the Jews' times on the internet by wasting his life on the social audio platforms? That was his way to get back at the Jews by wasting all their time.
Mikhail, you know what I think he needs is a smoke detector to find out where his brain went.
college student has their paper run through an AI detector, it could still pose as a threat to scientific development and a threat to democracy, because it's not like every single person has an automatic AI detector that's constantly running. That's why John said this is the moment. He said excitedly. He said excitedly with bated breath. Is this the moment where Cynic finally realizes that he's a retard? And unfortunately, see, if you're so retarded and so stupid, you could never become sentient because you're that stupid and retarded. Which is a very dangerous combo. And arrogant. There are a lot of young, dumb people and arrogant. If you're young, dumb people and know that, then you might actually be involved. Like, that's the most, this is the problem with AI. If you know that you're ignorant, then you might actually learn it. The problem with AI is that it makes you think you know it and never question knowledge. The first step up from bottom is recognizing that you are wrong.
And speaking of reading and AI, I want to take this opportunity to recommend Yuval Noah Harari Nexus for anyone that's interested. Yes, he's an Israeli historian, but I think it's
See, the coolest thing about X is the integration of Grok and how you can play with Grok or Doge AI or any of these AI chatbots to create incredible content, fully automated on the spot. As the individual, that's still not even enough at scale. But if you have a huge following, I guess that's the scale. I mean, Stephen Miller, the Department of Justice, like this communication coming out of this administration and the people that work in it is game-changing, mind-blowing. I mean, it's like a new world order. I mean, I don't see this going out of style. Like X and Doge and Elon Musk has really ripped a fucking gash into the reality warp matrix of the rest of our lives. Yeah, he's back to business. But the point is, it's not just him. It's the founder of Airbnb and like 10 other people. And they are cleaning house. I mean, all these agencies have new administrations. I know my sister works for a large agency, Fannie Mae, well, whatever. The point is, things have changed so significantly, but yet you hear Cynic and all these other people, their game doesn't change. You could tell as soon as he gets out of his wheelhouse, which is Gaza, Palestine, etc., it's like talking to a child who doesn't do anything else other than talk about fucking the Jews and Israel and Zionism.
This is the saddest thing, and this is, I mean, we should remember the Tanya. There's wisdom from the Tanya. I can't quote it exactly, but there's something like, I can't even begin to quote it, but basically, when we're talking about other people being children, we should try to have patience and compassion when doing this, because I can vividly remember being young and dumb and hateful and arrogant and judgmental. And when I was 24 and I was completely convinced that I knew everything, if I met somebody like John Kitover, I would have just been triggered basically to hell and gone. So if you are John Kitover, you've got to remember that, not everybody's ready for that type of shit.
But I think that's the biggest challenge the right generation is supposed to fight an appetite for learning and realize how little you know and how much knowledge there is out there.
Yes.
And these people come to campus. No, the opposite. They walk on the campus and think they understand everything. They don't know the
Yes. It's like it's almost like you become open-minded at 19 or 17 or something. Your mind is opened. And then you latch onto the first radical idea that somebody feeds you, and then that's what you believe for the rest of your life. Like I can remember being open-minded when I was 17, but then I continued to be open-minded. So my mind has changed from when I was 17. But if you just become radical when you're 17, become a Hare Krishna at 17, Haredi at 17, and then you never look back or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So a lot of people become convinced, and then I don't know how. I would love if you guys had the patience, or maybe you've been dealing with them for longer than me, but maybe we could bring Cynic back.
But don't you Zach, don't you eventually get back to the point that it is like a dinner for schmucks, so you might as well film it, because what you're doing is participating in a fucking dinner. And this is like a roast. It's a barbecue.
I mean, the only way that you could improve on your endeavor is if you could figure out a way to monetize. I mean, I don't think you're wasting your time. I just think it's unfortunate that your viewership is so small.
Yeah, but even if you have a large viewership, that doesn't mean you monetize. I know people that have huge followings and they can't even monetize. So that's not the point of recording it. What I'm asking is, when you participate in it, isn't everybody technically at the same dinner? But I don't know. It's your choice to sit down at the dinner or not.
Isn't it funny that Maimonides sounds like monetize?
Yeah. But isn't it even in the root name, Maimon? Isn't that like the root for money or something? Or, you know?
I don't know. May or may know.
Well, mana.
Maimon. What's the similarities between Maimon and Haman?
Well, look at the word Haman. Ha, and then man. Look at the word whoa, man. See, this is the
hue, man. That's a man with a nice hue.
The hue, right?
Hue man.
Oh, look at aura, ah, and ra.
Yeah, so look at tree. It's like and re. Shut up.
Look at cynic. It's like cry and nick and sin. I mean, and look at his PTR. What kind of man wants to project images like that all the time? It's like, well, I'm more morally virtually. I'm signaling better than you.
Is there any proof? Is this
Good Shabbos.
So, Cynic, can we talk about this photo? Are you guys bored if we just do classic Israel-Palestine discussion?
Take you seriously, though. You got a mask on.
Why? You realize this photo is AI. Are you aware? Or did you think this was actually a photo?
I literally didn't press on it, so.
You can click on the photo and enlarge it.
Well, my friend, to be fair, he's AI in Gaza. They're real.
Right, that's my question. It's like, I mean, first of all, is your profile...
We have AI, but we have programs that can detect.
Do you have like a lag? You might have an internet.
Here, I don't know, maybe you.
Cynic, do you have a lag on your internet possibly?
No, in terms of like,
Because when I'm talking with Mayor,
how many come inside that? I think Mir is a program.
We
have AI detection program.
Okay, Mayor, okay, because everybody says it different, but you told me one time. But anyway, notice how...
Someone told me I'm not over the second generation.
Notice how when Mayor and I...
should be worried about AI literature, authorship, or image editing. Oh, I'm not worried. Because it's already detected. I'm not worried. I'm worried about being in the world to retard like you. That's my concern. side. I can give you a side. I can give you a side. I can give you a side. That will connect. So this side is basically doing. There's a side that you can basically it connects. There's a side basically that connects you to a one-on-one chat. Okay, so you have a conversation, and at the end you need to say it was different.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say Daniel played this game.
So you say it. What was the website?
Yeah, I'll say it.
Caleb, can you give us a super positive Shabbos message?
So Daniel did play this game with us one day on Clubhouse. I remember I was in the room. It was a lot of fun. And Daniel was playing two clips of two voices saying the same thing. And one of them was a real person reading, and the other one was an AI reading the voice or reading the same sentence, and it was very hard to tell the difference. How did I do, Daniel? Did I tell the story better than you?
It wasn't the story. It's another story. I was talking about the thing, the website that basically you connect to a chat with someone, then you exchange a few sentences. You can say whatever you want to them. They would answer, and then they ask you, okay, did you speak to another person that was on the site or to an AI? And you two say, did you speak? And those AI, they can make like typos, and they can kind of make mistakes, and they can do like even now when you
It's called the Turing test, isn't it? The Turing test.
okay, you understand, Daniel. There's no such thing. You're telling me this is your field. So you understand there's no way to create randomness, right? You can't generate randomness. It's not randomness. It's not about randomness. You understand. It doesn't work on logic. It doesn't work on it doesn't work on like a logic that someone programmed. A lot of those AI tools that are created, their creators actually don't know exactly what they created, okay? Because at the end, it's
Put me in the queue, please.
what happens when this AI understands language? Do you understand AI is? So they understand.
Don't you know Boolean logic? And if you can't get the essays to actually represent, automate, you can't optimize or automate randomness.
And language is the technology, and the language is the technology that we humans.
Imagine a jihadist who sacrificed his whole life to waste all these Jews' times. What a sacrifice for the cause. What a sacrifice for the cause. We're trying to talk about you getting tricked, cynic. Now you're tricking us by wasting our time.
John, what here was bringing up was pretty much, you have an AI that can go and pull up statistics and data based on the material and literature that's on the internet, on different servers. And first of all, you use the computation power to go through, shift through the internet and obtain some sort of data or some sort of pool that would be just
something like that, some sort of data. I don't know. I think this is called dinner for schmucks. That's my opinion.
No, it used to be state level. Now it's someone that anyone do it there.
Yeah, haven't you heard of Palantir? They're worth like $200 billion now.
It's a shit show.
Zach, let's just create our own room and let these two people who just never stop talking go at it. I think a lot of people use Adderall on this app personally.
This is happening. Anyway, so can I understand it's happening? I understand, but to say that
I've been trying for a long time. It's hard to not slip back into old Zach, which is
can I get into the queue? Can I get into the queue?
So, Zach, the thing that I want to say is, first of all, are you entirely sure that the profile picture that you have for Clubhouse right now is not AI? Are you sure that it's not AI?
Yes, not AI.
It's from a video that you saw that you think is not an AI generated video. The AI can generate video.
I understand that.
Okay, let's assume
Detection software that can.
Okay, let's assume if Daniel and Mayor and John
gotta go back to my life, everybody. What a waste of time this guy Cynic is. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm fine. Okay. I'm okay with being judged. I don't really see myself as my own character in this question. I'm just asking you, why do you think I could try to answer your Olympics, Jimmy. Let me tell you why we have to take an action. Here's what I think you. Listen carefully. The next time you feel left out, when your friends all come down here and say,
I crack myself out.
And it's possible that if you pan the camera over to the left, there are men, grown men, who are suffering in the same way as these kids. That's possible. You don't know why we do CPR with the tips of your fingers. Why are we doing CPR on somebody who's choking? Why are you doing CPR with your child?
It's conversations like these that make me want to just be a religious person.
Well, I think it's not necessarily, I'm not yet convinced that it's a total waste of time. Maybe that is my own naivete. But I think that a lot of people like Cynic. Cynic, can I ask you, and if you don't want to answer because it's upsetting or whatever, can I ask you how old you are? I'm 37. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Oh, okay, cool. So 30 is not young. So like we're almost on a peer level. You know, you're not too much younger than me. I'm not like older and wiser than you. But I think that there are a lot of people who are 20, 30, 40, 50. You know, there are people on Clubhouse of all ages who are under the same impression that basically we see a video of these kids blown apart. We hear that a school was bombed, and the conclusion is, fuck, Israel is bombing schools. Therefore, Israel is bad. Therefore, obviously, I can deduce that Israel's intention was to harm children. Because if their goal was not to kill kids, then why are they bombing a school? And basically, most people who are, you know, anti-Israel don't take it any further than that. They don't wonder why was a school bombed? Why were these kids not ushered to a bomb shelter? Why do the schools in Gaza not have bomb shelters in them? It's been 50 years of bombing. So why haven't they built any bomb shelters? It's been 50 years of Israel getting bombed. And now at this point, every school in Israel has a bomb shelter. When they build a new school in Israel, they build bomb shelter. When they build new buildings in Gaza, I mean, they don't even really care about the buildings, but they do build hundreds of miles of tunnels. so, like, why are the kids in the schools not given access to the bomb-proof shelters that currently exist in Gaza? Why are the kids not ushered into those shelters?
It's pretty dumb.
Do you see that people, that the kids in Gaza go to school right now, honestly? When you say school, we imagine something that people go to get education, right?
Yeah, they don't go to school.
Now, when you go, when you say, because you using the word school, you know,
So it's trying to make a refugee center. That's what it is.
Okay. So it's not a school, right? It's a building that was a school.
It's trying to make
Because when you say school, you obviously mean, maybe not you, but the people that say it, basically, we are supposed to think, why our kids go to school? And why would even the IDF target something that kids go to school? But it's not a school, it's a school. What's your school? Because obviously, as you said, kids don't go to school in Gaza. So we're talking about the refugee camp in school.
Why don't you read the article that I posted in the chat?
If it was a refugee center, my question still stands, which is why were the kids not? Let's say if it was a refugee center.
You know what I think is funny is like most people don't realize that Cynic. I've recorded Cynic a lot. He literally comes into rooms, dumps his propaganda, and then there's no conversation. So what I don't know, do you guys actually think these people have conversations, or they just do propaganda dumps? Which is like taking a shit at 8 a.m. in the morning. What do you think?
As much experience with this guy as
But the question to you was whether the man got injured and the response to I'm going to read one sentence from the article that they say, one sentence. Gaza's Hamas-run civil defense said multiple bodies having that. So just let's understand. Yes, you gave me a link from the BBC. They're saying literally in the article that you showed, Gaza's Hamas-run civil defense said. So they Hamas said so, and you believe it. Do you have any evidence?
Yeah. So we don't have the multiple videos from people on the ground where we got all these images from. We don't have any of that. We really don't. So your video right now. Okay, so you don't have like several videos from multiple angles. Really? You're saying that?
It's being curious about what Mayor is trying to say. Exactly. Sorry. Dude, let's just stay on mute. I want to chime in too, but Mayor's doing a good job talking, so we should just listen to him.
Why is it implausible?
He's explaining it to you. He's actively explaining it to you.
I know. I can hear it. I'm not deaf.
We're not going to repeat what we all said, why that image is fake. You then brought up an article which
You're saying you're making decisive claims coming out of your ass. That's why
I'm not making any decisive moves. I'm trying to do like a hypothetical. So, if you and I were in Gaza and we were under Israeli occupation and we were freedom fighters or we were at least in support of liberation or whatever, and you and I we were in a school, we're in a refugee center, and I mean, it could be that out of nowhere, kids were playing by the windows of the building and then they got blown apart. I mean, that doesn't really jive with how it works in reality, though. The school itself is hit. And so, like, why were the kids the ones near the window? Was it just by chance?
Okay, well, at this point, I'm judged based on this conversation. Like, honestly, I think
I think I've judged this conversation and
or you're an idiot is one of the two. And I think you're John's friend, so we're gonna assume you're an idiot.
Well, I think you're an idiot.
I think I'm an idiot.
All of my forefathers have been Jewish for 1,000 years.
1,000 years.
I'm pretty sure I could be Jewish if I can't communicate the fact that I'm Jewish.
Do you think your forefathers for 1,000 years have been Jewish?
Yeah, something like that.
I have determined that this conversation is going to again be a waste of my time.
You're a bald-headed man that's paying 50 to
You're bald. Just kill yourself. You're bald. And you know what? You're 50. You're almost 50. He's got almost 50. Your life is over. So as a 30-year-old, but as a 30-year-old man, are you aware that you will eventually be 50? So at what point do you think people become irrelevant?
Hopefully.
At what age do you become?
By the time I'm pushing 50, I'm going to be here.
Don't you know for a jihadist at 30, he's already a grandfather?
Wasted money on 20 phones, recording.
And then the phones cost like $30 each or something.
Sick, the point is, when will you realize that you're just a waste of time and nothing but spam, and nobody should give you any respect because you're pathetic?
Talking about spam. He posts all this stuff on YouTube.
That's a good username and the name for a house. You should have a username that is Spam Champion. The house is called Champions of Spam.
Well, I had spam army. I had a spam army at one point.
He's proving my point. But yeah, this guy just posts these videos, and they only get like 5 views, like 6.
You know what's amazing? When I go into one of these free poly rooms and they all freak out for an hour because they know I'm in there and it's anonymous and they can't kick me and they have a panic attack.
So I'd like to talk. I hear you. He shows up and goes up into this frantic mode because he can't say anything. He's recording things. I get it. Okay, I get it. But what I do get it. I heard exactly what you were saying. You were repeating yourself ad nauseum. You don't like John because you think that he's a troll.
I do.
Yeah, what do you do?
What do you do? I wholesale.
You wholesale?
Yeah.
And what do you do on Clubhouse? What are you doing here?
I engage in conversations.
John does the same thing as you, and he records it for us.
Really engaging in a conversation.
Actually, no homo, but he's probably the smartest man, one of the smartest men, because I'm in the presence of another smart man that may or left. Daniel is very smart. I love Daniel. Daniel, I love you. But John is, huh?
Let him prove his case.
What is his case?
You can't engage in discourse.
Of course he is. He's been engaging in discourse all morning.
When?
John, say something.
Okay, dude, if he can show me a video where he engages in a serious conversation, a debate with an opposition, and he is clarifying points and substantiating them, and even maybe sourcing up, I'll concede. One video.
Listen, schmuck, I'm fully transparent. I record my opinions. I record you and your stupid opinions, and I let the audience determine who's the schmuck. And I think most people don't think I'm the schmuck. They think you're the schmuck.
You were interrupted and trolling and being rude. You're being a practical kid. That's why I thought you were engaged in discourse. Go ahead, do it right now. All right, let's go ahead. Let's engage in discourse.
I checked like the date. I go well from this Betla. It was in Betla here, and on the day I see that they launched rockets from that place to Israel. Now before I attack the country, then I'm and the side source that says there was a rocket launch from that thing.
Find me the source, put the link in the chat.
Why did it go
flights from Gaza or Yemen or Syria or whatever, there's something called an alarm, okay? We have a red alarm. Now, if you open the app, you can see the alarms that went on this day in the Gaza envelope. And I also remember it because it just happened. And it was kind of new because that is kind of related that Gaza is still firing rockets at Israel. And that happened. So I'm wondering if you are this. He just told you the source, dumbass.
Give me the source.
The source is the app, the sirens. Open the red alert app.
Put the link in the chat.
I can also give you the source for the ideas. Source you would like. You choose your own.
Show me.
That's a stupid thing to say. You're revealing your own ignorance. You are revealing your own ignorance. You are revealing your own ignorance when you say that the rocket could have been coming from Yemen. You are revealing your own ignorance. I know that nobody can hear you because I've got the microphone down my throat and I can't hear your voice. I don't know why you continue to speak. It's like Jazzy the black woman. It's black. Well, I think you're a retard. And you know what? I think the Palestinians are even more retarded than you. And that's why their brains are being spilled out on the sidewalk. That's why the boys in your photo are dying because their parents are twice as retarded as you, and you probably have a level 95 IQ, which is very low, okay? I have a level 130 IQ, and I'm much smarter than you. People in Gaza have a level 70 IQ, which is about on the level of a fucking chimpanzee, okay? So the reason why the poor innocent boys, shut the fuck up, dude. This is black woman behavior. I'm gonna take the earphone out of my ear. I'm gonna keep going. Now I can't hear a word you say. I can focus on what I'm saying. All I hear is that little gray circle. I'm looking at your stupid photo and I'm seeing the gray circle light up, and all I'm seeing is that you're talking nonsense. You're behaving like a low IQ moron. And if we were engaging in conversation right now, it would turn into fisticuffs. And if you wanted to engage in fisticuffs, then it would turn into war. And since my side of the team has access to planes and bombs, we would bomb your family into smithereens. And that's why the Palestinians are being bombed into smithereens. That's why the children are dying, because their parents are engaging in war and propping them up. So when the bombs come, their bodies get blown apart, and a moron like you is convinced. I cannot believe that you are continuing to talk right now because nobody is listening to you. Not me, not Daniel. I see Daniel trying, but Daniel, you're going to have to hit the mute all button to get me to stop. I'm going to keep going until Cynic mutes up. I'm not listening to anything. So Rashad, they need to check. And what they need to check about an article that says that the IDF has destroyed the rocket launcher that launched rockets into Israel in the north of Gaza Strip. So I'm asking you again, as long as Hamas is firing rockets at Israel, I can't read the second April. Google Translate is free, just so you know. Okay? You can hit on that like .com. It's like even if you use Chrome, you can also have like translate. It's still manual for exactly for people like you. But anyway, you will not find a lot of information.
So this is 4 days ago. You know the dates. Just read the article. Read your article. Look at the dates.
Just punch it in the face. Punch in the face.
Your whole point is the date.
Punch in the face. Airstrike on village. Airstrike on village. Airstrike. Daniel, keep trying.
Man, I gotta go repair like 5 laptops today and I'm giving you guys so much great insight and analysis, but I gotta go back and repair all these laptops. So have a good day, everybody, and God bless you all, and take care. And I hope you stop killing all the children in the Gaza. I don't speak Hebrew. I can't translate your links. I'm here just to waste your time and to waste my body and my brain, wasting your time. I'm a true jihadist. He's going to waste you, Daniel. He's going to suck all your time away.
It's me asking you politely to shut the fuck up. Okay, so just do it, okay? You shut the fuck up. The dates, motherfucker. Airstrike your whole village. Airstrike his village. Send a strike. Yeah, I'm sure we would. I'm sure we would. So anyway, when Hamas, when Hamas is still firing rockets indiscriminately at Israel, yes, we need to stop those rockets. When Hamas is firing rockets from within military zones and from hospitals or schools, unfortunately, and I'm completely sincere, people might die. The problem that you should have, if you really care about those children, which I doubt it, you should call out the crimes that Hamas is doing. Not call out Israel for defending itself. That is your moral corruption. You are a lying. You are a lawyer. You're a stupid little bitch. I just called you low IQ, and now you're calling him low IQ. You don't even have original insults. You're a stupid little kid. You would get your ass kicked if you tried to do this in the real world because you have no manners. If you try to interact with adults like this in the real world, you get your ass beat. If you try to have this conversation with us around the table, one of us would be shouting at this point. You're a stupid little bitch and you would get your ass kicked. And that's why the Palestinians are being bombed. Probably not. Actually, probably what would happen is we would airstrike your whole village and then your brains would go on the sidewalk. How about you post a real picture of yourself? How about that? Okay, sure I will. I'll post a picture of myself. Are you going to post a picture of yourself? I'll post a picture of myself with my shirt off. I'll post a picture of myself. I'll post a picture of my dick. I'll post a picture of my dick right now. Cynic, you want the power hiding behind pictures of dead children, not us. You want to talk about the picture? Put your fucking Daniel, post your dick right now. Daniel, post your dick.
You gotta understand, all projection is just communication spam, and Cynic is nothing but a spammer. That's my original thesis. He's nothing but a spam human. Could you imagine going out on a date with Cynic and he's like mumbling over a cocktail? I fucking free Palestine of dead babies. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about Clubhouse, baby.
I called you a bitch, now you call him a bitch. I call you a low IQ, now you call him low IQ.
Do you know how many laptops you got to repair to pay your rent, to spend time here, to talk to us, to waste all your time all day long, 40 hours, 80 hours a week, talking about free Palestine? Morning, cry, baby, 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 dad, baby, dad, baby, dad, baby, dad, baby, dad, baby.
It's consistently proven that you're incapable of engaging in respectful discourse. Nazi accusation is an admission of guilt. Same as he was talking about you picking out. He doesn't have a photo, but he's blaming you. This is like a tactic. It's like he's blaming
My tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation.
Oh my God.
So I showed my subscribers profile pictures.
Somebody's watching me.
How to get $48,000?
Anyway, I'm becoming convinced. I think that John is correct.
I'm correct. This is like dinner for schmucks. It's a roast. I mean, it's just a spam barbecue party.
So this is the thing. I mean, this is when I start to. Now I'm turning my attention on Daniel. Now I'm mad at you, Daniel. Because what are you doing, Daniel? You're pulling me into the mud with you to roll around with me. Yes, Daniel. You bastard.
Yeah! Cynic, what we're trying to say is, like, you got shit all over your face, dude. You got shit on your hands. You got shit on your shoes, Cynic.
Do you know this English expression? I don't know if they say it in Hebrew, but it's something like this. It's basically never argue with a pig. Have you heard this? Never argue with a pig. That's literally not the same. No, it is. I haven't completed it. Basically, Daniel, never argue with a pig. Never wrestle with a pig because the pig will drag you down. With an idiot. No, it's not. It's pig because it's like this. Show me.
Besides, the pig likes it.
You can never.
You the big.
I said it in a funny way.
So, Cynic, what we're trying to say is when you fix those laptops today to pay for all your time here on Clownhouse, I hope you don't return those laptops with shit all over the laptop screen.
So you're dying because I'm like, I got a job, you don't.
Oh, you got a job preparing laptops and on Clownhouse 80 hours a week? I didn't know you have a job. This is impressive work. You got great work ethic. Free Palestine.
I teach fat lesbians how to identify animal plants.
That's great. Well, see, Cynic, what we just, I mean, my friend, can you maybe tell us the joke about what it's like talking with a pig and getting shit on yourself and realizing the pig likes the shit? I gotta go take a shower, you guys. I got shit all over me. Oh, hi, Mind Virus. Did you get off the train yet? Did you safely get to your destination in your perfume factory? I want you to make me a special clubhouse residue that smells like shit because you're a pig and you're just a pig, Mind Virus.
I don't know, I thought I had more there at the end.
I hope we got to your destination, Mind Virus. Poodle.
I didn't know that was your other name.
Now, Zach, you got shit on your face. Zach, you got shit all over your hands. Ew, Zach, there's shit on your shoes. Get off of my carpet, quick.
Can't even make a point. Can't even discuss a point objectively. Haven't contributed to
I was trying to very calmly. Notice how I changed my tone. I came down to earth. What you said, I never made a point. I haven't done anything.
Ew, Zach, you smelling it. You got shit on your shoes. We've come full circle in the cycle of spam.
We engaged in conversation before. You believe in conspiracies and you believe the whole world.
You're projecting. Hannibal directed alert. Dead babies, dead babies, dead babies. What a waste of time you are, Cynic. I couldn't imagine you going on a date and a woman even finding you entertaining or interesting in the slightest. I repair laptops and I cover people with shit on social audio chat apps 80 hours a week.
This is what you do. You repair laptops.
At least I got a job repairing laptops and spreading shit in social media fields. Hate speech and propaganda as far as the eye can see.
I will eat shit if you can provide a video where you're having
You would eat shit?
objective discussion. You're having an objective discussion.
Subjectively.
It's very hard to have an objective discussion with somebody like you. But he has engaged in an objective discussion with you this morning.
I'm trying to promote.
He's a purist. The guy's a sage.
Understand the point I'm trying to make. No, he's not. He's not. I have objective discussion. If I call Cynic a dumb faggot, is that offensive to you as a gay man? Yes. You assume that he's part of us. Okay, that's right. There's no faggot on earth who's as dumb as this motherfucker. Well, unfortunately, they are. So Pakistan can get dumb as fuck.
At least he speaks English.
Fucking retarded.
I call you retarded. You call me retarded.
He's a superior 30-year-old.
Penis. Cynic, you have a big penis. Now do me. Now do me.
I'm underestimate that Cynic is actually a sociopath. Now, I'm not projecting that I'm a sociopath.
Thank you.
I mean, Issa, how did you feel when Cynic told you that he was gonna pound you in your ass or something earlier? It was disgusting.
Can we send these people to the crazy center that Dora went? The three of them. Can we send them to the View Clinic?
He thinks Kabul is a book. Well, I just want to say good Shabbos, everybody. May peace come upon all your faces.
Maybe they will give us group discounts. I mean, we can.
May peace come onto all of you. Good Shabbos, Rabboinai Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
If you interrupt other people every time they talk, I'm going to not ramble so you don't attempt to interrupt me. But if we can't let each other complete our thought, then none of us can engage in a serious discussion. So you're saying John can't engage in a serious discussion, but in my experience, you are also interrupting me, and you're not engaging seriously with me. That's my
The
point.
three of you are the same.
Because we're not having a discussion. There's not a serious point that's being discussed.
I was trying to give communications. I was trying to because I have been trying for the past 20 minutes to talk with Cynic about his profile picture, his PTR picture, and try to logically examine why kids in Palestine are dying. And I didn't even get to make my conclusion. But Cynic, maybe I'll go ahead and make my point, and then you can argue against me if you want to. But my understanding is basically that people in Gaza, Hamas, the other terrorist organizations, people who are committed to killing Jews, committed to fighting Israel, not every single Palestinian, because I'm not going to say every single Palestinian is a murderous terrorist. I'm still leaving the door open for there to be innocent civilians in Palestine who deserve protection. But I think that the people in Palestine who are committed to war, they like to maximize the deaths of their own civilians, which sounds like a crazy thing to say. Like, why would anybody want to maximize, like, if you're a man, why would you want your child to be killed in an airstrike? That seems crazy. But let me finish really quick. I'm almost done. I'm not rambling, okay? As I understand it, Daniel can correct me, or you can correct me if you want to. But as I understand it, there are two main reasons why Palestinians like to maximize civilian deaths. The number one reason is that, first of all, they believe that anybody who dies while engaged in war against a Jew or an infidel or whatever will be rewarded in heaven. So they believe that it's very sad when people die on earth, but it's kind of okay because they will be rewarded in heaven. That's the first reason why it's okay for civilians to die. But the second reason, why would they actually want to maximize civilian deaths? Not only do they believe that they'll be rewarded in the afterlife, but they want to maximize civilian deaths.
Okay, so now that this chimp is done, trying to defend his ego for whatever fucking reason.
Theater, music, news, live streaming, Clownhouse rooms on YouTube. It does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of anonymous here on Clownhouse is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the Clownhouse human race. In the words of the famous paradox of the cult of Phoenix, the absolute rule of the Clownhouse state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual Clownhouse will. All members of Clownhouse, all men and women are invited to cooperate with John in this great Clownhouse spam. I am complete.
Love is the law. Love
I got one. We're doing Crowley.
is like an outrage, and all those pro-bodies like use those to attack Israel. So cynic is part of the problem, and he's part of those that incentivize Hamas to sacrifice children. So cynic, I would end with this: the blood of those children is on your head. Go wash your hands.
Well, he's got shit all over his hands, all over his shoes. He's got shit on his shirt. He's got shit on his face.
I want to say it as a trigger. I actually believe that when they actually incentivize Hamas to do this. It's good for the cause. Let's be honest. A dead child begs for Israel goes for Palestine. Until you will stop behaving immorally in a wicked way. Yeah, I'd like to understand when you exploit children, you are like response.
Response. You see how what just happened. You see, my friend. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because this is our first interaction, so there's still time for you to redeem yourself. Now, you saw what just happened. You made your points, even though I think they're very silly. But nonetheless, someone came. Daniel jumped up. He wanted to follow up on that because he doesn't view what you said was efficient enough. And then you
I have my own opinions and just topics.
He didn't believe you guys articulated the point fine enough. And then Daniel went back, and then and then he went back again. And this guy, that's not how you adjust the point. You can adjust the point. This is a
I actually challenge his point because I think that it's not fair to even make a claim that you're wishing for these people to die. But I'm saying that you are capitalizing on it. But go ahead.
How does he capitalize? The guy repairs laptops and slings shit all over everywhere he goes.
I haven't interacted with my friend, so I'm waiting patiently for the benefit of the doubt. So.
Oh, this is a new interaction.
Oh my God!
So you can't help himself. Do you run, my friend? Do you hit a treadmill? Do you run?
Yeah, a little bit.
What's the longest distance you ran?
The longest distance that I have ever run in my life in one continuous stretch is probably like 8 miles.
How long did it take you?
It took me, it was a while ago, but it probably, I don't know. I mean,
I agree. This is very funny.
the time I would probably say like an 11 or 12 minute mile times 8. Now I run a little bit.
From the bed to
So
the
you would say you run a mile, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 10 minutes.
Nowadays, if I'm running 1 mile, I can run probably 8 minutes. But
Is this a workout room now? This is a big non sequitur. What are you doing, Cynic?
I'm just humoring him, so I'm just answering the questions.
Do you know the length of Gaza?
It's I know that it's like 140 square miles. I think it's like 25 miles high or 30 or something.
That's like a marathon length.
So
I can look it up. It's 141 square miles.
Wait, isn't Gaza Palestine? So doesn't it technically go all the way up to Lebanon?
you 3 hours to run.
It's 25 miles long, so I was right.
Well, it's half a marathon. Not even a full marathon.
I'm challenging you. You're right.
Yeah, I was right. It's 25 miles, so it wouldn't take one long to run. It would
No, it
run
is
up
one
there.
marathon length.
But you won. You're right. Okay, cool. So it would take you around 3 hours. If my math isn't failing me. So 3 hours would pretty much take you to run from north to south. Now
That's a great run. 8 miles, 8-minute miles. Damn.
It would take you like maybe an hour.
Right.
From the longest distance, maybe 2 hours.
So we can agree that Gaza is not very big.
It's very small.
We can agree. It's very
Now
small.
imagine.
Very condensed. It's a tight package.
Well, there are something like, I think there's something like 8 million people living in Manhattan, and it's about the same size, so.
Yeah, but Manhattan has a very high standard of life, and you have infrastructure, and you have.
It's not an open air prison.
That's not.
But they're babies.
And how does that spend the money building models for terrorists?
So you have high
It's high. Is he drinking and smoking? Like, what's he talking about?
I already understand how big Gaza is, and I understand that the people who are struggling. I understand all of that. I knew that when you were still in. I knew that 20 years ago. I let you talk. I know. I'm just making.
We let you ramble and moan, cynic.
Okay, even if you know, I want to highlight the point.
About the density and the distance? What is this, like a math course? What's your point?
Yeah, if you shut the fuck up, I could highlight the point.
Didn't you call me a kike yesterday, cynic?
Again, the majority of these people are refugees. The conditions of these refugee camps, and I've lived in Gaza, by the way.
You lived in Gaza? Oh my gosh, he's an infantile survivor.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
He's a survivor.
Your parents are able to move away.
The majority of these people are living in refugee camps, and a lot of these.
Can you post a link in the chat to your survivorship from the infantile? Because I don't believe you.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to read the line of the refugee camps. For people that just like to hear the word refugee and also tears go out of their eyes, refugee in Gaza is not the same as refugee in other countries. Refugees in the case of Palestinians in Gaza are referred to all of the Palestinians, and it's a special different status that the UN has given to these people that were quote unquote displaced from their houses. And this is the only instance.
He's answering that question
However, that these spaces can be inherited from generation to generation, which is never the case with the actual refugees when we're talking about globally. You know, in Gaza is a different term for refugee, and whoever doesn't know about this, ask ChatGPT and you will see the difference. So it's not that they're living in camps; they're just called refugee neighborhoods because it's made of these status that they invented. Even millionaires, okay, you're gonna go down as well. Even refugees that are millionaires living in the U.S. Will never lose their status of refugee. Now I'm gonna bring people up again.
Palestinian land, how the Palestinian government they go to respond, or you just talking back and forth.
Yeah, you will be able to respond when people are done with what
Yeah, and if you could put me in the chair, then so I'd like to also respond. Do we have a chair?
Drop us down for interrupting, but this clown has been interrupting us. Someone dropped him down.
and I'm gonna move him if he continues like that.
Abby! Oh god, this is so much fun. It's like torturing somebody or playing with a cat, basically.
Okay, it's crazy. I would accept this argument.
Are you Zach?
Have a whole fucking false Zionism that establishes itself.
Zach, is that you speaking? I'm not near my phone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Fucking kikes that are believing that they are 2,000-year-old descendants of Middle Easterners, and they believe they're refugees and they have the right to come back to their homeland. And you're here dismissing Palestinians who are 75 years in, who are refugees who have been kicked out of their home, and we have this.
Did you say something wrong? Did you say something wrong?
And the United States and the UN.
Did she say something?
She did.
I said you're a fucking kike.
What did she say was wrong?
She
And
said
you're a
that.
faggot kike, not even.
She said that all the
You
Palestinians
just fucking double land it worse.
Hold on. I said what?
Palestinian refugees different than any other refugee in the world.
Let me explain where she went wrong.
Well, y'all want to crash out giving you one.
Okay. She said basically that the Palestinians who are living in Gaza are all refugees.
Where do you
They all live
think?
in refugee towns or neighborhoods.
No,
of
no,
refugees.
Martha.
But
You have very little
the
comprehension
reality,
skills.
wait 1 second. The reality is that the Palestinians in Gaza living in refugee camps are Palestinians from what you call Israel today, who in 1948 got pushed out into Gaza and still have technically under the UN a right of return, and they will be refugees if they're
No, that's not true. That's not true, dude. You're making stuff up.
I'm not making stuff up. Just a second.
They don't have a right. They don't have a right to return.
Interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Do you get kicked down when you interrupt, or is this like
No.
But they can't. They don't know how to have a proper discourse.
Gotcha.
I will move him down because I don't have energy for those things.
Okay, I'll tell you the difference between. There are two
Y'all a
definitions.
joke.
One under UNRWA, which is about the Palestinian refugees, and the other one under the
I'll concede.
UNHCR, which is the global refugees. So
I already told you.
under UNRWA, hold on, the law definition of refugee
She's just gonna repeat
is
it.
a
Well, yes,
refugee
because
from
nobody
a
listened to her the first
fled
time.
country. A refugee is someone who has fled their country from a A refugee is someone who has fled their country due to a well-founded fear or of persecution based on race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group or political opinion, and is unable or unwilling to return. That is a normal global refugee. Now, a Palestinian refugee under UNRWA means something different. It defines Palestine refugees as individuals whose normal place of residence was Palestine between the 1st of June of 1946 and 1948. And who lost both their homes and means of livelihood as a result of the 1948 conflict. This definition also extends to the descendants of Palestinian refugees, including legally adopted children. So it is a very different status, and the Palestinian refugee status will be valid until they quote-unquote come back home, meaning to like the territories that they're claiming from Israel. So it's very different than the global refugees.
I think even if you look at Myanmar and all these people are
Yeah, I just want to interrupt you, Senek, and say that I've reported you for calling me a faggot kike. I'm complaint.
brought up on stage. Like, I don't understand. Like, again, forget about all that. You know, we can argue these definitions, no problem. But again, you're dealing with a state that, you know, justifies itself based on being refugees from 2,000 years.
We are not refugees,
Go back to their homeland. And not only that, but granting a right of return to anybody.
We're talking about Gaza. My God, can't you talk about the topic? My God.
Even though they might be
We are not
what
refugees,
you're
dude.
dealing with is a double standard.
No,
You're telling
the double standard.
You're telling me, a third generation refugee, you're telling me at this point that I am not allowed back to my city. Meanwhile, this guy, who is pretty much
Dude, that is not your city
is
anymore.
practically a European, you're telling me he has a right to return and take
There is
over
no
my
such
home.
thing as a third
You're telling me he has a right to take over my
There
home.
is no right of return. No one is taking your home. My God.
You're telling, shut up, let me finish. I have
What she said is the definition of Palestinian refugees is different to any other ones. That is the point.
Someone pick this guy. Oh my god, he doesn't stop speaking.
There is no
I have
such
to
thing
sit in
as
that
a third generation
constitution at
refugee.
25 by 5, and you're telling me this guy who is a European.
She didn't talk about me, Cynic. She didn't talk about me. No, she didn't talk about me. No, she said that Palestinian refugees have a different definition to any other refugee in the world. This is what she said. And that is true. Because because any other refugee.
Do you think these refugees in that left Myanmar, the Rohingya, you don't think the status, even of their children, is going to be refugees? They're going to be categorized
No,
as refugees.
exactly. They do not. You can go.
To be stateless. They don't have statehood, and hence they would be considered refugees, or the status is going to be
Hi, everybody. I just want to interrupt and say, Honey Badger, can you please create a roast room every once in a while? I mean, I think your lack of organization on this app is resulting in a lot of missed lols. So I would appreciate it if you could please create a roast room soon. Thank you, Dr. Honey Badger. Please continue.
Jose, if you could go to Bukhari, or we call it Bukaki, 5134. Please, would you read it for us?
Bukkake? Isn't that like a pornographic term when a lot of men ejaculate on a woman's face? I said ejaculate.
You having trouble there, Jose? You want some help?
Hello?
67, how do you 70? Jose, are you alright?
Hello? I'm just looking at Lookup's PTR there, that poop coming out of a sledge machine, back of a car or a truck. That was a lot of poop, Lookup. Is all communication just spam? Or is it political?
It's both.
But
Jose, would you grace us with your very presence and tell us all about this Sahih al-Bukhari 5134? If we could hear you read it to us and endorse it, give it a rubber stamp, a gold star, and big
Guys, I would say this Jaws is a big liar. I just saw his friends. A lot of Indians there. For sure, he's an Indian or a Pakistani, and he's already in an Islamic country, and I think he is just afraid to talk to trucks here, or basically just nobody is here recording anything. It's pretty legal to say
no, that's not true. I'm live streaming the room on 15,000 viewers right now on YouTube. I can come back with my anonymous account.
who cares?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ruin the party?
You scared them off. Hey, Gino,
Well, can somebody pass me some coleslaw and some barbecue chicken, please?
look at the title of the room. It's that simple. I can do that. Wow. Yeah.
Without a state, maybe there's some part of some tribe in Africa that not represented by the government of that nation, right? I don't really understand the tribal identities or whatever.
I don't think you can name.
But wait, let me just land here. Their parents come as refugees to America. Their children are born in America. The children who are born in America become American citizens. Now, Donald Trump is trying to change some parts of that, but for a long time, and in many other countries,
Did you just get kicked out?
No, I'm done. I'm going into creator mode. I've been setting up some phones here.
It's Michael. We got a queue. It was Michael. You ain't hear them say, "Oh, I'm going to you."
Yeah.
Come on, I didn't hear that. I'll take the disrespect because you can't.
Oh, you think you can control his schedule and just text him?
No, I'm asking. I'm not saying okay, I said a but I meant because he needs to collect his money.
You're sympathetic. Get a new joke.
It's not a joke.
Oh, okay. It's an update to the joke, I see.
Main refugees, for the rest of their
Okay,
lives.
until the conditions that you just mentioned, they become citizens or they're repatriated somewhere. Until that happens, they are going to be refugees.
Right, but why don't they becoming citizens of Jordan?
the thing is that with the
Because
Palestinians,
Jordan is a sovereign state.
the thing
They
is
don't
that
have
with the
to accept
Palestinians,
refugees.
even if they're, for example, like you said, if you're Palestinian, right? You were born in the you were born in the UN.
They kicked me. Wow.
Can you go in with the anonymous thing? Like even when you get kicked? I'm just asking in general.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ending this X Spaces.
Alright, bye.
No, not this one. The other one.
Oh, okay.
I was live streaming myself on X. Now we're going into ghost mode. Here we go.
I love it.
Can't stop me.
This is perfect.
This is what's happening basically. Oh wow.
Oh, no, this is-
basically paying and trying to fund and weaponize and arm these certain groups that are against Hamas and basically trying to create division, right? They want to divide and conquer. So this is how you do it. You find a group of Palestinians, maybe a big clan, maybe a gang, a mob, mafia. You give them
I can't get
weapons,
back in that room.
arms, you give them
Maybe I
food,
can.
and then you train them, and then you tell them where to go, who to, attack, and that creates a power struggle, right? So now you're fighting a war, and you have a power struggle, and you're trying to, figure out who's an enemy, who's a friend, and these are basically armed people that look just like them.
This guy, the leader of this gang, was previously head of ISIS in Gaza.
I heard allegations about that. It's not pretty reliable.
Maybe actually with people like you that are intelligent, because I do think you're intelligent, and I'm not being sarcastic right now. But maybe with more people like you, can actually be a better place because people.
I think more people want to come in.
Oh my God! You could actually do some industries. You have people that are not too respectful.
Guys, let's move the mic around. I think Khaled wants it. Egyptian want to talk. And Caleb want to.
Actually, I need to ask Isa a question.
Not yet, Caleb.
I mean, sure, let him. He's right.
So I think to the point of the different status of refugees, there are legal definitions of these things, and I think, Cynic, you're using a little bit more popular colloquial understanding that is not related to the legal definitions of refugees.
I didn't dispute the legal definition.
I wasn't finished speaking. The other thing is the law of return and the ability of Jews to return to Israel has nothing to do with refugee status, but it has everything to do with a legitimate fear of not having protections of the host countries that which they live in. It has nothing to do with refugees. And by the way, if you want to talk about refugees, the people who built the state were refugees from Europe and from the Arab world. Those are legitimate refugees, but after one generation of having built the country, they're not refugees anymore. It's the interesting thing about UNRWA and the kind of like motivations between UNRWA, this is my own commentary and analysis, right, is that the reason to keep Palestinians as permanent refugees is to hold out the idea not only that they can return, but that Israel will cease to exist, right? I think UNRWA, this idea of permanent refugee status is a deliberate attempt to hold out hope that Israel will cease to exist under some demographic.
Okay, well, again, the reason there was an ethnic cleansing to begin with was to artificially create this Jewish majority demographic to begin with. Now, these people that were kicked out of their homes, they need to be dealt with, and they are in limbo. They are stateless, and they are placed in a concentration camp, and they are not afforded rights as citizens of a state. They don't. It's practically impossible for a Palestinian to travel for the most part. So Palestinian passport is worth its weight in paper, pretty much. That's it. So this is a problem. They
Palestinians that are in Gaza.
under a siege. They are
The Palestinians in Gaza.
and they
The Palestinians in Gaza.
these stateless people who
Got
have been kicked
So
out
the
of their
Palestinians in Gaza.
land.
Can you change your PTR, Cynic? It's very upsetting and disgusting.
So Palestinians on Palestinian land in Gaza under Palestinian government, why are the refugees?
I am pretty damn sure I didn't talk about.
So you're wrong.
Now he's just gonna say, "Don't interrupt me," and I didn't talk over you. That's all he's ever gonna say
Oh
now.
my God! Oh shit. So Palestinians in Gaza under Palestinian. I want to understand from you, for example. Explain to me what I'm missing, okay? Palestinians in Gaza, okay? That is Gaza is a Palestinian land under Palestinian government. Why are they considered refugees? Can you explain to me?
Why? Because they've been kicked out of their homes and they
So
are
what?
living in a concentration camp, and they aren't afforded the basic rights of
That is not a definition.
Cynic is an intifada survivor.
John, stay with John. No, but I want to understand from you anything that already Palestinians.
Cynic is an intifada survivor.
They have a Palestinian government. They are on Palestinian land. Why are they refugees?
Because we don't have a state. And again, I am kicked out of my home, and I have the right to go back to the property that was built.
Still gotta pay the property
So
taxes.
the people in Gaza, John, stop it. So Gaza is on Palestinian land.
Livable place. It's a concentration camp.
That's not the definition. My God. Why is there a refugee camp in Gaza if those are Palestinian, on Palestinian land, under Palestinian government? Why are there refugees?
First of all, there is no government. You have a body that
Yes,
Palestinians
they elected
elected in 2005, and at that point we haven't had another election. And
They have a government.
No, it is just a governing
It's
body.
like Venezuela. Venezuela elected their dictator. They elected them.
Listen, Gaza is not Israel, right? It's Palestinian government.
Just
Of course, it's relevant. The entire concept of refugees is about being not on your land. But if you're on your land, how come you are a refugee?
you can't help yourself, can you?
Just answer my question.
Now, so if the Rohingya go create a governing body over the refugees in Bangladesh right now, and you think that's it? Their refugee status ends?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you a question.
So I will answer you afterward. The Palestinians in Gaza,
You don't like my
the Palestinians. So I didn't get it. So the Palestinians in Gaza that are on
to help you.
the Palestinians. Oh my God, Jesus, you don't shut up. You literally don't shut up.
No, he just keeps talking. He never shuts
Oh
up.
my God, Sean, shut up. The Palestinians in Gaza. I will just repeat after you. Let me finish my question, and then hopefully you'll be able to answer it.
Right, Abby? So
I
hilarious.
will ask the question because you keep on interrupting me. Can you let me finish my question once?
He never shuts up. He just keeps talking.
John, shut up.
I answer you don't like
So maybe I didn't understand it. I will ask it again, and then you will answer, okay? And we will not fight over the microphone. You will let me finish the question, and then I will let you finish the answer, okay? That is acceptable? Great. So my question, great. I want to know, Palestinians in Gaza, Gaza is a Palestinian land. They live on a Palestinian land under a Palestinian governance, okay? Why are they considered refugees if they are controlling their own, and they are on their land, and they have their own leadership, and they are not part of Israel? Thank you.
because they are not from Gaza. They are from Palestine. They are from the cities that the majority of Israelis occupy, and they are living in their homes. So that's why they're refugees, and they don't have status. They are not considered citizens of Gaza.
Living in their homes, are they communists?
Distinctions. You don't know these distinctions, but within Gazan society, there are categories. There is refugee and citizen, and the people in Gaza who are citizens, this is their land, and this is their territory, and you will see this discrepancy between actual citizens. So they see, they want us also to go back to where we came from as well. So that's internally to Gaza. But just like
What year are they going to go back to? 65? 1855?
Shut the fuck up. Now, if you go.
Wait, you're talking about a time machine, right?
You're such a fucking clown. You will kill yourself. I'm pretty sure. You will get to that point where you will fucking end it. I know the type you are, John.
Oh, you're breaking down. You're cracking. Don't project, Cynic.
I know you do it. You're
You're
borderline.
projecting.
You're an insane person. I can tell.
We got you to the cliff, Cynic. Are you gonna jump? What are you gonna do?
If they establish themselves as a fund, it's not They're still refugees, even if they establish a governing body. It doesn't matter. So it's as simple as that. And again, the hypocrisy, like, you are claiming that you have a right to return to this land and establish a Jewish state at the cost of the predominant population in the land because of some notion that you were unjustly kicked out of this land, even though that is historically false. So that whole narrative is bullshit. So, if it's okay for you to come and justify ethnic cleansing and establishing an ethno-supremacy state, and it was just the same what the Nazis were attempting to do.
Oh my God. Okay. You answered my question. You're not supposed. No, you rambled for like an hour now. You answered my question, and now we're talking about spreading propaganda. You are repeating it. You're exactly blaming the Jews again, and we heard it a million times. When is not the topic?
I didn't blame them. What I'm telling you
it has nothing to do. We're talking about. No, it's not because we are not refugees, dude. We are not refugees. Are you okay with the fact that Palestinians will stay stateless? Are you okay? Because a right of return is an immigration law name. It's not a right, okay? There is no right of return. Okay, it's a name of a concept.
Abby, you know what? Somebody told me in my YouTube chat, they said, your head is very round and very shiny. That indicates very good luck, or something to that extent. Something like people with very bald, very round and bald shiny heads.
Because this is our ancestral land, our indigenous land, and we are coming back. But it's about immigration law. And Israel, as a sovereign country, can decide who decides to come or who not. Now, I want to understand from you, are you okay?
Tralala, shot with no shoes. Slides through the sea like he's got nothing to lose. Puffing real slow. Wooden and smooth, got that silent glow.
Name of this song is Italian Brain Rot.
Engines roar, jet crops slamming through. Tralala.
Why do you keep posting stuff? Because only like 2 people watch your shit, man.
Dude, listen, your concept is that you will consider the Palestinians refugees until something that will never happen, meaning that they will be able to destroy
something that will never happen.
Okay, no, you assume, okay,
I can't do that one anymore. I can't listen to that.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Okay, so I am going to create some videos here. I hope you enjoy.
Okay. Copy here. I will send it to your. There you go. You have it.
Have what?
Nora's podcast.
Oh, am I on
No.
it? Isn't it funny how it's like the only thing I really care about is am I in it? Because I would love to like get, if people don't like dox me and like troll me on the internet, like I'm actually not being politically successful. I have to get people attacking me on the internet to even give myself credibility of worthiness to be attacked. Isn't that kind of...
Have you heard this? Where she was crying with Randy?
Okay, that's good. That was fine. I don't want to just share the truth.
You don't know the truth. You don't know the truth.
Of course, I know this happened. We didn't know her from.
You know nothing about me. I lived a life before you ever met me. You're a child. I was grown when you were a child. You dummy.
That's so beautiful.
You're born in 1997. I was born in 1985. What's wrong with you?
That's another thing. That's
40 years, don't come first.
I'm making sure that this conversation is not in vain.
Motherfucker, you have no clue how much I don't care. Look, the truth remains as it
I will monetize all your BS.
Oh my God, I don't care. What's going on? That's my
You cannot take me away from Palestine. You cannot take me away from the cause that you took me away from Palestine.
No, because she's gonna
Yeah, okay, so that's it. She knows it. You don't know it. You don't understand.
Shut up.
Oh, again,
But don't treat it like
how do you believe that you're not reinforcing her behavior by telling her that her behavior is abnormal given Western standards now, but it is very normal given it's not.
Western standards are falling apart.
Okay.
Nobody disagrees with that except for you.
But no one is
Because you're a
Even Christian. Stop it, Isa. Like,
Did
what?
Diego tell you that you shouldn't take your medicine, yes or no?
What do you think? Like, crying is normal.
No one's saying crying is not normal, it's just that it's not moving me.
I don't let it.
Randy is a savage.
It's like your baby losing its tantrum, dude, that's all it is.
No, you're hurting me and you won't stop.
You're hurting yourself.
No, you're hurting me and you won't stop.
any woman that gets treated the way you're treating her is going to react exactly the same way. Go ahead.
But do you think that's her behavior? Do you believe that her behavior is normal for women?
Something to do with I have lived this. I have been in her place on multiple occasions, inpatient, outpatient. This is not funny. It's not anything to joke about. It is a very, by Western, by Eastern standards, this is an issue that needs to be dealt with professionally. When you say that rabbi, I'll project professionalism.
Diego is telling her not to follow instructions.
I have spoken with her on several occasions, and my advice is the following. I'll say it. I say it to anybody. Seek professional help and follow what the medical professional tells you what to do. A psychiatrist.
Do you think Congress and example the Sriyan Yaakov, do you think you should be saying?
You're not going to run me out of Clubhouse like you run me out of
Please don't scroll.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
understanding people are pros and cons like because if you ain't buying house on the first night, you actually makes everyone's fucking bubble on the first night. So
Dude, that was some funny shit. Some pretty crazy shit. It's like, it's scary because, like, if somebody does hurt somebody on this app and you spend all this time communicating with them, it's like,
Is running, how long is running? Stupid questions, dude. Come on.
what?
That's a simple
What? What did you say?
You asked that how much is running?
Making a point. I got to a point.
I'm making a point. And he's making also a point. And he's making also a point.
It wasn't exclusive to you guys.
But he wants to also make a point. So he's asking you, what is anthropology? Because you said that anyone can graduate. And you seem to be unable to listen to others. I was now listening for like 15 minutes. There wasn't even 1 second that someone else spoke that didn't go off mic and spoke what they spoke. Even when my friend asked to speak to Simon, you felt the need to speak on top of them what they were speaking. And even now, when I'm telling you that you can't shut up for a minute, you are unable to shut up for a minute. It's amazing.
You're just bitching, dude. That's all you're doing. You're just a bitch. Now, I mean, this guy just always throwing up random topics, and he claims to have a triple-digit.
The random topic is not random. It's not a random topic. It's that you're too wrong to understand.
And just proving wrong. Tell him what anthropology is, and let's move on. Come on.
What cultures, man? What? That's all. Studying cultures. Studying humans.
You Googled it.
Cool.
You had to Google it.
I don't really give a shit. The point is anybody can fucking major in that shit. So that's all. Humanities major is stupid. All you need is time.
Well, you went from
to read.
saying, did you even go to college? And now you're insulting my major. So what major would you respect? What major would you respect?
A STEM major.
Like what? So science, technology. You have no respect for
science.
You don't respect anybody or education. You don't respect people who study education.
Why anyways, I see what you're able to intellectually accomplish, and I judge you based on that, not some fucking pseudo test.
Look, if the Palestinians in Palestine are half as simple as you, then it's no wonder that they're being blown apart.
Wait, but I don't understand. There's doctors who think that men can be women or anything like that. Like what? And they graduated in STEM. What does that change?
I'm sorry, what? They're still retards. There's doctors who believe that men can be women. And that doesn't make it well, it depends on the STEM major itself. But again, if you're someone who pretty much went through calculus and physics, you can pretty much take one of these IQ tests and pass it in flying.
So go ahead, take the test and get one for
what does that change? The fact that you're able to
take the test.
Screenshot, clown.
Yeah, take the test. Go ahead and take it.
Screenshot.
Google
You see this dick measuring contest because you're.
It's not a dick measuring contest. It's a brain measuring contest.
Discussing a point. You can't try to give us input on the point.
I can't give you
deflect it with a completely random point.
I didn't deflect at all. I addressed your profile picture. Yeah, because you're too stupid to engage in discussion.
You're retarded.
No, I'm not.
You hear the discussion.
You're retarded. You're a
retarded. The discussion.
No, I'm smart. Unique and funny.
You're a funny.
I have a unique perspective. No, I'm not a loser.
Yeah,
I'm an anthropology major and I run a cool business and I have a hot girlfriend. It's the way people on Clubhouse like me too. You're a dumb idiot. Your cousins are being blown apart. Your cousins' brains are on the sidewalk. Get them up. Better get them up. Someone's brains are on the sidewalk. Better get a sponge.
Wasted thousands of dollars on a piece of paper. Thank you. Now going back to what Simon says, which I pretty much steal, man. You don't have the right to return that because there's a fucking state with an army. No problem. But there are ways to defeat.
From now on, when I see cynic, I'm just going to say, get a sponge. And then William Wallace is going to know exactly what I mean by that.
Goodness.
Yeah, I mean, that's not entirely what I said. But
this guy is just incapable. Anyways. That is pretty much what you
better get a sponge. So get a sponge.
Let me explain to you why it's necessary for Israel to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. How about that? Would you like to?
We already know why, because the Palestinians are retarded. They love.
We don't need to because there was a partition plan. There was a partition plan to divide the land between Jews and Arabs. No one had to ethnically cleanse, but the Palestinians decided that it's not good for them, so they started a war and they lost. And there was no ethnically cleansed. They were not ethnically cleansed. This is why many Palestinians still have a key. Why do they have a key? Because they were told they would come back. Who told them they would come back? Your fucking leaders. If we had ethnically cleansed them, no one would have taken the key. Or when the Jews, when a million Jews were kicked out of, oh my God, when a million Jews were kicked out of Arab countries, they left with nothing. We didn't take a key. They knew. Are you able? Oh my God, he's just never shut up.
Listen to him. He hasn't given a word that you've said. Daniel's here. He hasn't. Daniel, this is my point about the low IQ, because he hasn't listened to a word you've said all morning. So then who really has the low IQ? Who has the low IQ? Him or us? So then you and I are the low IQ ones. We are the dumb motherfuckers.
He's like autopilot. He's keep on talking and talking and talking, regardless of what others are talking, like he's 100% in the room. So
And if you know that and you continue to engage, then doesn't that make you the dumb?
no, I'm gonna try to overcome it. There was a partition plan. So your entire streak about we had to ethnically cleanse. No, we didn't. We have our Jewish cities. You have your Arab cities. We could have divided the land. You said no. We want to genocide the Jews. We told you your Palestinians, please leave for a few days. We will ethnically cleanse the Jews. This is why the Jews the key. So tell me, Cynic, why do Palestinians? Why? My God. So tell me, Cynic, why do the Palestinians have the key to the house?
Okay, now, I'm not sure where to begin with your nonsense. Like, I don't know. Like, can you actually...
So I will help you. It was your question at the end. Why do Palestinians have a key to their house?
Why? Because they have the right to return back to their homes. They wanted to come back.
When they were ethnically cleansed in 1948, kicked out of the land, why did they take the key?
They took the key because they were hoping that they would come back.
And they assumed that the key was still open and the locks would not be changed? Like, be honest with yourself for a second. Why do the Palestinians have a key? Why did the Jews that were kicked out, like a million Jews were kicked out from Arab countries, left with nothing, no possessions, but the Palestinians said, okay, we're just gonna lock here for a bit. We're gonna go and we'll come back, obviously. So the first thing I will take is a key, my mobile phone, and my wallet. Why did they take the key? Try to be honest with yourself, and if you be honest with yourself, you would know that they thought that they're coming back in a few days. Why? Because this is what they were told. Who told them that? Who told them that?
You're just repeating yourself.
Because you are keep on interrupting. I'm asking you, why did they take the key when they were supposedly, quote unquote, ethnically cleansed?
I already
Be honest for a second.
I answered your question. Do you have comprehension issues? I told you they were expecting to return back to their homes.
Why were they expecting? So explain to me. I understand. Why were they expected to come back if they were like forcibly removed by a Zionist evil army? They were kicked out. Why is this the first thing that they think about? Okay, I'm probably gonna come back in a few days. Let me just take the key.
Well, not necessarily in a few days. There you go, an assumption. However,
why did they take the key? It's a very simple question. The key opens the door.
Answer a very simple fucking question. Like, I don't understand what's so difficult here. I already answered.
I tried to dumb it down so you would understand.
They were, and no, dude, you're the dumb one here. I already answered the question.
Everybody's dumb, and you are, but you don't know anything. You don't answer anything.
Take your key when you leave your fucking home.
Because I know that I'm coming back. Exactly.
Well, the same thing.
But if they were forcibly removed, everybody thought, oh, they're not serious. They will let us come back in a while.
They were either threatened, they were told by these Zionist gangs, if you guys don't leave, we're going to massacre you. Or
so why did they take the key coming back? Dude, you're enforcing what I'm asking. We were so genocidal that we will massacre them.
Control yourself.
I want you to answer my question. Why did the Palestinians take a key when they were supposedly, quote unquote, forcibly, ethnically genocided, whatever you want to say? Because they thought they were coming back.
They were expecting all of their friends, the Jordanians and the Egyptians and the Saudi Arabians and the Lebanese and all of them, they were expecting that those people were going to kill all the Jews and get the Jews out, and then they could come back home again.
Killed all the Jews prior. The 5% of Palestine was Jewish. So we
not for lack of
Palestine.
Okay,
No one's
so what was the first?
However, I believe that's fair.
Yeah, well, I believe so because his brains are all over the sidewalk.
I mean, hey, my friend, if you're willing to engage, make a good point.
I believe that it is justifiable for the Palestinian kids in your video, your picture there, to be dead.
Oh my God.
It makes sense why they're dead.
You hear
It's
what
sad that they're dead, but it makes sense why they're dead.
Keep deflecting off to random.
I'm not deflecting at all. I'm talking about why it's justifiable that Palestinians are being killed by Israel.
We're talking about something specific.
No, we're talking about the war in Palestine and Israel. We're talking about the war in Israel. What I'm saying is very much on topic. What I'm saying is,
I can't listen. I'm not two people. I can't be engaging with his points and then
you can't have a conversation that has more than one person in it.
No, because these
are low IQ, brain dead, fucking animal barbarians
talking about
you're like a mongoloid drooling donkey.
You want to talk about 2000?
Well, I can have a conversation with more than one person at once. Like, I can talk to Simon and Daniel.
You brought in a new.
No, I'm not a guy, my friend.
Different. Yeah, with a different time period.
See, point proven.
You want to discuss the current. The legitimacy of
when we were talking about the right to return, you were talking about 2,000 years ago. So when you do it, it's okay. But when my friend is doing it, it's off topic.
Is jumping onto different points. But you're doing this because you.
So answer my question. Why do the Palestinians have the key? Why did they think they're coming back? If they were like forcibly ethnically cleansed by a genocidal Zionist army, why did they think they're coming back if they were ethnically cleansed? Why did they think they're coming back if they were forcibly ethnically cleansed with the threat of massacre? Why did they keep the key?
Because they were hoping, yes, that there would be Arab intervention, and yes, and there was a fighting force of the Palestinians.
And what happened? Did they ever do it?
As the paramilitaries of the Zionists.
There was a fighting force against the paramilitary gangs, and the paramilitary gangs beat the fighting forces. So do you want to fight again? Do you want a rematch?
Yeah, we're going to continue to.
There was a rematch in 1967. They got smashed again. Do you want a rematch? There was a rematch, I think, in 1973
in 1948, Israel did. Shut the fuck up.
We're fucking you up right now. Your brains are all over the sidewalk. I mean, babies are being blown apart. You want to keep going? Hit him again, Daniel. Fucking airstrike the whole village.
Mind your own fucking business, you cracker.
Airstrike the whole
Mind your own fucking business. Nothing to do with you anyways. So, again, what we're talking about is
you're not going to tell a boy from the United States, dude. Using bodies of dead children from Gaza.
The objective of Zionism has always been to establish a Jewish state, and the only way you establish a Jewish state is by establishing a Jewish majority.
I'll tell you what.
You're missing the concept of you're missing the point of the partition. So tell me, if the partition plan was accepted by the Arabs,
stupid as your face.
If the partition plan was accepted, okay, by the Arabs, then we didn't need to have this supposed
really?
Yes.
Do you even know anything about the partition plan?
What do you know? It's like the way because I'm talking Italian and I heard it from you.
You don't
So tell me, dude, if there was a partition plan, then everybody would
If there was a partition plan,
if you're ignorant,
no one would have an education. We would have a majority, you would have a majority, we would both be living side by side, each one on their own. You're making like shit up as if you assume that we are idiots like you're all pro-Pali Nazis, that we are not aware of the partition plan. But we are. And if you are aware of the partition plan, you said that the Zionists came and the only way, you said now, the only way to make a Jewish state is by kicking people out and creating like a majority. And I'm telling you, I want to challenge it. I'm like, no, if there was a partition plan, and there was, which we accepted,
much of a discussion.
Because you see, because you know we've been talking for you for a couple of hours, and you're so sick in the head that I need to repeat a few times. Also, the fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I have no idea. The fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I have no idea what you. The fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I actually don't know what you're listening to. This is why I have to repeat. If you would know how to behave, if you would know how to behave in society, when someone speaks, you listen. And then when you speak, we listen, then we don't need to repeat ourselves. So I'm telling you, you said now, you made a claim that the Zionists came, and in order for them to create a Jewish state, they had to ethnically cleanse in order to have a majority. And you keep on talking. It's mind-blowing the level of that you're incapable of having a conversation.
I'm about to.
You will notice that I'm muting up. Listen, let's agree. When I mute up, that will be the cue for you. That will be the cue for you to unmute, okay? When I mute, that will be your cue to unmute. When I mute, that will be the cue for you to unmute. When I will mute, that will be the cue for you to unmute, okay? Let me say what I want to say, then I will have the imagination, then I will be able to, at least in my head, I will be able to listen.
I would rambling. You see? To fucking keep.
Airstrike the whole village. Strike the whole village. Just airstrike his whole fucking village.
So I wanna address it and
Hit him again, Daniel!
You made the point about the demographics. I mean,
I wanna make it again.
because you're a bitch. Because you're a bitch.
Okay, so I'm a bitch. You know, bitch. Listen, bitch, shut up. Okay, now listen. You made a claim.
Let me answer.
You know what? Now I'll say it twice, okay? Now I'll say it twice. You need to listen. You need to understand that this is not Gaza, okay? You need to understand that this is a civilized society and we're having a conversation. So now, okay, this ain't Gaza. This is not Gaza. Okay. Are you done? Okay.
Are you gonna repeat yourself?
You made a claim that you said that when the Zionists came, you made a claim, you said that when the Zionists came, they had to. You made a claim, you said that when the Zionists came, they had to ethnically cleanse the Arabs in order to have a Jewish majority, in order to have a state. I'm asking you if there was a partition plan, and there was, that we accepted, then your entire claim falls. So, address this point. You see, it was like 30 seconds. You just had to wait up. Now, I will repeat myself again. You made a claim that in order to create a Jewish state, we had to ethnically cleanse all the Arabs in order to have a Jewish majority. And I'm challenging you, and I'm saying, no, there was a partition plan, and if it was accepted by the Arabs, which it was not, then we would have divided the land, we would have a Jewish state with our majority, you would have an Arab state with your majority, and everybody would live happily ever after. Now address my point. Now listen, I will mute up, and then it will be a cue for you to
Yeah, I know how it works. You repeating yourself 3 times doesn't benefit anybody. Apparently it only does. I don't know, must be articulation thing or anything.
You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time talking.
Well, I have a very simple answer. Do you know the demographic ratio for the presumed Jewish state? Let's just start there. And according to the partition plan, what would have been the percentages?
Like 40-something%. What's the point?
So yeah, the Arabs would have been 45. Roughly, we're talking roughly. So 45.
That's okay. Well,
55. So that's what we're talking about.
No, because the land was divided first to. You took the entire land of Palestine. You first cut it. You made Transjordan. You turned it into an Arab country called Transjordan. You brought the Hashemite kingdom, and then from the rest, we partitioned it again. And then you got half, and we got half. What's your problem?
You answered the question. Just mute up, man. I'm trying.
So we could have had the majority in that state.
I'm trying to give you some respect. Just mute up. Jesus Christ. So again, I told you the ratio would have been 45 to 55. Roughly speaking. And there are places that would have been more in the favor of the Arabs. So state.
Yeah, Israel had more land, but the Palestinians were given better land. So it was 55%. Yes, the state wouldn't have been viable because it was only 45% of the land. It's a stupid argument. You're saying that you're overwhelmed because they had a majority of the land was given to Israel, but you're so
The
stupid.
Jewish state wouldn't have been viable in the few decades that would follow.
Why would it have been viable?
Yet alone,
They said no, it's not viable.
Yet, let me.
Why
So
would
yeah, you would
have
lose.
been
You would
viable?
lose your majority in the next few decades.
Right, and then what would happen?
And not only that.
And then what would
If
happen?
you look at the.
And then what would happen? And what would happen when the Jews lost their majority? What would happen then? Why would that be so bad?
It wouldn't be a Jewish state.
And so then what would be bad about that?
Ask yourself why the partition to begin with.
I can answer. You're asking me to
What would
answer?
be the answer? Go ahead.
Ask myself. Well, then the Jews would be under threat of extermination.
Oh, okay.
That's why I need the majority, obviously.
Okay, so now,
Do you understand that?
Okay, no.
What do you think would happen if the Jews lost the majority?
I'm going with your logic.
Okay.
So if you know now that, okay, according, if I look at the birth rates, and I know I'm going to.
Light is shed upon the righteous, and joy on the upright in heart. The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me, your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever. Do not forsake the work of your hands. The Lord says, I will guide you along the best pathway for your life. I will advise you and watch over you. It is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. To the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. It is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. Blessed is the man who endures temptation, for when he has been approved, he will receive the crown of life which the Lord has promised.
Righteous and joy on the upright in heart. The heart. Oh, his purpose is steadfast.
The birth date to an Arab majority in probably 20, 30 years. So now what do I assume that the partition plan has taken place? What is the solution now for the Jewish state? Go ahead, my friend.
Solution. Wait, let me everything is okay.
I'm asking you to just let him in.
This is two Americans discussing Israel, Daniel. We have no need for an Israeli to chime in. But wait, so try to restate your question again, Cynic, but make it really short.
Okay, listen carefully. I'm conceding to your premise, okay? We are going to face extermination if we become a minority. That is an axiom now. I'm giving you that. Now, you also understand, based on this 45-55 demographic,
You have to cross into each other's territories.
No. Forget about that one. That's just me showcasing that it's not practical to begin with. But ignore that point. And now, look at the birth rates for the Arabs. Based on this demographic, we would be the majority in the next few decades, maybe even less, just based on the birth rates alone. Now, how are you going to deal with the impending reality that you will become a minority in the very Jewish state that you accept it.
How would we become a minority? If you have like high birth rate in your own country, how does it affect my country? Go live like pigs. I don't care. It doesn't. You miss the point. If Israel is a sovereign state and next to it Jordan, and Jordan treats like graduates, how does it impact me?
You see, I'm asking
You, my God, are you listening to me?
you have a
No, you listen to me. Listen to me.
talking about Jordan.
I was giving you an example. I'm saying that if Israel, I'm telling to you that if Israel, if there was a partition plan, there were two states side by side. How does your birth rate affect my sovereignty?
Because within
You have like 12 millions.
you see, you fucking ask the question, you can't shut up. Within the very Jewish state, you have a fucking 45% Arab demographic. We're talking internal to the previous Jewish state according to the partition plan. You would have ended up a minority in probably 20, 30 years. You would have ended up a minority. Our birth rates are just much higher than some fucking Europeans who are atheist Europeans. So that's just a fact of it. And so how, now I'm asking my friend, how are you going to deal with the reality that you are going to end up a minority in the so-called Jewish state? And assuming the state is
He's
based on
projecting a history hypnosis time machine again. He thinks he knows the future.
How would I deal with the fact that the Jews are going to become a minority in Israel? Two answers. The first answer would be obviously to increase the Jewish population by having more Jewish babies and inviting other Jews from around the world to finally come home to Israel where they will be safe from anti-Semitism. That would be the first answer. If we're going to become a minority, we have to increase so we don't become a minority.
Okay.
The second would be if Muslims weren't crazy, then being a minority wouldn't be an issue. Like the Jews are a minority in America.
That's anecdotal, but at this point, how do you deal with the scenario itself? Like, what would be the active measures? You said increase immigration.
Yeah, increase the population.
Now, again, if you look at currently,
I'm just saying now again currently. Good Shabbos, El Normo!
We said it was now again currently and good Shabbos El Normo. Continue.
yeah, because I'm trying to interrupt you.
It's also very high. I want you to try to see why is it bad that Norm is joining the stage?
I have no problem. That's why I'm seeing. With you.
Yes, he's answering our question.
All right.
So why the tie up? Wait, are you saying to me, why the tie up?
See, why are you jumping into a conversation?
Calm down.
We're getting tied up in these hypotheticals because of the dopamine. It's flooding me with
So
dopamine.
why don't we go to the heart of the issue?
I'm asking you, please.
He's centering me. I'm starved for attention. It's not every day that somebody wants to talk to me. He wants to talk to me.
I don't mind talking to you.
So I'm dealing with you, my friend. So at this point, I'm asking you. I gave you the scenario. You said immigration. I'm telling you now. If you look at the ground right now, if you look at Israel right now,
The dopamine flows
you
through
will
the
see that
dopamine into your veins.
since Israel
It's settled in your brain.
this is full of so
Why is this guy? So you're always going to hop on stage and open his fucking laptop. Yeah, it's too bad.
It's couldn't wait.
You just love
Fucking talking, don't you, Norm? We're engaging in a very quick scenario.
How cynic you're not. There's nothing to hypothetical. If you wanted to stay, you
Yeah,
can.
for the hypothetical because he's yes. My friend, are you that much of a pussy that you're gonna?
No, be quiet. Just talk about the issue. You know what it is.
Are you okay? Are you
No
okay?
medicine.
No, I'm not a pussy.
Okay, then the answer is
I don't like shouting over people.
I'm not. I told you this is a one-on-one. I'm telling you, deal with the scenario.
It's not a one-one piece. Now we have
Okay, so you're a bitch. That's what you're telling me. You're a pussy.
Well, your cousin's brains are on the sidewalk. So
Okay, so I'm good. It was.
The slides are up.
It's not even
The brains are flowing.
honestly, it is a pleasure, to humiliate you guys over and over again. As I
The only one who's been consistently humiliated here is you.
You're literally just got humiliated
And
because
every
you
time
were
you
about
speak,
to.
you roast yourself.
You can't even argue the point. You can't even debate.
Of course I can argue the point. When Norm's not talking, I'm ready to engage on guard.
Well, he's interrupting.
Norm, just for the sake of this, yes. So Norm, Norm, engaging with his hypotheticals is stupid. We're gonna give it to him. Okay, so
after I'm done,
we're giving you
I've already humiliated Norm several times already.
Norm humiliates himself every time he speaks because this is a self-roasting app.
It doesn't even.
And every time anybody speaks on this app, they roast themselves. So Norm humiliates himself every day, just like me.
No, I don't.
Okay, just humiliated himself again.
No, I do. Can you?
When somebody has an argument that's going circles,
If you look at the current demographics today, the Jewish Arab demographic in the Mandate of Palestine, what was known as the Mandate of Palestine, you will see that the current advantage is for the Arabs. It's 51%
The population
in favor of the Arabs. So if you look at the territories from the river to the sea, it is 51% in the favor of the Arabs. And
Well,
this
I'm
is
not
after
there,
the
and then it's
war.
going to be one more Jew in Israel.
This is after millions of refugees around the world, the Palestinians.
What is your point?
My point was, if there was no war, if there was no ethnic cleansing, the numbers that you see today, 51% would have been more like 70%.
And
Would have been probably even 80%.
And so then that would have been good. And we would have all been living in peace. We would have been sharing the world. It would
I
have been
agree
70%
here.
Arab and 30%
Okay,
Jew.
cool that you said that. All right, I remember what you just said. Now,
Yes, we would have been sharing the country peacefully.
Okay, no problem.
If there wasn't for like the murderous hatred of the Jews and the fact that Allah and the Jews or whatever.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that input. Now, with that in mind, hold that thought in your head. Now, what you're seeing is that your initial protocol to deal with the whole demographic issue, increasing immigration, wasn't going to fix the problem. It was so just based on the scenario that I just mentioned, the current stats, as I mentioned right now. Now, this notion that you just brought up, so now you're going to have to give me another protocol, another strategy to maintain the demographics in your favor, to maintain a Jewish state. Now, moving that aside, if you want to respond to that, you can go ahead after. But that notion that you just had in mind, that we can live in peace, then why the fuck did we need to have a partition to begin with? If you can accept the reality of being a minority in a land, then there was no necessity for Zionism to begin with. There was no necessity to establish a Jewish state to begin with. But you see, the very reason for establishing a Jewish state was...
I get your point. Stop talking.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I get your point, and actually I agree with Norm. So Norm said a few times, why did we need it to begin with? Why couldn't we have just lived in harmony with 70% Arab population and population? And Norm said very simply, excellent. And this reminds me, actually, Norm, before you entered the room, I was going to ask a question for Cynic and Daniel. I could ask it now for Cynic, Daniel, and Norm.
but Jason, give him the reason so he understands. Give him the reason.
Me? No, so the answer, well, the question I was going to ask is, what was the first massacre that started the war? Was it Jews killing Palestinians and forcing them off their land? Or was it Palestinians killing Jews who were settling in Israel? Who started it? I looked this up on X, on AI the other day, and I actually got a real answer. So there is actually a correct answer for like the first massacre. I think it happened in like possibly 1929, I think. But do you know who started it and when? Maybe Daniel will know this.
You're talking about the Hebron massacre. That's what you're talking about.
I think so.
So Hebron massacre.
29.
Yeah, it was pretty much a mob mentality as a response to a national.
That's why they needed it.
Basically, yes, it was a massacre. It was excited. He asked me. Actually, I heard my name. I literally was right now for 15 minutes. And I heard my name, Daniel, and I actually, for the last 15 minutes, all I heard was like, voice? Okay, so the question was addressed to me, and I would be happy. So 1929, if you read the description of what happened on 1929, it's very much similar to what happened on 7th of October in terms of like the description, except taking the hostages, basically. And it's a reuse tactics that they use a lot. Basically, the Jews did something usually it's about the Al-Aqsa or whatever, and then they incite the Arab mob to go and slaughter Jews. And this is like the same recipe has been repeated over and over and over again.
Thank you. So, like you said, there was a Zionist demonstration that went through Jerusalem, and they were calling for an establishment of the Jewish state and the rebuilding of the temple and all that nonsense that you see today. Now, at that time,
it really makes sense why they just massacred babies and children. Now that you say that there was a reason, there was a protest, and they said that they want to make a state. Okay, so it makes sense why they call us Jews. Now I understand.
built the third temple, yes.
So that's for you, it legitimizes. So for you, in your eyes, in your inhumane terrorist, properly Nazi mindset, you think that this is a reason to go and slaughter Jews in their homes? No, I want to understand. You think that there's something to justify. So you're basically saying that
you're going demonstrating in Jerusalem.
So you're basically saying that there's something that justifies it. Why is it so hard to speak with him? So you're basically saying.
Why is it so hard to communicate with him? Are you just figuring this out, Daniel?
He answered the question, and now it's my turn. You know what? He wants to continue. Yapping. Hopefully that was God. Anyways, I'm gonna take the opportunity.
Anyways, I think I'm going to go to the gym or go on a nice power walk, read a book, do anything other than listen to Cynic Mikhail continue to speak and spam his bullshit. Mikhail, why don't you go to the gym and read a book and do something productive today with your life?
So I'm talking to my friend, and he just heard the answer from Daniel himself. There was a protest that went out to the, calling for the Jewish Zionist state and for the destruction of the holy sites. So that's why, and this triggered a mob mentality. And yes, there was a massacre that took place, but you need more context on this.
We need to go down the history hypnosis time machine right now. Go ahead, Cynic. Al, you can handle this out. Go ahead.
A lot of those Jews also in Hebron were Arabs. So a lot of people who defended them and the people that were counted, the people who were found were Arabs themselves. So yeah, but people want to ignore that, and a lot of these guys were executed or persecuted. So that's what happened with that. So yeah, but you can see that it was a triggered response. So they were triggered into this. So that's what it is. When you have a project in your own land that calls for your ethnic cleansing and your destruction.
The Zionist program, history so bloody.
So this is expected. If I go in the United States and I have,
it's expected, El Mormo. It's expected.
I have established gangs, and now I'm calling for this taking over American territory and diminishing American sovereignty. Of course, this is going to trigger a mob mentality.
Of course, it's going to trigger a mob mentality.
Yeah, of course.
I'm a Jewish non-Zionist, and you guys might be interested in my viewpoint. I'm going to say, if I can...
So, my friend, you don't have an answer anymore. And so you understand at this point...
I think Maximilian was saying that he's a Jewish non-Zionist? Is that what he was saying? Or did you just talk right over him like you do everybody else? As you continue just to talk while people just talk, and nobody can really have a conversation because people are willing to talk over each other for no reason because it's all spam anyways at the end of the day. And it's always a you problem if people talk to people like you because it's a waste of time. After 100 conversations, you think you might get the clue. I don't know. That's just me. I think I'm going to go to the gym and read a book and enjoy my Shabbos. Have a great day, everybody.
He doesn't leave, by the way. He's just like, I'm going to go. You're violent. That's your problem. He's a fucking... This guy's a problem. Speak with your violence. by necessity.
He's not just violent, El Normo. He's low IQ. He's like deteriorating. You can tell his body is just like withering. He's technically a jihadist time waster who wastes people's time by wasting and decomposing his own body. He's drying out, El Normo. How are you going to fix all those laptops today to make a living if all you're doing is chatting here and standing all day long? What book am I going to read? Oh, I was reading Psalms. Have you heard of the Bible? It's called Psalms. It's a great little book. King David, it's so wise, such beautiful, intelligent information, far superseding your stupidity and your hypnosis time machine conversations. A Bible freak? You mean I like books? I like sentences. I don't like listening to the stupid shit that comes out of your fucking mouth.
What era was Ezra?
What era was Ezra? Oh, what another great question. El Normo, I'm praying for you that you have the best Shabbos of your life. My friend Zach, I pray you have the funnest Shabbos of your life. And Cynic, I pray that you go to the gym at least one day a week and read a book and stop spamming with your lips and your brain. You're like an automated retard, fully automated retardation. Congratulations, Dr. Cynic. You've done it again today. And this is a 3-hour special called Cynic, the Magic Clown of Stupidity.
I guess someone who converts to Islam now, this is their book. What year? What year did you get a fucking convert, man? What year? What year? What did you copy? No God. What year? Who didn't copy? I'll tell you who copied your books. Maimonides copied. No, I'm talking about your book. Yeah, my book is not a copy. Where did you copy our book? My book is not a copy. It's not? Then where did you get it from? From God. Where? Oh, really? Yeah. What about the actual history of it? What actual history? I don't know. Yeah. I already answered you before. Any other question just fucking is going to sound retarded. Yeah. What? Well, besides your religious beliefs, from God. What year? But what year did you copy? I said I'm appealing to divine authority. And I'm Are you stupid? No, what year? I already answered the year. What year? No. We didn't copy shit. I already answered your question. Of course you did. Of course you did. Prove it. Yeah. Our book was there. We gave you 1700 years. This is your book. Calm down. No. It's my book. This is my book. Hang on. So you have your... No. This is my book. I converted. You have your book. This is my book. This is my book. It's all my book. All of it is mine. Oh, it's all of it is mine. You're a fucking cracker. What are you talking about? None of this is your book. None of this. What year did your friend copy our book? You're a fucking cracker. This is my book.
El Normo, he called me a kike faggot today, and he's calling you a fucking cracker. What do you think this guy's... How would you diagnose Cynic, El Normo? What kind of diagnostic would you administer to actually get to the root essence of who Cynic is?
Very nasty. Acting like you're a fucking Semite, like you know it for sure. What year was it? What year did you die? This is all our shit. That's my shit. This is my book. Yeah. What year did you... It's my book. If I'm copying for myself, it's my book. What year? It's my book. What year?
It belongs to him, El Normo. The book belongs to him.
It's my book.
Are you not hearing him? He keeps saying, it's my book. My book. It's my book.
Wants to be us. No, you want to be us. There's a difference. You're in California, right? You're in Brooklyn. No, I'm not. Of course you are.
El Normo, you're not helping Cynic. He's got laptops to repair today. He can't be here 80 hours a week arguing. Otherwise, no one's laptop's going to get repaired.
Parents, are you gonna post this and get kind of views on YouTube now?
As an American Jew, I think Israel is the greatest danger to Jews. As an American Jew, I think the greatest danger to Jews is Israel. Israel is a total danger to Jews, and you guys don't even want to address that.
Why the nations?
Israel is a danger to the Jews, Max?
Y'all fucking retards.
El Normo, what's wrong with Max? Why does he think Israel doesn't have the best interest of Jews at heart? What kind of ridiculous position is that?
I don't know. But let's stop at the end that he's out of the Jimmy copy of our book. You're a fucking cracker. You copy shit. It's all mine. Don't be afraid. You don't even know fucking basic Jewish history. What the fuck about you is Jewish? What the fuck about you is Jewish?
America and Israel do not always have the same things in politics. And that's whatever is good for Israel is not always necessarily good for the United States. And I think that's a huge problem. And I think it's going to have to be
Do not forsake the work of your hands. The Lord says,
When you create a state, the only way to do that is cleansing Arabs who are part of the bodies, which is the Arab and Muslim world. Of course, you are inviting perpetual violence against Jews and against the Zionists. So that's what's happening. And they keep that.
Why not? I know it didn't have to be in Palestine. It was debated where to be. You know, so this isn't a prima facie situation. I believe that the Zionists, I don't know the as well as you.
Don't you know the story of Theodore Herzl, Max?
Okay, let's just go back. Let's drop that. Do you think that the United States and Israel always have the same definite motives and...
Come on, Max. Nobody thinks what's good is goose for the gander. Max, we're not stupid. We know the obvious answer to your question. The point is, we are basically aligned against hate, against people like Cynic who want to waste our time, like you who want to waste our time with your politics.
This is great.
Your political position is in an inferior position. It's not intellectually based. Okay, take care, Max. Anyways, I thoroughly enjoyed this roast, this barbecue. I had a great piece of pizza during the party. There were a lot of beautiful people here, but there's a lot of misaligned people who have essentially, how many more times are they going to come on here and do the same dance? Do people not like going to new concerts or something? How many tickets are you going to buy?
So Max, you're Jewish and you're not a Zionist then, huh?
Yeah, I would like to have a semi-decent back and forth.
So you don't think the Jewish people have the right to their own homeland, right? Because that's what it means when you're not Zionist.
No, I don't think it's written in the sand or anything like that. No, I don't. But my bigger point is that the current state of affairs with the way Israel has gone is not beneficial to me as an American Jew.
Well, no one cares about it as beneficial to you. No one gives a shit about that. Well, we care about what the Jews and the rest of the world care about, right? We care about them having a safe place to live as a Jewish person.
Well,
it's the only Jewish country in the world.
Less safe everywhere else because of
well, that's exactly why we need Israel, right?
No, not at all.
No?
Twisting.
So where are we going to live then? With all the Arabs that treat us so well?
I've always been living. I live in the United States. My parents lived in the United States.
I mean, that's great, but not every Jew wants to live in the United States.
Okay, so they can pick somewhere, but it doesn't have to be...
Yeah, it has to be Israel.
Why?
Because it's theirs, that's why. Because it's our home, that's why.
No, but that's debatable, and...
It's not debatable.
Well,
you're going to debate archaeological evidence and history.
I don't know. I'm sure there was Native Americans in the United States that didn't keep us from taking it over.
That's a completely different situation.
Oh, yes, of course.
Comparisons.
Yeah, of course.
No, that's totally different country.
Logic part of the world. I can just see I'm getting worked up for nothing.
Well, you're just a fucking retard, that's why. leave, exactly. It's not easy. And that's the problem we have with all these funky pieces of shit Jews that live in America that don't consider themselves Zionists.
Well, the fact of the matter is, if you have the opinion that the United States should stop all funding and shipment of arms, well, okay, great. But you know what you're not going to stop? Even if you stop the flow of money and weapons to Israel, you're not going to stop justice. The Israelis will pursue justice, and they will manufacture the weapons, they will get the weapons, but they are locked in a jiu-jitsu death grip with these people, and these people and the people on this app who support and project it and essentially propagandize it. I mean, I think they're all wasting their time against a fruitless endeavor. I mean, Israel is going to win this conflict, and they're not going to bend the knee. They're justified in this position. So, you know, it's going to eventually, this war or this conflict will end, but the never-ending perpetual war of Israel and its surrounding neighbors is never going to end. And that's why they train, you know, their 18-year-olds to be in the service to protect the homeland. The fact that there is a Jewish republic, I know normally you think it's like a representative or a parliamentary democracy, but in my opinion, it's a Jewish republic. In the sense that it's to be Jewish and to be nationalistic, to have a Jewish country is so groundbreaking in terms of world history. And it blows people's mind that Jews now have a perpetual state, which is a monopoly on a civilization. And the people on this app can't stand that they don't have an ethno-state, and they are essentially religious ethno-extremists. And they're hypocrites. So I think we can accurately diagnose and accurately describe the situation and the people on this app who support terrorism and propagandize terrorism. They don't stand for justice or law, and these people make me sick, and I spit on them.
It's like, why can they have 57 countries, but we can't have one little small country, right? Don't understand that shit. Never did. Never will. Yeah, exactly. So just like this Irish cunt in the fucking chat. And I don't know why the Irish want to have so much hatred toward. Actually, yeah, I do know why. Because they're fucking terrorists, just like the PLO and all the other pieces of shit that they were friends with. Unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately. And I'm glad that England fucked them in the ass over the last couple hundred years or whatever the fuck it has been, you know, that they've been fucking Irish. So, Irish don't piece of shit. And that country is a disgusting country, by the way. Bunch of fucking Palestinian flags, they fly there. Just disgusting people. All they do is get drunk and puke all over themselves and shit in the streets in Ireland. Disgusting country.
Well, they're ideologically and politically aligned, but you know, not all Irish are that way. Many Irish support Jewish nationalism and Jewish, you know, freedom and liberation, and they appreciate it and they respect it. And journalists like El Normo, you know, many journalists who covered the Irish conflict and the Gaza conflict. I mean, this is human conflict. I don't know why people think there's ever going to be peace on this earth. I'm 42 and all I have witnessed is never-ending conflict. So that's the constant. It's how you change and adapt to that conflict which makes you a winner or a loser. There's a lot of losers on this app who are spending 80 hours a week here, and those are rookie numbers if you're going to free Palestine. People love to use the term demographic all the time. Well, there's something ridiculous about the term demographic. I just believe that a lot of people here, they put us in this history hypnosis time machine, which is a projection, and they demand that the reality now conform to their narrative projection. And it's just so stupid. And I don't understand why some people can't understand that essentially they're wasting their time here. And it's all spam, whether you're listening to it or whether you're speaking, unless it's intelligent spam. It's like 1% of all communication.
That's all it is. It's spam that they got from TikTok, X, and other places on the internet. That's all it is. No factual evidence, no factual basis on any of the arguments that they make. And then they throw out terms that they can't even define themselves too, which is fucking hilarious. And they think when they come on Clubhouse, writing in a room chat, that's going to make Israel go away. That's the funniest part of it all. They think that they're freeing Palestine by coming on Clubhouse.
They are putting their grain of salt to get all these little children and women killed.
The funniest part is they never look at what started this whole thing, right? Does anybody understand? Like, can we go back and actually look at the real history that's been recorded, or are we just gonna go off somebody?
But Harry, that's the problem. That's the problem with history hypnosis. It takes you out of the now. If we were all intelligent, we'd be teaching meditation. But unfortunately, it's all propaganda and all politics all the time. Don't fall for the trap.
Yeah, you're right. Honestly, you're really right on that.
Who is deleting the messages? Norm, stop doing that. I know you love doing it.
Why can't I do what I love?
Because you prevent us to read the messages. We have fun in the chat.
I mean, Issa, aren't you?
That person should come up on the stage and stop being a little pussy.
Yeah, they should come up with something asshole.
Issa, I mean, why aren't you even insulted when Cynic, speaks sexually perverted things about, fucking you, raping you, calling me a kike faggot? I mean, in my opinion.
What are you saying that I didn't say anything? He was moved to the audience.
Well, what I'm saying is he's a cretin, and you support him.
If I were to worry about every obnoxious comment that I receive in this app, I would be more sensitive than Ben Mendelsohn and than Norm, and I cannot afford to live a life where I have to worry about every person's comments. I don't care.
It'd be more fun if she was speaking and not running, though.
It tells me more about who he is than who I am. I don't care. You can say whatever you want.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that, I like swift justice. So if somebody speaks like that, I want them put in the goo immediately. I want them to know a response to the way that they're speaking. It's ridiculous.
He was sent to the audience, but I'm not going to give him more attention than he deserves, because that's exactly what he's trying to get with his comments.
Yeah, I get it.
The anti-Zionist American Jew?
Yeah, Cynic.
Yeah.
No, I mean the other guy. Who's the other
He's
guy?
talking about Maximilian guy, that guy.
Yeah. I don't know. I've seen him, but I don't remember interacting.
So, Cynic made a remarkable claim today. He said that he was the first, he survived the first intifada. Do we really believe it? The second intifada? Okay.
He lived in Gaza. That's what he said. I heard him.
For the second intifada.
He's never been to that region.
Well, today he claimed that he lived there and he survived the second intifada, which is in the early 2000s. So yeah, not sure how that would be possible if he was born in the United States. When he was born in the United States and then his family moved to Gaza, makes no sense to me.
I've never been there. I remember speaking with him about this.
Oh, it's over?
Is this M?
No.
It's like me saying I survived 9/11 in Chicago.
Just your voice on.
I know, I always get that.
Anyways, it's been another fun episode of Clown House this morning, recording all this insanity.
Let someone else come through Israel. It's fun.
It wasn't fun. It was annoying. I was
Talking
exhausted.
about-
Shut up for a minute.
You weren't here. No, the second guy, the anti-Zionist American Jew.
Who's been for a long time. Talking about stupid annoying people. Where is Soren?
Oh, he got consumed. He's back in Iran. He's working on internal communications over there now.
He got himself in trouble.
Yeah, I missed his comments about prostate.
He hasn't been on app for months. Something happened to him.
This doesn't
to address the original source problem, which is Zionism.
Oh no, I hope nothing happened to him.
What's his name? The Moses guy, the one that has got the cool PRs. What's his name? Guy. Yeah, the guy, the Jewish guy with the English accent from South Africa that has got the most. Yeah, Pumalo, thank you. Shit, I forgot. Pumalo was off Clubhouse for like a month or so, and we were asking about Soren, and he's like, well, I cannot say anything, but in Clubhouse because I was on a mission. But I think he's fine. It's like,
I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay. But it's the reason why I was not in trouble.
Without like interruption.
Yeah, but you need to touch grass and breathe because we're gonna have a heart attack one day on these rooms.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't think you are. It was just like weird that he doesn't shut up for a minute.
You ran away from your own house?
So I gotta say, what's interesting about the anonymous function is yesterday I got exposed because I clicked on one of the Free Palestinian speakers' profiles, and then they knew immediately who it was, so they all mass blocked the John Kitover account. So now I have to create a new burner account and add nobody, but then I can still go in the rooms as anonymous and record them and not click their profile.
You know what? That doesn't matter because, hold on. Yeah, exactly. When you are anonymous, it doesn't matter.
No, when you look at their profile, they can click on their profile and view who viewed their profile and get you.
Yes, but John,
No, I get it, but they'll kick the anon account. The anon account can't be kicked if it's an actual subscriber
I
account.
know, but you don't need to create a new account because the next time you come into a room, they will not know it's you. They will still think it's someone else.
Okay, here's the control that you have to do.
That's until you open your big mouth.
Because you have like a million accounts. You should create an account called Anon and then go on stage.
I saw somebody already has an anon account. Yeah.
And also, John, the thing about being notified that somebody viewed your profile, it says saw your profile within the last week. It doesn't say saw your profile within 1 minute or anything like that. So it says within the last.
Yeah. All I'm saying is it's actually.
Somebody could have seen your profile from the outside, from the hallway. Yeah.
It was a huge waste of time even recording the rooms. But I gotta say, if I were to set up two phones, one phone recording a room, these rooms go on all day long. So I don't know. It's an obsession of mine, I guess.
What are you getting from?
I'm just getting more dopamine because when they panic and then somebody's watching my YouTube live and they post the link and they're like, he's live streaming your room, they all freak out. It's like watching ants get sprayed with bug spray and they just fucking flee the scene. It's fun.
I see. That could be fun. I think what was the last thing I heard? Some Free Palestine girl got released from the psych ward, had a breakdown, chased some random Jewish guy. Yeah, was it Nora?
Yeah, she's in our circle, unfortunately.
She traced some random elevator.
Yeah, she's Diego's girlfriend.
So I actually have Abby Eva in an X account listening to this room, and she just played some exclusive Nora and Diego footage of Nora having a total breakdown, and then what's his name, Yakov, talking about following medical health advice, and Diego going into a tailspin. I mean, it's cringe and pathetic, but go to the gym and read a book. I don't know what to tell these people anymore.
I can't do both. That's the big one. I can't read a book and do it.
Yeah, that's true. No, not yet. I will do it over the
I tried joining Itty Bitty Titty Community. Is that what the house you're talking about?
No, this one. You know what happened to the Jews when you give them, you open your heart to them and you trust them? They take over it. You see, this is the biggest house I had with like almost 12,000 people, and I opened my house to Meyer and Daniel and make them happy forever. And now Meyer is in the house, and I was kicked out of the house. I cannot rejoin it.
She opened her house, and she opened her heart, and she got stabbed in the back.
Yeah, and now he's offering a two-house solution, but I'm not sure I want that. I just want the right to return.
Oh my God.
This is so meta.
From the leave button to the mic button, Isa's house will be free.
Yeah. From the leave button, my button.
Why can't you just stop killing babies?
Yeah, I don't know. Clubhouse glitched during this latest update, and I just lost my house. I don't know, and I cannot even join back. It's so stupid.
It's probably a Jew.
Yeah, it was a Jew. Meyer is the owner now.
You being Nakba.
You know how Tim Ramosson, has told me, oh, Isa, you're living with the enemy. One of these days you will wake up and realize that they have betrayed you and stabbed you in the back. Well, but they have gone.
Well, you see, Isa, a Wozniak created the company that created your interface with the app, so it's really theirs from the beginning.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not true. Look at the abacus. It's the person who created the abacus that's responsible for all of this.
This app was 3,000 years ago.
3,000 minutes. 3,000 minutes.
3,000 days ago.
Well, at least they didn't. I thought, because I couldn't find a house the other day, I was trying to open a room like yesterday, and I couldn't find a house, and I was like, where the hell? I'm Daniel. They deleted my house. It's like, no, I see it. And so then we realized that it was Meyer. No, I wasn't. It was just a glitch. It was just a glitch. I don't know what happened. No, I wasn't. No, because I didn't lose any of my other houses. It was just this one.
Yeah. It was funny how you were comfortable. I didn't know you.
Yeah. Try to play dumb, Meyer. So weird.
You were like those cops. Like, do you know why I pulled you over? I was like,
I was sweating.
You saw the body in the trunk. So like, I don't know what's going on.
Your steadfast love.
Yeah, how many times have you been tased out?
Yeah, it's funny, but it's annoying. Not being tased in my house.
Yeah, it is annoying. That's not.
Yeah, especially it's annoying I cannot join back. Because at least, even if we cannot change the ownership, you can at least give me my admin back, and I would be able to. Yeah, I cannot even go back.
No right of return.
Your passport has been vacated and no other country will issue you a passport.
Yeah, I'm stateless.
Houseless.
You're a Falcon. I guess you're Palestinian.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I'm just resisting.
See, Isa, I think in order to solve your problems, you need to marry Meyer, and he owns is yours.
But I'm married and I don't.
Yeah, he's married. He's not a Muslim. He cannot take an additional wife.
And I don't live in Utah. And he doesn't want to take an additional wife. He wants to afford an additional wife. I mean, if you really wanted, you would find a way.
Well, he already has got 9 children and a wife, Daniel. Do you think he can afford a second wife?
here.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna go for a jog.
About
Hope you enjoyed this room.
nothing
And
about
keep
it. It's way busy work.
How's everything back in Israel?
We're keeping it up.
Let me call.
I'm trying to live life. But just to keep an ongoing joke going on. You know what I'm gonna ask you?
Yeah, I know. I think it's been a year, huh?
Has it been a year?
I don't know. I need to look for the time the date I purchased it. Let's see. It were.
I hope this is your only purchase that you did use.
No, I have a few, but no, I'm going to use it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have purchased it. It's just that I don't know why I haven't watched it. It's almost like, I am a procrastinator also in work things and in personal things, and it's like, yeah, I want to do it. I really want to do it, but for whatever reason, it's I can do it tomorrow.
Maybe it's because it's always discussed on chronologically. So you're like, I don't want to spend my time with you. That's something that I talk about all the time.
But as soon as I saw you entering the room, I was like, shit, I haven't watched anything.
It's kind of like a student didn't do his homework or something. I get the feeling.
I know, you got me.
No. There's no pressure here. We got a few more years. We're both still kind of young.
I will surprise you when I watch it.
Hey, because there's a quiz afterwards.
Good. Anybody knows how I can see when I purchased a movie on Apple history? Purchase history, but I don't see it. And in the list of movies, it doesn't tell me when I purchased it.
What do you mean purchase a movie?
Yeah, on Apple TV, you can purchase.
No, I don't.
So you have them in your library.
No, I don't think that's
No, I purchase certain movies that I want to keep when they are like classic enough or important enough and I really like them. I just purchase them.
Look at you owning IP.
Exactly. Sometimes it's shit. No way.
No, I don't know. I actually think some of the subscription models are dumb, right? At least for the way that I interact with content. Like, I also play video games like over and over again. So paying $60 for renting a video game, playing it, and then getting rid of it seems like kind of a waste of money. But now with all these subscription things, so I can subscribe for $15 a month, play it for the first month, and then unsubscribe, and I'm good.
Yeah, the trick
Save
is
$45.
in forgetting that you have that subscription.
Yeah, well, I have that app that tracks with the Monarch Money, Rocket Money, all that stuff. It tracks all the subscriptions you have.
And you pay for that service?
You pay a lot lower than the subscriptions, and it does it all in one place.
At the end of the year, I was hearing my subscriptions and whatever, and I was just like going around everywhere, right? Because I have some that are attached to my Apple Wallet. There's some that are attached to my credit card, and there's some that are attached to my
try to add all my subscriptions to the Apple Wallet because at least there you can have better control because you see a clear list of which ones you have going on and which ones are about to expire and so on. So it's easier than have them in your credit card or your PayPal places. Andre.
What did I miss?
A lot.
Great.
Everything happening in this room is so interesting.
Hey, your office is at the bottom of the room, and I think we could all sing happy birthday for him.
For who?
You're off. It's a birthday today.
Oh, yeah, you're
No, I
off.
think it's today. It's today.
Don't be gay, Daniel.
No, come on, let's celebrate for him.
Happy
No, it was
birthday,
today. I think it was. Happy birthday, dear mom. I'm at meeting. Ayom, yom, lady. Ayom, yom, lady. Ayom, yom, lady.
birthday one in Hebrew.
Yom, lady. Tramea. Yom, lady. Tramea. How do I know? Maybe you were high, but you told me yesterday.
Yes, were you drunk, John, when you told us?
You actually asked me if he's drunk, right? No, he was just celebrating his birthday.
He came at 1:30 a.m. this time. Oh my God, what happened here? What's all of this silence? He came at 1:30 a.m. this time and said, "Today is my birthday."
So happy birthday.
I talked to him, and he even told us how old he is getting.
It's really good. I'm like,
Don't be gay, Andre.
One more step closer to your
No, it is one year less. Anyway.
okay, so I guess I'm talking on behalf of everybody that are silent, but they all wish you happy birthday.
Yes, John, we love you very much.
Very nice of you, Daniel.
I'm a nice guy. What can I do?
Wow, he didn't say thank you to me yesterday when I talked to him.
You still know it.
You are right. Okay.
Oh, I didn't thank you. Yeah,
You asked the tradition that the birthday boy has to send some shekels to the people that are celebrating to him.
yeah, that's the tradition here.
Shall I send you my big bank account?
Yeah.
Well, you should have it because you guys sent me shekels on Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, not Friday.
Yeah, I tasted. I was wondering why it was not arriving on every
You checked the wrong day.
Yeah.
It's there on your bank account for Thursday.
Anyway.
You will see a big lump this year, this month. It's compensation for the house. Retribution, how do you call it? Not retribution.
You will be liar. Reparation.
Reparation, exactly.
Are you gonna send reparations, Meyer, to my bank account in the form of shekels? If you cannot defend your house, then you don't have the right to have a house.
Well, the one paying always doesn't believe it. Because the one receiving, they believe it. Oh my God. Exhausted.
Is John still there? Yeah, he's there.
You were here. I know. Oh my God.
Flower, you may be the only
Why
person.
you're in the matrix? Nora.
Did you ask
Yes, we
Nora?
can.
Did you ask Nora if she meant if she told you?
Oh, that's true. Well, actually, this morning when the room was going crazy, I was wondering if we could send Cynic and Zach and who was the other one that was yelling? Cynic, Zach, and it was not Simon, but it was 3 people yelling at each other. And who?
The women and children are dying.
Yeah, but there were 3 people. I was thinking maybe we can send all of these people to Bellevue and they will do a group discount.
John was the third one.
Oh yeah, John, Cynic,
Zach.
and Zach.
Is Richard the third one?
Did it just come at like the end of the episode?
Right now, no.
Stop being excitement. You're always screaming.
Yeah, I'm screaming. The women and children are dying.
Did Nora start her birthday?
We should ask him what's his face. A lover.
Diego?
Diego.
No, he's in the, well, he was in the conference room, in the Bitcoin conference until yesterday. That was in Vegas. Maybe that's where he met Nora. In Vegas.
Sorry, what is that noise?
He's cracking Palestinians' neck.
I came out from the outside. I was thirsty, so I kind of gulped the whole bottle of water. Sorry, I'm away from the phone.
Yeah, I don't think I have seen Nora lately. Or Diego. I don't know. Diego came to the room. I think it was yesterday or the day before. For a little bit.
Which one? BTV?
Yeah, in the BG. Yeah, it's the only place where I can open rooms now.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had like a make awareness room.
Yeah, it's nice to be with the 4 of us. Yeah.
Even as a guest.
Am I part of the 4?
No, it's Myers, Simon, Daniel, and me.
What did you say?
But you're a guest member. Well, I am a guest member now.
You're a VIP member. But Isha, now that I was kicked out by mistake because I went to the hallway, now you know where you're supposed to be on the top left. As if you open the room yourself. No one would know.
With a pink ticket.
But no one would know that you didn't open the room. Your secret is safe.
Well, not Johnny screaming it everywhere.
Yeah, but no one is listening, so...
Now he thinks increasing his audience. Apparently he's seen the thousands of people that are listening in YouTube, right, John?
I thought he doubled the listeners from 1 to 2. We saw an increase of 100% of our listeners.
No, but he has like thousands of that I could say like, oh my god, I was really hooked. I think the Da Vinci Code. Like I couldn't put it down. Like I was reading until like 2 a.m. Like I couldn't. But then I haven't. I mean, like I don't feel the need of like staying awake until super late reading books. Like I felt with that one. Oh no, and I learned one about a time machine as well a couple of years ago.
A book about a time machine?
Yeah. And it was really, really good. Let me tell you what the name is. But usually I don't read fiction. So maybe that's the reason why. Oh, it's called El Mapa del Tiempo, the time map or something like that.
There is a book, I don't know how it's called in, let me see, English, by Ensayo sobre Ceguera. No, that's not
Ceguera.
Like,
But that's an essay.
no, that's like I don't know how to say it in English, my God. What's his name? Saramago. You know this?
Did Nora recommend that?
No. No, I read years ago about blindness.
Yeah, ceguera is blindness.
It's about like a disease that makes everybody blind, and then they gonna take them to a place, so they gonna everyone that were infected, so they will not infect others. And one of the people there actually can see. It's really interesting.
I want to read the Margarita, whatever it's called. Master Margarita or something like that.
Yeah, it's called, by the way, it's called blindness. What I was talking about.
Yeah, ceguera, blindness.
Sounds like C.
C? What is C?
It's a TV series. And humanity has gone blind. And then there's one or two people that can see.
Everybody like it? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and they developed a whole new reality. Like they have ropes that go down the city street, so you can like follow the ropes to get to an intersection. It's like not something.
Okay, so yeah, so that's an adaptation. It's not the story, but interesting. How it's called the C for like which
That's it. SEEC.
No, which provider? And like which
Apple
Course. C. Oh, okay.
And if you have vision, they will remove your wedge. You have to hide it.
Okay, so that's a completely different story, but interesting. Yeah,
It's not a different story, but it's an adaptation of the concept. Like,
of like a disease.
The blind road, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. But it's a disease that makes people blind, or just like an alternative reality where everybody is blind?
No, it used to be sight, but they got lost, and they felt
Okay.
I don't think they explain like the backstory well, but the whole Earth is it's not quite post-apocalyptic, but there's a virus that knocked everyone in that killed most of humanity. There's only like 2 billion people on Earth, and they live in bands and like nomadic basically. So it's and there's some event that they don't explain that made everyone blind. They're still alive. There's an upgrade.
It says that.
Hold on, I have back here.
It says, in this carefully documented book, Dr. Taylor Marshall pulls back the curtain of the various plans showing how the enemies of the Christ-infiltrated seminaries, then the priesthood, then the episcopacy, and eventually the cardinal electors, all with the goal of electing one of their own as pope. And this is like Congressman societies populated by modernists and Marxists hatched a plan to subvert the Catholic Church from within. And the complex roots of the St. Gallen Mafia and how they plotted to modify Catholic doctrine and elect Pope Francis. This sounds interesting. I should read this. Yeah, I got a few books here that are more like. Oh, this one was recommended to me by Diego. I think it might be interesting. Let's see. Oh, this is not interesting. You know the one that I bought, Meyer. You know this book. Are you familiar with the Q conspiracy theories? Maybe Harry is because he's very manga.
I'm not familiar with all QAnons.
Well, there is one part of like the whole let's say conspiracy Q that talks about this book that was written in the early 20th century, and it talks about this kid that travels in time that it's called Baron and the Adventures, and he's got like a dad or his teacher or something called Donald, and yeah, and they talk about the Trump Towers and a lot of stuff, and it's related to like Trump. So I bought that book. I haven't read it though. You know what we should read, Meyer, as part of like our book club efforts that I never followed through. And make Daniel read. We should read 1984. Yeah, but all together and read it again. But also, right next to it, read A Brave New World, which is completely the opposite. Yeah, but it's kind of like the opposite extreme, right? So 1984 and then Brave New World, and then the third book would be what is it called? Amazing Ourselves to Death or something like that.
Amazing Ourselves to Death, I was going to say Neil Postman.
Yeah, Neil Postman, exactly. Because he makes the comparison of the two.
If you want to read Amusing Ourselves to Death, you don't need to read 1984.
No, I'm not saying you need to, but it's just like a nice refresher, to compare both.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to read Brave New World in order to read Amusing Ourselves to Death, but it depends. Like 1984 is kind of on the side. It's part of the story. I get where you're going, but I'm saying Amusing Ourselves to Death was more than inspired. It's basically taking a fictional story and showing how it relates to the TV era. He dies I think in mid-thoughts, like he doesn't really imply on social media. It'll be interesting to write a sequel to Amusing Ourselves to Death.
Yeah. There is, let me see, to death. didn't hear
I
this.
think you wrote another two books. I'm trying to remember the titles.
Have you ever read the foreword? Well, it's really good.
Which book?
From Amusing Ourselves to Death.
I believe so. I have to double check, but I believe so.
Well, okay, so I'll read it. It's just two paragraphs. Well, yeah. It says, three paragraphs. We were keeping our eye on 1984 when the year came and the prophecy didn't. Thoughtful Americans sang softly in praise of themselves by Orwellian nightmares. But we had forgotten that alongside Orwell's dark vision, there was another, slightly older, slightly less well-known, equally chilling. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Contrary to common belief, even amongst the educated, Huxley and Orwell did not prophesy the same thing. Orwell warns that we will be overcome by an externally imposed oppression, but in Huxley's vision, no big brother is required to deprive people of their autonomy, maturity, and history. As he saw it, people will come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. What Orwell feared were those who would ban books. What Huxley feared was that there would be no reason to ban a book. He was so much that we would be reduced to passivity and egoism. Orwell feared that the truth would be concealed from us. Huxley feared the truth would be drowned in a sea of irrelevance. Orwell feared we would become a captive culture. Huxley feared we would become a trivial culture, preoccupied with some equivalent of the Phillies, the orgy-porgy, and the centrifugal bumble-bumpy. As Huxley remarked in Brave New World Revisited, the civil libertarians and rationalists who are ever on the alert to oppose tyranny failed to take into account man's almost infinite appetite for distractions. In 1984, Huxley added, people are controlled by inflicting pain. In Brave New World, they are controlled by inflicting pleasure. In short, Orwell feared that what we hate will ruin us. Huxley feared that what we love will ruin us. This book is about the possibility that Huxley, not Orwell, was right.
Yeah, I read that. It's an inside out. Where does he talk about if the industrial era in New York was the iconic city of America, then today it's Las Vegas? Is that in the introduction?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's very possible.
I have not read it.
I'm using ourselves to ask, never read it.
Never read it.
You should read it based on that photo large. I actually read it before, but you should read Brave New World first. And I'm thinking about when you just read those three paragraphs, and imagine what he was talking about was cable television. Now I'm thinking about social media.
Imagine. Yeah, it's even more powerful. Anyway, we should read those together and discuss.
I'm not on it on Monday, Tuesday. I couldn't connect.
Where are you?
Doing Jewish stuff.
Oh. Okay.
So I'll be back after that. But I mean, we never had the other.
We can have the other one as well. Let me finish the book because I never finished it.
Those three books are classics.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll see you around then next week.
I mean, there's too many books to go on, but Anxious Generation, the book I read not so long ago, I feel is very good. It's Jonathan Haidt. And children should not be on social media until they're 16.
Yeah.
We could talk about.
Alright. Well,
there's too many things. We can talk about this. Look, Neil Postman also writes Disappearing Childhood, which dovetails well with Anxious Generation.
took my spot. That's not nice.
I like this title much more accurate. People in self-denial. They're the most dangerous people around us. They're self-sadomasochists, essentially, wasting all their time, just spewing infinite amounts of spam. 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 They're like bulimic spammers, essentially.
Hang it up.
Oh, I just think I puked up a little spam in my mouth. I just got back from a workout. Oof, and am I sweaty. Wow, were there some pretty girls at the park. Such beautiful hair, such beautiful physiques. So lovely. Truly, nature is our teacher. But not our greatest teacher, Rabbeinu Shalom. You know, I started a new business recently. It's called Spam Consultant. And I help people easily identify and diagnose spam in their lives and how to cleanse themselves from that spam. Hi, real Abby. Abby, I'm piping you into the Free Palestine Equals Barbaric Violence room.
Yeah, but there's nothing going on there.
I know Simon's sleeping and El Normo's out to brunch.
Abby, what? By the way?
Very funny. I enjoyed listening to your humor. I laughed the whole night yesterday at the doctor.
That's not me, dumbass. That's a man.
Okay. I'm confused. Are you a man?
No, somebody's copying my profile.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's pussy in the audience. He's not on a listener.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm out of here.
This is the real Abby.
The one and only. Abby Eva.
That's right.
Diogenes, Nazi spooners, fake fat love interest. You know, Diogenes is playing you, Abby Eva. You're not living your best life.
I know. But you know what? Who cares?
Well, that's what fat people say who don't care about life.
That's funny. Anyway, let's pay him this sign here. $100. Pay your debt. $100 debt.
I think she went on the phone call or something.
Oh my God, Kekon. Welcome back to another exciting episode of Frankie Kicks People, starring Dr. Nazi T-Robs, who owns me, and Lou Jizz Tickles, the AI chatterbot, and Abby, aka the trans man, and Princessia. Oh, Princessia, Abby Eva was playing some video clips of you today. They were hilarious. You were crying like a little schoolgirl in the arms of a sweaty dandruff sufferer. What's his face? Conceptista, aka, what is his name again? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shabbos is here. Shabbos is near. I've got to take a shower. I'm all sweaty. Just got back from a workout. That's right.
Слушай, я, кстати, да, бывает, попиваю, хотя я как бы поклонник, так сказать, чистого продукта, но тем не менее. Эль, ты знаешь, что Эль? Эль — это дюссельдорфский альт. Да, это и есть альт, понимаете?
Danicus.
Подожди, здесь...
У нас он жиденький. И в Кёльне все-таки альт.
Слушай, в Дюссельдорфе, альт, ты чё? Какой там жиденький, ты чё?
Жиденький.
Жиденький. Ну, там такой. Жиденький. Да. Нет, здесь всякие монастыри. Слушай, Лев — это то, что здесь вот эти пивасики, которые в монастырях варят, они прям отменные. То есть любой, там, где написано монастырь, он прям хороший.
А я сегодня езжу по деревушкам, по винной дороге.
Напюкался?
Нет, не напюкался. Бокал вина выпил. Выпил так.
Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? Clubhouse mental health check. Clubhouse mental health check. Hello? Hello?
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just desperately...
Manfinity in the house! The one and only Manfinity, the taker down of dragons, the knight of power. The one and only Manfinity! Welcome, Manfinity, to Spam. Good Friday.
With an introduction like that, I gotta hit the stage and say, to Manfinity and beyond.
That's right. To Manfinity and beyond. Happy Friday.
Who is communication? Who are you? How do I know you?
Who am I?
I don't know you by communication. If I know you, I must know you by something else.
Well, you know a lot of the dragons here on the app, and as a knight who has battled so many dragons, it's easy to forget another knight when thou meetest one. But together on this long journey, we have slayed so many dragons here on this app, so many pathetic losers who waste all their time talking about nothing. Bad politics, really. Anti-American politics.
Did I hear a Donald Trump accent somewhere in there?
My father's calling me the new Trump of Chicago.
You've got a voice actor career ahead of you. But I'm curious, did you go by a previous name?
Of course. I've had 100 accounts here. They've killed so many of me. But I keep coming back like a viral infection that requires vaccination, proper diagnosis.
What name might I have known you through, or do you not want to share? I don't want to push you.
It's irrelevant. Right now, my name is Communication.
Is it Dittman?
This is the Dittman.
Okay, you're the yeah, man. You helped me slay some dragons for sure. And you were doing the Dittman room. I think you were the guy on Twitter. The Twitter guy, I don't know. But I do remember you. You're amazing. When you get going, they can't stop you.
It's true.
That's why I want to create my own space. So people like you will get the due to share your knowledge and to expose these cowards. I do want to create my own space. Hope we can work together at some point. But you were always impressive with how you were able to just slay them.
Likewise, brother.
Game recognizes game, my man. You see me at battle on a daily basis. I'm only sharpening myself, sharpening iron, you know what I mean?
Yes. Sharpening the blade for the final kill, the final battle.
So, what's Trump's biggest win and what's Trump's biggest loss this far into his presidency?
The biggest win and the biggest, it's day by day. Every day is a new war. Every day is a new opportunity for victory. And so it's just day to day, course correcting every single day, putting something new on the wall, plugging some new hole, discovering some new leak, fixing some broken item in the engine. And that's what we're doing day by day. But slowly but surely, we are entering into a process of total automation and complete escalation. Or what you might call...
Biggest win, biggest loss to this point.
The biggest win is always right now. It's Friday. Trump is in power. From his brain, from his mouth, flows pure energy of incredible intelligence, mercurial political power, changing on this, changing on that, upsetting everyone, trolling them all, causing mass chaos in the simulation.
Okay. His biggest loss?
His biggest loss is also right now, which is really, there is nothing to lose, and there's everything to gain. It's only up from here to infinity and beyond.
Thank you, Jesus. Amen. All right, next
Moose, welcome. We are here discussing communication. Spam.
Moose is one of the biggest haters from season 1 and 2. He's been better, but I'm not too sure where he stands today. I do know he's on the other side. Bring your ass up on here and say what you got to say, Moose. Come on up here.
What happened to you, Moose?
He's been hit on the side of the road. That's what happened to him.
Was it a woman that broke your heart?
Donald Trump took office. He didn't know what to do or where to go. Oh, Lord.
That's right. I've just been standing next to a flat tire in the rain since January.
Let's pray for our brother Moose. Lord Jesus, bring him peace in his mind, and peace in his heart, because he's gone through a tough time since November 4th. Donald Trump took office, he didn't know what to do or where to go. But Moose, what would you say is Trump's biggest win since his presidency began on January the 20th?
His biggest and only one would be crackdown on immigration, with the exception of calling all Venezuelans gang members. But as far as shutting the border down in Mexico, I'm not going to deny that that was pretty fast.
And I mean, now you know he did not call all Venezuelans, whatever you just said he did.
What did you call them?
He called a group of, basically MS-13, he categorized that as a domestic terrorist organization. He never made any claim against the entire Venezuelan population of this country. Nuance and detail matters.
2 questions. You call yourself a proud Republican, yet you are not a member.
No, I don't. I'm not a Republican.
You're not a member of this gentleman's Doge Republican House. Second question, more importantly, do you think Trump would pardon Diddy?
I think he would pardon Diddy. If the facts dictated, I think he would. Of course. No, not because of money. He can't be bought. But I do know that if the fact pattern warrants a pardon, I think he would pardon him. But the facts would have to support it.
Do you think
he wouldn't do it.
Do you think Diddy's guilty from what you've heard so far in transcripts and clubhouse rooms and all that?
I don't know enough about what he's been charged with specifically, so I can't say. I do know a lot of troubling details have come out through testimony in court, but that's you can take that with a grain of salt.
He's potentially facing a life sentence for racketeering, but only.
I don't understand. Can you explain to me what is RICO?
Yeah. Well, so essentially that's what lawyers came up with in the 70s to take the mob down. And it's essentially, let's see if I can do it off the top of my head. It is racketeering, corrupt.
It says racketeer, influenced, and corrupt
organizations, the eyes influence.
What does that mean? So
Essentially,
RICO is federal law aimed at combating organized crime. So basically, they're targeting him because they think he was part of an organized crime ring. It allows for extended criminal penalties and civil lawsuits for acts committed as part of an organized criminal enterprise. The law targets not only individual members of a criminal organization, but also the organization itself. To violate RICO, a person must engage in a pattern of racketeering activity related to an enterprise. What does that mean, racketeering? Racketeering activity includes a list of 35 offenses, including crime like gambling.
Read off 35 things. I believe that what's key, the state, the prosecution has to prove conspiracy.
Conspiracy meaning what? They have to prove what? Conspiracy at what level meaning what?
Usually, like especially with the mob, that there were multiple people involved. But apparently with Diddy, and I could give a fuck about what happens to him. I have not been following the trial, but apparently in all of this, he's the only one being charged in the RICO Act, which is unique, which probably means that all the other witnesses made a plea deal with the government to be government witnesses and either get a minimized sentence or no jail time at all, because the government wants the head racketeer, not his minion.
I see. So I won't go to the 35 lists, but just the top few. It says gambling, murder, kidnapping, drug dealing, bribery, mail and wire fraud. Those are just the first few. But my question is, before we get deep into this, you already outlined his biggest win. What would you say his biggest losses?
Too many to choose from. Pick a letter in the alphabet, and I'll tell you.
What? I didn't hear you.
I said too many to choose from. Give me just pull a random letter from the alphabet, and I'll tell you. E. Did you say E for Edward?
I said G for Gregory.
Oh, G for Gregory. Let's see. G. All right.
Man, just tell me what a loss is already.
Tariffs, and I know you hate that because it's going to bring American jobs back, right? Tariffs are
Which one?
Let's see.
Tariffs is the
I
biggest
don't know,
loss.
what do you want? Like what's he calling it? The big beautiful bill, which he swore that he wouldn't tax Social Security, but apparently the big beautiful bills indicates that Social Security will be taxed.
As far as I know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Oh, sorry.
No
The
tax on
biggest
Social
one
Security.
was letting the lunatic loose with 19-year-olds in Doge. Elon Musk.
Oh! I held a room the other night about what the biggest win and loss was. That did not come up. A lot of people, even his biggest haters like yourself, the most common win was the immigration and border. But in all of the losses, no one mentioned what you mentioned, which is Elon Musk and Doge.
Well, I try to go where no clubhouse user has gone before, man.
But you wouldn't have known where they had gone or not because you weren't in the room. But it's just interesting.
You just told me.
That poll is at least 20 people. What?
Well, I appreciate. I know you're like it's a backhanded compliment. Thank you. I'll take it.
Well, not backhanded at all.
Listen,
I'm just saying.
Should government oversight and overspending be monitored? Absolutely. But if you went in there with a wrecking ball, it was ridiculous.
What's great about people like you is that there's never the criticism always seems to be in the method, not in the vision. The vision is to oversight. Yeah, I agree with the vision. I just don't agree with the method. So he signaled what his method would be. Elon Musk and Doge was introduced before he took office. The Americans voted for him in record numbers. So
you have a problem that I take note with the execution. It's like, okay, hey, Finny, I agree that this house needs to be painted. I don't agree that helicopters should fly around it and just drop buckets of paint on it. That's a bad method.
I agree, but what I'm saying is the method can always be criticized. The problem is that if you want your method to be executed, then win. And if you win, you get to dictate what the method is. Doesn't mean you don't have to lose the right to criticize the method. By all means, you can. But at some point, it's just extraneous because he signaled what his method would be. This was no big surprise. He said what he would do, and people voted for him in record numbers. So, get out of the way.
Do you think he's going to run again? Do you think he's going to try to change the Constitution?
I think he could run. I think if there's a way for him to run again, and he's in good health, Steve Bannon and all of
He's in good health. He's pushing 80. He's showing signs of Joe Biden.
I don't think he's showing any signs of Joe Biden, but I think the likelihood of him running again is pretty low. I think there's a 65% chance that he's going to retire. I think there's still a good chance that he might run, depending on his health and depending on if there's a legal, clear way to do it. I understand what the Constitution says. It says it can't be elected to a third term. But if they can find a way around it without breaking any laws, I think many Americans, voters, voted for him would be willing to vote for him. Absolutely.
Right, and by law, you mean the Constitution. Gotcha.
Right. He can't break the Constitution. If he can do it in a way that doesn't break the Constitution, by all means. But if the Constitution prevents him from doing it, I think he'll just back out. I think it's something he's doing partly to troll you guys, but he's
there's a military. I've kind of seen. Has that happened yet? Is that coming up? His military parade that all kings should have.
This is great. This is happening. I think in June or July. Something. I think it's the 4th of July. But I could be wrong. But anyways, I think it would be great. It's a show of strength. It's a show of unity. And I understand it resembles what happened in the past in terms of various dictators and others. But what really matters is the fact that it's just a show of strength, a show of American pride. So I care less about how people paint it. The truth is what really matters. I took a picture with a woman on the street.
We're all talking here. What about all your other magazines?
There's only one other here. I think they're all the same person, honestly. John, comedian, and communication. I think they're the same person.
Same time.
I think they're all the same person. So you're stuck with me, Moose. This is a good way. We haven't been able to speak. But why did you hate me so much years ago? And it seems like your hatred has gone down a few notches. What happened?
You're confusing hate with dislike. I'll be honest with you, Anthony. It's because, so first of all, season 1, I remember when you had your different PTR. I don't know if that was you or somebody else, but it looked like it was, I'm guessing it wasn't you in your PTR, the person praying, or looked like he was praying, you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about.
Way back. So, I don't want the PTR to be clear, but I'm giving you a time reference. And it was around that time when you had this nasty habit of constantly cutting people off that oppose your views, leaving your writing open. You never really got ugly and insulted people. So, like with some other magazines or like some other people from the left. So that I always respected about you, but constantly interrupting, and then when somebody cut you off, oh boy, all hell would break loose. And then honestly, at the end of the day, I think it was like no matter what, you just seemed like you were brainwashed. So that was disturbing. That anything that this great Messiah did, you absolutely believed in. To be clear, I am not a Joe Biden worshiper, Bill Clinton, or any politician ever. They're all corrupt. They're all racist. But at the end of the day, I truly think that Trump is the worst president of all time. Period.
So you were vicious towards me because of what you were vicious at a certain point. I don't remember the specifics. I just remember it was really bad.
That's a big word.
Invite some people.